The cupboard was hot and low and loud. Not loud the way the telly got when Uncle Vernon fell asleep in front of Ithis, was the kind of noise that lived inside the head when there wasn't enough air to finish a thought. Pipes ticked. The fridge motor droned. The house settled with tiny pops like joints being stretched. Harry lay on the thin mattress and counted each sound, because counting gave the day edges. He had a system. 1, 2 inhale. 3, 4 exhale. The scratch on his forearm throbbed on 5s. The hunger knocked on 6s and 7s. 8s were for swallowing. He'd learned that if he kept numbers going, time behaved. If he lost the numbers, the walls pressed in. Today the walls pressed anyway. His chest felt tight. It was August, 1988, and the hallway air through the vent tasted like dust and hot carpet. Sweat made his shirt cling to his back. He tried another trick. Picture the list of chores and order bin out. Weeds up, pan scrubbed, and move each one from the to-do shelf to the done shelf in his head. When he placed the last imaginary dish on the rack, his heartbeat didn't slow. The door's bolt scraped. He stopped breathing. Out, Aunt Petunia said. Her voice always came in the same thin ribbon, like a knife that had been used to open envelopes for 20 years and barely cut anything now. Kitchen. Quietly, he slid out, small enough to make himself a smear against the skirting board. He didn't look at her face. Looking at faces was a mistake because it made you want things. He moved straight to the stove. The pan was already hot. Eggs, she said. And do not, she didn't finish because she never needed to. Dudley's hungry. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He cracked the eggs, careful, careful, careful. If the shells broke wrong, Uncle Vernon shouted about waste. If the yolks broke wrong, Dudley said it was disgusting and threw the plate. It wasn't hard to make eggs. It was hard to make eggs in a house that didn't like you. The pan hissed. The air smelled of cheap oil. His hands didn't shake. That was new. He noticed it the way you notice a squeaky stair that, suddenly, doesn't squeak. Dudley thudded into the room. Is it ready? Almost, Harry said. The word came out flat. Not small. Not bright. Just a level piece of wood laid across a gap. Don't speak to my son unless spoken to, Petunia said without turning. The ribbon knife voice. Plate. Harry slid the eggs onto a plate and held it out. Dudley snatched it, shouldered him with the lazy aim of someone who had never had to dodge for Rayall, and shoved past. A smear of egg slid onto the linoleum. Clean, Petunia said. Harry crouched. The floor was cool through the knee of his too thin trousers. He wiped the smear and the rest of the kitchen came back into focus. The humming fridge. The clock with the minute hand that jumped instead of sliding. The big window looking onto the lawn, which was a square of green that was only green because Aunt Petunia told people it was green at the fence. Harry stared at the streak his cloth had left on the linoleum and realized he was watching like a person standing outside himself, opposite side of a pane of glass. He should have felt something, the hot prickle of unfairness, the old knot of fear, but nothing rose. The knot had untied itself in the night and slipped away. He heard his own breath and counted again. 1, 2 inhale. 3, 4 exhale. Stop counting, said a voice that wasn't a voice. Harry went still. The cloth hung from his fingers. The kitchen lights were too bright. Dust motes hovered like tiny planets. The non-voice didn't echo in his ears. It arrived where thoughts arrived and made more sense than any words. Counting maintains the illusion of control. You do not have control of the air. Conserve. Harry swallowed. His throat moved once. Who? Closer. Listen. This is input. We will answer questions after the immediate deficiencies are addressed. Oxygen, heat, pressure, energy. He set the cloth in the bucket, stood, turned off the gas. Petunia's head snapped around. What do you think you're saving fuel? Harry said. The pan is hot enough. He wasn't looking at her, not quite. He was looking at the place where heat shimmered above the ring like a mirage, measuring. The eggs would cook with the heat they already had. That was all. It was obvious in the same way the number of stairs in the hallway was obvious once you counted them twice a day for 6 years. He slid the last egg onto a plate for Uncle Vernon and set it on the table with the toast he'd already made. Go weed the back, Petunia said. Her eyes flicked over him, not liking the way his shoulders had settled. And fix the hose. It's kinked. Vernon will need the hose. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He took the back door. The morning hit him like opening an oven. He stood for half a second, felt the heat press against his face, and then his body did the next right thing on its own. Shallow breath, stay in shade, move slow. The lawn looked too perfect. He knelt at the edge of the flower beds and slid his fingers under the soil. The weeds came up with satisfying pops. Dirt tucked under his nails. Sweat slid down the side of his face and stung his eye. He blinked and let it sting. It was ordinary pain. It made a clean line through the fog. Good, the knot voice said. Small adjustments first. Maintain output. Do not sacrifice tissue if avoidance is trivial. Harry's hands paused above the soil. What are you? He whispered. A better question. What are you? Answer. A small organism with damaged inputs and efficient patterning. We are here. We are not hostile to you. A tremor ran through him. He expected fear to follow. The old cold that started at the spine and spread. Didn't. He felt one breath hitch, then level. How long since the event? The scream. The rejection. You tore a hole. We fit the shape. The other piece in you weak, angry was consumed. He blinked once. The scar, a fracture. Patch applied. Contamination removed. Output improved. Harry looked down at his hands. They were thin and brown and had a small white triangle scar near the thumb from the time a plate smashed and he tried to catch it without thinking. They did not shake. The number of weeds left in the bed was finite. He would finish them. Then the hose. He stood. The hose lay in a lazy snake across the lawn. He followed it to the kink. When he bent to straighten it, it didn't resist the way it usually did. It unfolded. Not because he wanted it to, but because it was a thing that bent under hand pressure at a point of structural weakness and he had pressed in the right place. It was nothing. It felt like everything else might also be a set of right places waiting for the right pressure. He heard the front door open and close. Heavy. Uncle Vernon's voice rolled through the house, angry before it picked a target. Harry took a slow breath and another. You will not gain advantage by taking the blow, the knot voice said. Remove the variable. Move to the shed. We will label it shelter. He moved. He didn't run. Running triggered pursuit. He knew that from watching dogs and Dudley and Uncle Vernon's eyes. The shed smelled like grass seed and petrol and warm wood. Dust floated. He stood just inside the door, one hand on the frame, and felt the heat of the sun along the back of his neck and the cool of the shade on his chest. And it made perfect sense in a way that wanted no words. Uncle Vernon's footsteps pounded on the patio. Boy! Harry turned halfway, enough that if he had to flinch he could flinch with the smallest motion, and waited. Vernon's face had that blotchy purple look. Your aunt says you turned off the gas while cooking. Yes, Harry said. Don't you get clever with me. Not clever, Harry said. Efficient. The belt of Vernon's dressing gown strained. He took a step. Harry didn't back up. He didn't hold his ground either, not the way Dudley did when he tried to be brave and always looked at his father's hands. Harry looked at the angle of Vernon's shoulder, the position of his feet, the way his weight loaded onto his right leg. If a swinging arm came, it would come from the right. If he stepped closer, the shed door was behind Harry's left shoulder. His body could choose left. His body would be faster than thought. He didn't have to think about it. That was new. It was like someone had moved furniture in the night so the path through the room was clean. Vernon stopped. The purple faded one shade. Maybe the heat made him slower. Maybe the calm on Harry's face looked like something adults looked away from without knowing why. Fix the hose? Vernon said and stomped back inside, shouting for the paper. Harry let out a breath. It didn't feel like relief. It felt like a number sliding into a column that balanced. You did not provoke. You did not invite escalation. Good. Who are you? Harry asked again. He could taste dust at the back of his throat. We are here because you asked to not be alone. Not with words. With your entire pattern. You rejected a world that treated you as waste. That rejection opened a path. We are not sentimental. We are useful. Like a tool, like a system. He nodded. The nod surprised him. Felt adult and he did not feel adult. He felt like an 11-year-old whose jobs would be checked with a finger and a sniff. It wasn't wrong. It was just true. He finished the hose. He finished the weeds. He scrubbed the pan clean and set it upside down to dry. Aunt Petunia looked at the pan, at the stove, at the way he'd stacked the plates perfectly even, and said nothing. Silence counted as a win. He went back to his cupboard and closed the door. It was less loud now. He could hear himself breathe at a normal speed. Sleep, the not voice said. We will organize. He slept. Letters started. Not one. Not two. A flock. They arrived like they knew when Petunia had her back turned. The first one had a wax seal and heavy paper that made his fingertips tingle. Uncle Vernon ripped it before Harry could touch it. The second came through the gap in the door and landed on Harry's pillow. Petunia snatched it and later burned it in a metal bowl in the sink while Vernon laughed. The not voice watched his face as he watched the smoke. This is information, it said. Persistence indicates a sender who does not accept local obstructions. A different input may be required. Harry said nothing. He went on cleaning and weeding and cooking. He moved around Vernon's anger and Dudley's flailing want. The letters multiplied. They came through the vent. They came through the tiny window in the bathroom. They slid under the front door in twos like polite shoes. On a Sunday morning, when the house felt empty in a way that wasn't quiet so much as holding its breath, there was a knock at the front door. Not the hard knock Uncle Vernon did to make the neighbors know they had company. A tap-tap, exact, as if someone understood doors and didn't want to bruise one. Aunt Petunia froze. She mouthed, "No." The tap-tap came again. Uncle Vernon heaved himself up and thundered to the door. He wrenched it open, mouth already shaping a shout, and stopped. On the front step stood a tall man with silver hair and half-moon glasses and a long robe that would have looked ridiculous on anyone who believed clothes said important things about them. This man wore the robe like it was an umbrella. If rain fell, he would be dry. "Good morning," the man said gently. "Albus Dumbledore. I'm here to speak with Harry." Harry stood very still in the hallway. He knew better than to come when grown men at the door said his name. He also knew worth when he saw it. People who didn't have to prove anything had that soft voice. "No Harry here," Vernon said. "No Harry. No you. Get off my property." Dumbledore's eyes slid past Vernon like water around a stone and found Harry in the dim gap between wall and cupboard door. The eyes were old. There was a lot in them. When they met Harry's, all the extra dropped away. The man blinked once, hard. "May I come in?" Dumbledore asked. "You may not," Vernon said. "We don't want your sort." "Magic," Dumbledore said, as if tasting a word Harry had tried to learn and had kept chewing instead. "Yes, thank you for your guardianship." He said it like a line he'd practiced, old and polished. Then he stepped over the threshold. He didn't ask again. Vernon's face went purple. "You can't." "I can," Dumbledore said, not loud. He turned to Petunia. "Petunia." He said her name as if it was a delicate object he'd kept in a drawer and taken out now, knowing it might break. "May we sit at the table? I brought lemon drops." Petunia swallowed. "Vernon, get out," Vernon said. "Get out of my house." Harry watched. The not voice said nothing. That felt like a decision. Dumbledore looked at Vernon, and the house seemed to lean towards the old man for a moment. Then he turned slightly, not quite giving Vernon his back, and looked at Harry again. The old eyes softened and sharpened at the same time. "Hello, Harry," he said. "Would you like to sit with me for a moment?" Harry stepped out of the shadow. Aunt Petunia hissed his name, "Harry," like she'd bit her tongue. He moved to the table and sat at the end. Dumbledore took the chair at his left. Vernon stomped and stayed standing, which made his breath loud and obvious. Petunia hovered by the sink, hands wringing the dishcloth that didn't need wringing. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "you have received letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am the headmaster. I apologize for the unusual delivery attempts." "You sent them," Harry said. "Yes, they were burned." Dumbledore's jaw moved, a small muscle, exactly once. "I see. They will keep coming," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said, and now his voice had a thread of steel through it. They will. Vernon slapped the back of the chair with his palm. I said, Vernon, Dumbledore said without turning. Please wait, it wasn't magic. It was worse. It was the way a teacher says your name when he knows you have more in you than the noise you're making, and you stop out of habit. Vernon's mouth opened and shut. He crossed his arms and leaned against the frame, massive and red. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. I would like to make sure you are well. Define well, Harry said. He didn't put any edge on it. He didn't have any to put. The word came out level. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the cupboard door. He did not look away quickly enough. Petunia saw where he looked and bristled. He's got a room, she said. He's grateful. Harry looked at the cupboard door and then at Dumbledore and then at Petunia's wrists where the bones stood out. He could map the house from the shape of those bones. He turned back to Dumbledore. Ask better questions, he said. Dumbledore inhaled. You are right, he said quietly. Were you harmed here? Yes, Harry said. Petunia made a small sound. Vernon puffed like a bull. Dumbledore's fingers tightened on each other in his lap. He looked at Harry's face, then his hands, then the floor, then back at Harry's eyes and held there. How often? Often. What kind? Physical, Harry said. Food restriction. Isolation. Deprivation. He said the words like items on a list. His own voice sounded to him like someone else had tuned it with a screwdriver until it hummed. Dumbledore flinched. I am sorry, he said. I am responsible. I placed you here. Petunia's head jerked. You, yes, Dumbledore said. He did not look at her. He kept his eyes on Harry. I believed this would protect you from a different harm. I believed love would be a shield. I believed safety could be made out of ordinary life. I was wrong. Harry watched him, measuring. The words were big and soft and useless except for the last one. Wrong was a shape that fit in the world. Wrong made you move. You left me here on purpose, Harry said. Yes, because you thought it would make me kind. Dumbledore shut his eyes for half a second. Because I thought your mother's love would create a protection I could not replicate anywhere else. Because I thought anonymity was safety. Because I did not trust myself to keep you without making you into something you should not be. Harry sat back. He made his shoulders relax because the not voice suggested it. His hands lay flat on the table. The wood was warm. Measure him, the not voice said. Harry did. He had been measuring people since he was old enough to know that the shape of a footstep changed dinner. Dumbledore's eyes were wet at the corners but not leaking. His hands were steady. His breathing was slow, deliberate. He did not smell like fear. He smelled like the school corridor at primary with chalk dust and clean paper and an old coat. He watched Harry without flinching the way most adults did when Harry didn't give them the reactions they wanted. You can see it, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows dipped. See what, Harry? In me, Harry said. What's different? Dumbledore didn't answer quickly. When he did answer, he didn't ask what Harry meant. He said, Yes, since when? Since I walked into the house, Dumbledore said. I am sensitive to certain kinds of magic. I expected to feel a particular echo. He looked at the scar. He didn't touch it. I felt something else. A quiet. An absence. Not absence, Harry said. Different presence. Vernon snorted. Rubbish. Dumbledore didn't look at him. Harry. May I ask you some questions that are impertinent? You put me in a cupboard, Harry said. You can ask. Dumbledore winced again and accepted the cut. Do you hear a companion? Yes. Does it ask you to harm anyone? No. Does it keep you calm? Yes. Does it feel like it is using you? Harry considered. The not voice waited. It liked precise answers. It's using us both, Harry said. We are efficient together. Dumbledore pressed his lips together, then let them go. You are very young, he said softly. That is a true statement, Harry said. Dumbledore almost smiled and didn't. Harry, you have a choice. You have always had a choice, though we made it look like you didn't. Hogwarts is a place where you can learn to use magic safely. Where there are adults who should care for you as they ought to have from the start. His voice firmed. I cannot undo what I did. I can change what happens next. Conditions, Harry said. Petunia made a small outraged choke. Vernon said. Now listen here, Vernon, Dumbledore said, and the name was a door closing. He turned back to Harry. All right, conditions. I won't come back here, Harry said. Agreed, Dumbledore said at once. Never again. I keep my own money, Harry said. All of it. No one binds my magic. Dumbledore went very still. The stillness had weight. His eyes flicked the tiniest bit, like a man calculating a number he had put off calculating. Agreed, he said finally. No bindings. Your accounts will be released to you when you are of age. Until then, they will be managed with your input and consent. You will not pretend this was all right, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said. I will not pretend that. You will find me a place at school that is neutral. Dumbledore breathed out. I can provide a house. I cannot provide the reactions of children. They will make up their own minds. I do not require approval, Harry said. I require space. I will make sure you have it, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him, looked through him, looked for the wiggle, the angle, the trick. He found guilt. He found determination. He found a teacher who had decided he was a chess player when he was young and had spent his life trying to move pieces without breaking them and had broken them anyway. He found a man who knew he had lost something important and wanted to save the rest. That is acceptable, Harry said. Petunia's breath came out in a hard little laugh. You don't get to make demands, she said. In this house, Dumbledore said, and now his voice cut. Has finished with Harry. Vernon moved then like a bull through a fence. Finished, is it? You and your lot think you can just... Enough, Dumbledore said. The air popped like a jar seal breaking. Vernon's mouth worked and then stopped working. He could breathe. He could glare. He could not speak. He clutched at his throat. Petunia grabbed his arm. That is temporary, Dumbledore said without looking at them. I will not have you insult him while we discuss his future. Harry watched the red climb Vernon's neck and stop, contained by something he couldn't see. He felt nothing. Not triumph. Not fear. He looked at Dumbledore again. What's the real reason you came today? Harry asked. Not the letters. Not the apology. Dumbledore's eyes met his. He didn't look away. Because I felt something in this house that should not be inside a child, he said. And because you are important to more than the people under this roof. You matter to our world. I came to see if the boy I hoped for was still here. Harry let the words land. They didn't sink. They lay on the surface and floated away. There is a boy here, Harry said. He will go to your school. He will learn. He will not be what you hoped for. Dumbledore nodded once. A small bow to the truth. Then he will be what he chooses, he said. Harry looked at the envelope on the table. Heavy paper. Green ink. His name written like someone knew it and liked writing it. He picked it up. The wax was warm under his thumb where the seal caught the light. His hands did not shake. Resource acquisition, the not voice said. Access to information. Tools. Networks. Accept. Harry broke the seal and slid out the letter. He read it. The words were simple. A list of items. A date. Polite welcome. Will there be people who tell the truth? He asked without looking up. Yes, Dumbledore said. Will there be people like me? There will be people who are not afraid to stand near you, Dumbledore said carefully. And there will be people who are. We will teach them to be brave in the right ways. Harry folded the letter and slid it back into the envelope. He stood. I'll go, he said. Dumbledore's shoulders eased for the first time. Some of the old, light warmth came back into his voice. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me, Harry said. This is the efficient path. Dumbledore's mouth twisted with something like pain and something like pride. Sometimes efficiency and goodness share a road, he said. Harry didn't answer. He held the envelope like a tool. He looked at Petunia and Vernon. Petunia would slam plates harder for a week. Vernon would try to catch him in a hallway and make noise. None of that mattered now. The path had turned. Dumbledore stood. I will send someone tomorrow to help you buy your school things, he said. If you prefer, I can come myself. I prefer competent, Harry said. Dumbledore huffed out what might have been the ghost of a laugh. I will come, he said. 10 o'clock. He turned to Petunia and Vernon. The temporary silence on Vernon's voice eased with an audible click. Vernon sucked in air like a man saved from drowning and opened his mouth to roar. Enough, Dumbledore said again, and the roar didn't happen. He will not return here. If you attempt to prevent him leaving, you will regret it in ways that take a very long time to explain. Do you understand me? They did. You could see it in the way Petunia's chin trembled and then steadied, and the way Vernon's hands twitched and then flattened on the table, big and useless. Dumbledore touched the brim of an invisible hat to Harry, because he was the kind of man who tipped hats even when he did not wear one. Until tomorrow. He left. The door shut. The house exhaled. Vernon sagged into a chair and glared at the envelope, then at Harry, and then, for the first time Harry could remember, looked away first. Harry walked to the cupboard and opened the door. He knelt, reached for the small box where he kept the things he owned. A broken toy soldier with one arm, a dried leaf shaped like a star, a pencil with no eraser, and placed the envelope on top. It didn't fit in the box. That felt right. Aunt Petunia hovered behind him. You think you're special now, she said, thin voice shaking. You think you're going to be one of them. I think I'm leaving, Harry said. He stood and turned. You will not touch my things. She flinched. This is my house. Not for long, he said, steady. He closed the cupboard and, for the first time, slid the bolt from the inside. It was a pointless gesture. Bolts kept out, not in. Still his hand liked the feel of the metal moving because he made it move. He went back to the table and picked up the envelope again. The wax seal lay on the wood like a red coin. He pressed his thumb into the imprint and felt the grooves. We accept, the Not voice said. A new set of inputs. Better tools. We will test their rules. We'll learn them, Harry said under his breath. Then we'll decide which ones to keep. He stood in the bright kitchen and felt the world tilt. A small controlled tilt like a glass being poured until the water reached the line. Outside, a car door slammed and a bird shouted at a cat, and a cloud moved across the sun and made shapes on the lawn. He didn't feel joy. He didn't feel fear. He felt the click of a door unlatching inside his chest. Tomorrow at 10, the old man would return with his questions and his careful words. Tomorrow they would go to a place full of wands and robes and names. He would watch. He would learn. He would choose. Harry set the envelope down, squared it with the table's edge, and breathed. Next step, the Not voice said. Next step, Harry said, and the words fit. Chapter 2 Ragnarok's Reckoning. Dumbledore arrived at exactly 10. No knocking this time. A small chime sounded from the hall like glass tapped with a fingernail, and then the old man's voice drifted in. Harry! Harry stepped out with his rucksack, which held 2 shirts, a toothbrush, and the small box with his 3 things. Aunt Petunia stayed in the kitchen, jaw tight, hands busy with nothing. Uncle Vernon pretended the telly was louder than it was. Ready, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the rucksack, at Harry's face, at the cupboard door. He nodded once, accepting the shape of it. We'll go to London. A safe way. Have you ever operated? No. It is unpleasant, Dumbledore said, not unkindly. Brief, though. Take my arm. Harry did. The sleeve was smooth wool. Dumbledore's skin was warm and dry. There was no warning, no count. The world squeezed air pressed out of his chest. Sound narrowed to a single line. Light to a pin, and then everything opened with a soft pop. He staggered. Dumbledore's hand steadied his elbow. Normal, Dumbledore said. Breathe. Harry breathed. His stomach flipped once and settled. They were in a small brick courtyard behind a pub. The sign above the back door showed a pot and some foam. People's voices came through the door, laughter. Plates. A song someone half remembered. Through here, Dumbledore said. They moved into the pub. The air smelled of hops and stale crisps. A few heads turned. Harry felt eyes tick across the scar, the 2 big clothes, the way he looked at corners first. Dumbledore said hello to the barman and tapped a brick in the wall behind the pub's fireplace with the end of what looked like a carved stick. Bricks shifted. Stone rasped on stone. A narrow archway unfolded. Beyond it lay a street that did not belong to the same map as Privet Drive. Harry stood at the threshold and watched. Witches and wizards moved in both directions, sleeves brushing, voices overlapping. Cauldrons stacked in pyramids. Owls blinked in a shop window. A child tugged on a robe and chattered about broom sizes. A man argued cheerfully with a woman over the price of something that looked like a brass telescope but hummed softly like a bee. Dumbledore watched Harry watch. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry stepped through. The temperature changed by a finger width. The sound came closer and separated into the clack of shoes, the rattle of a cart, the creak of a sign. Something sparkled overhead that wasn't the sun. He moved to the edge of the crowd without having to think about it. "Observe," the presence said. "Catalog. Discard spectacle. Extract function." "Magecraft," Harry said under his breath. "Pardon?" Dumbledore asked. "Nothing," Harry said. He kept walking. At the far end, a white building rose with clean lines and a high set of steps. Goblins stood at the doors shorter than humans, long-fingered, sharp-eyed in tailored waistcoats. Their gaze tracked movement like the eyes of people used to counting things that mattered. "Gringotts," Dumbledore said. "Wizarding Bank. You'll need funds. It is custom to withdraw a small amount for supplies. We will also discuss other matters with them." "Discuss," Harry said. "Yes." Dumbledore's mouth was a straight line. "You asked for competent. They are competent." They climbed the steps. The doors were heavy and engraved with words warning thieves not to try. The hall inside was long and cool. Lamps burned steady without smoke. Goblins worked at high desks with ledgers and quills that whispered. Coins clinked. Keys rattled. There was a smell of ink and metal. A goblin teller regarded them over a polished counter. His eyebrows made a neat V. He didn't look at the scar. He looked at Harry's hands. "Business," he said. "Potter," Harry said. "Harry James. I require a full accounting and an inheritance test. Private office. Senior authority present." Quills paused in the room the way birds hush when a larger shape moves. The teller's eyes narrowed. "On whose advice?" "Mine," Harry said. Dumbledore said nothing. He had moved half a step back, just enough that if anyone traced authority to its source they would see it standing in front of the beard. The goblin pushed a small bell. The sound it made was too high to be pleasant. Another goblin appeared from a side door, older, with silver-threaded hair tied at the nape, waistcoat cut sharp, a penknife worn to the shape of a hand. He took one look at Dumbledore, another at Harry, and moved his attention to Harry as if it had never left. "Name," he said. "Harry James Potter," Harry said. "I request a private office, a senior authority, and immediate compliance with Gringotts Policy 12 regarding magical minors, wards, bindings, and concealed contracts." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a millimeter. The older goblin's mouth tilted in a way that might have been amusement. "You have been reading," he said. "I have been thinking," Harry said. "Will you comply?" "Follow," the goblin said. "I am Account Director Griphorn. Director Ragnarok will decide seniority. If your request wastes our time, the fee will be 10 galleons per minute." His eyes flicked to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, Director," Dumbledore said. He inclined his head and kept his hands visible. They went through a side door, down a hall where thick doors sat at regular intervals, each with a different lock. Harry mapped the turns. He counted steps, noted the slope under his feet, the subtle hum in the air that felt like wires behind a wall. "Security grid," the presence said. "Pressure. Wards. Old." Griphorn opened a door with a key that clicked 3 times. The office beyond was tidy long table, straight-back chairs, a shelf with iron-bound books. A long case sat on a sideboard with a row of narrow blades laid out on blue cloth, each labeled. It smelled faintly of metal polish and paper. "Sit," Griphorn said. Harry sat. Dumbledore sat. He folded his hands in his lap and said nothing. Griphorn poured water into 3 thin glasses and set them equidistant on the table, then walked out. Silence held for a long half-minute. "I am here as a witness and for transport," Dumbledore said finally low. "This is your meeting." "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the blades in their case and then at Harry's face. "The ritual is uncomfortable." "I have been uncomfortable," Harry said. Dumbledore's jaw flexed. "I will be quiet now." The door opened. The goblin who entered moved like someone who did not enjoy having his time disturbed and had prepared a response for it. His hair was pure white, smooth back. He wore a dark coat cut simply and a ring of iron on his smallest finger. When he looked at Harry, the look felt like being weighed. "Ragnarok," he said. His voice was dry with a scratch like parchment. "Who demands a senior authority in my house?" "Harry James Potter," Harry said, meeting his eyes. "I require a full accounting and an inheritance test. I will also allege unlawful interference with my core and accounts. I request Gringotts' fiduciary duty to a client in good standing." Ragnarok's mouth made no change. His eyes moved once to Dumbledore. "I am a witness," Dumbledore said, "and I brought him, at his request." Ragnarok took the chair opposite Harry. He did not offer his hand. "You speak like someone who has already hired counsel." "I speak like someone who is done being moved without consent," Harry said. Ragnarok regarded him. Then he took up a thin ledger, opened it, and set it down without looking at it. "I will ask 3 questions. If you answer well, we proceed. If you do not, we conclude and the fee applies." "Proceed," Harry said. "First," Ragnarok said, "define full accounting, as you understand it." "Ledger of all deposits and withdrawals since 1981, Harry said. "All vault keys logged in and out. Signatures and magical thumbprints for authorizations. Interest accrual schedules. Investment portfolios and their managers. Any charges or fees. Lists of beneficiaries listed on accounts. Copies of all correspondence addressed to me or my guardian that originated from Gringotts." "Second," Ragnarok said, "what constitutes unlawful interference in your claim? Binding or dampening of my magical core without my informed consent," Harry said. "Any diversion of funds from my accounts to third parties not named in a will or contract I have signed. Any concealment of lordship titles or inheritance documents. Any betrothal contract registered without my knowledge." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. He did not speak. "Third," Ragnarok said, "what do you expect of Gringotts if your claims are supported?" "Compliance with Policy 12, Harry said. "Immediate removal of illegal bindings, with a healer present. Frozen accounts for any party found to have acted without consent. A formal audit. Goblin legal counsel assigned. And a meeting with any house named in a contract that involves my person." Today, silence pressed. Ragnarok set his elbows on the table and folded long, clever fingers. "You will submit to the test," he said. "Yes, Albus Dumbledore," Ragnarok said without turning his head. "You will keep your wand on the table and your mouth closed." Dumbledore took out his wand and set it down like a pen he would not use. "Understood." Ragnarok snapped his fingers. Griphorn entered with a narrow tray and set it on the table. On it lay a shallow silver dish, a roll of parchment, a small glass vial, and a blade no wider than a knitting needle. Harry looked at the blade and then at the dish. He held out his left hand without being told. Griphorn looked at Ragnarok. Ragnarok nodded once. "Name," Griphorn said. "Harry James Potter." "Repeat." "I consent to the inheritance right and to the use of my blood to test for titles, bindings, contracts, and foreign magic." Harry repeated the words. The room felt colder by a degree. Griphorn lifted the thin blade. It was colder than the room. He took Harry's ring finger and pricked the pad once. The sound it made was soft, a damp tap. Blood welled cleanly. It smelled like copper and salt. 3 drops fell into the dish and spread in a thin bloom. The air changed, not in a way the lungs felt at first. In the bones. The dish hissed, a sound like hot water on stone. The blood shifted from red to a darker shade, almost black, and then to a deep brown like polished wood. Letters began to appear on the parchment as if written by an invisible quill, neat and straight. Harry kept his face still. The presence inside him sat up like a cat. "Foreign signature present," it said. "Removal advised. We will assist if method is efficient and risk is low." Harry exhaled through his nose. Dumbledore's hands were tight together in his lap. Ragnarok watched the parchment without blinking. The writing slowed. Griphorn lifted the sheet with both hands as if weight had been added, walked around the table, and placed it in front of Ragnarok. Ragnarok did not touch it at first. He read the top line. The skin around his eyes altered by a fraction. He looked up at Harry. "You have guests in your house," he said. "One," Harry said. "We are aligned." "Not that," Ragnarok said. He tapped the second line with a fingernail. "Bindings applied to your core. 80% dampening placed at age 1 with renewals. Authorization. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Acting as Chief Warlock and Magical Guardian." Dumbledore's breath left him in a sound he didn't permit to become a word. "Continue," Harry said. "Diversion of funds from your trust vault to a fund controlled by the Office of the Chief Warlock. Marked, War Orphan Assistance," Ragnarok said. "Some receipts exist. Many do not." His mouth thinned. "Concealment of lordships. House Potter, House Peveril. Claim to House Black as contingent upon a will. All 3 concealed until age 17. Harry watched Dumbledore, not the parchment. Dumbledore's eyes were on his own hands. "Registered contracts," Ragnarok said. "1 betrothal. House Potter to House Greengrass. Term sealed. Activation upon mutual assent after magical majority or upon early emancipation." "Names," Harry said. "Lord Cyrus Greengrass and Heir Daphne Greengrass," Ragnarok said. "Your signature." "None. As expected. The contract is older than you are." Ragnarok finished reading. He laid the parchment flat and pushed it very slightly toward Harry. "There is more. But these are the items you named. They are confirmed." Dumbledore lifted his head. His voice was low and level. "The binding was placed to keep him alive," he said. "The wards." Ragnarok turned his head slowly. "You bound a child's core to make your work simpler," he said. His tone did not rise. "We did not consent. Neither did he." Dumbledore took the rebuke and did not defend. "Can it be removed safely?" "Yes," Ragnarok said. "At a cost." Harry looked at him. "Define cost." "Pain," Ragnarok said. "Exhaustion. Temporary instability while the core expands to fill the space that was denied. The older the binding, the worse the fracture on release. He is 11. His core has grown around the clamps. We will remove them incrementally." He tilted his head. "We can also choose not to. But you did not come here to be meek." "No," Harry said. Ragnarok steepled his fingers. "There is also the matter of the other presence." Harry waited. "I can feel it like a draft under a door," Ragnarok said. "Old. Not ours. I do not ask what it is. I do ask if it means to harm my healers when we approach his core." "It does not," Harry said. "We do not harm those who are efficient and do not lie." Ragnarok's mouth twitched. "A comfort." He stood. "We will remove 40% now. No more. You will rest here. Then we will discuss your accounts." Dumbledore stood too. "Do you require my assistance?" "We require your silence," Ragnarok said. He gestured. "Healers." 2 goblins entered in white tunics that were spotless in a way that said they took cleaning seriously and blood happened anyway. One carried a shallow bowl lined with runes that were cut and filled with something dark. The other carried a padded leather belt and a small case with glass vials. "Lie back," the first healer said to Harry, gesturing to a narrow couch near the wall. Harry lay back. The leather was cool through his shirt. The healer set the bowl on his stomach. The runes warmed. The other healer buckled the belt across his hips. "Why the belt?" Harry asked. "You'll want to get up," the healer said. The honesty was neat and sat clean in the room. Dumbledore moved to the far corner and faced the wall. He put his hands behind his back. Ragnarok took a chair angled so he could see Harry and the door at once. "Ready," the healer said. "We will handle the feedback," the presence said. "Keep breath steady." "Begin," Harry said. The healer touched the rim of the bowl with 2 fingers and spoke a word under his breath. The room tightened. Harry felt pressure behind his ribs the way the weather changes before a storm. The pressure increased. His chest rose and fell. He kept his breath steady. The runes on the bowl glowed a dull orange. "Clamp 1," the healer murmured. Something inside Harry gave. Not a clean give. A stubborn piece of something that had never been asked if it wanted to be there, pulling out threads as it left. Pain followed, thin and bright and honest. Harry's hands clenched on the edge of the couch. Leather creaked. Clamp 2. The second give was worse because he knew the shape of it now. He made a sound between his teeth. Sweat ran past his ear and pooled in his hair. The healer set a hand on his shoulder, heavy, holding him to the couch. Dumbledore made a soft noise in the corner and then swallowed it. Clamp 3. Harry's vision fuzzed at the edges. The presence moved between him and the ache like a sheet lowered carefully over a bright light. It did not remove the pain. Categorized it. Acute, temporary, non-lethal. Output after release will improve. Maintain rhythm. Inhale, exhale. He inhaled, exhaled. The belt kept his hips on the couch when his body wanted to arch. He tasted iron. Clamp 4, the healer said, and the runes on the bowl brightened to a hard yellow and then went out. Silence. The healer lifted the bowl. Harry's breath sawed once and settled. His fingers left damp half-moons on the leather. 40% removed, the healer said. His voice was calm. No tearing. Good resilience. We will do more in 3 increments over the next month. Harry swallowed. His tongue felt thick. Water. The healer held the glass. The water was lukewarm. It was perfect. It slid down his throat like the first mouthful after a long run. Ragnock stood. Sit slowly, he said. Harry sat. The room swayed once. The presence steadied him. Dumbledore turned around. His eyes were wet again. May I? No, Ragnock said without looking at him. Harry swung his legs off the couch. His hands trembled once and then stopped. Now, Ragnock said. Your accounts. They returned to the table. Griphorn presented a new ledger, thicker than the last. He set a key on top long with teeth in a pattern that made a small, tight logic. Ragnock placed one finger on the ledger and another on the key. You have a trust vault for school expenses, Ragnock said. You have a family vault for House Potter. You have an asset vault for Peveril. You have a contingent claim on Black. Until the will is executed, that is dormant. Harry nodded. Withdrawals from your trust, Ragnock said, were made by Hagrid on Hogwarts business. Receipts exist. Withdrawals were also made by the office of the Chief Warlock. Receipts do not exist for all of them. All of them, Dumbledore said. He looked at Ragnock as if he could be useful and knew he was not. There is documentation for the legitimate ones. Ragnock did not answer him. He looked at Harry. We will freeze any channel that cannot show proof. Do it, Harry said. The lordships, Ragnock said. They were set to reveal at age 17. We can bring Potter forward now. You are the last living male of the line. Peveril requires a ceremony. Black depends on terms of the will. Bring Potter forward, Harry said. Schedule Peveril. Very well. Ragnock pushed the iron ring on his smallest finger against the ledger's edge. The paper shivered. A new page appeared, blank, then filled with neat lines. Name your preferences for managers. We can appoint from our list. They report to you quarterly. I want names who return calls, Harry said. On time. With numbers, not stories. Ragnock's eyes cooled in a way that read as approval. You will have them. The diverted funds, Harry said. Calculate the total. Apply compounding interest. Add fees. Present an invoice to the office of the Chief Warlock. Dumbledore breathed in. I will. You will not pay it yourself, Harry said without looking at him. You will not shield the office. You will deliver it. Dumbledore closed his mouth. Understood. Ragnock tapped the parchment again. The contract with Greengrass. You request a meeting today? Yes, Harry said. Private. With their head and heir. Ragnock studied him. You are 11. Yes, Harry said. You speak like a small war. Yes, Harry said. Ragnock's teeth showed for a second. Griphorn. Send word to Lord Cyrus Greengrass. Annex Office 3. 1 hour. Griphorn bowed and left. Dumbledore exhaled. Harry, he said low. Betrothal is not a romance, Harry said. I am aware. It binds your future, Dumbledore said softly. It binds hers. Good, Harry said. Binding keeps variables from wandering. Dumbledore's face shifted. People are not variables. They are if you have to predict them, Harry said. Ragnar watched the exchange as a man might watch a chess clock. You will need coin for supplies, he said. The trust vault key is here. Cart will take you. Do not attempt to touch anything that is not yours. My teller's bite. Harry took the key. It was heavy and cold. The metal left a faint smell on his fingers. I want an on-call liaison, he said. One person. I don't repeat myself. You will have one, Ragnar said. You will pay for the privilege. I assumed. Good. Return after your meeting with Greengrass, Ragnar said. We will sign the management papers. We will also schedule the next unclamping. Harry nodded. The presence approved. It liked schedules. Ragnar stood. Mr. Potter, he said. You came into my bank with demands. Most children who try that leave poorer than they arrive. You will leave richer. Do not waste it. I don't waste, Harry said. Something like a bow happened between them that neither of them made too visible. Then Ragnar left without ceremony. Griphorn reappeared. Cart, he said. They followed him out of the office, down a different hall, into a cavern with rails set into the stone. A cart waited, low and metal, with a goblin driver who wore a cap pulled low and a grin that said he liked speed. Dumbledore sat without complaint. Harry sat and set the rucksack between his knees and held the edge with both hands. The cart moved. Wind slapped Harry's face. The tunnel glowed with runes at intervals. The cart leaned and rattled and dove. Harry's stomach rose into his chest once and then settled where it belonged. The presence tracked the turns and the slopes, mapping. The driver laughed when they took a sharp drop and pulled the lever with glee. They stopped before a vault door with the number in neat brass. The driver hopped out and peered up at Harry, hand out for the key. Harry passed it over. The goblin unlocked the door with a small ceremony only his hands understood. The door swung open, gold, piled in neat stacks, bright and heavy. The coins had a smell that wasn't just metal. It was heat and friction and old hands. Harry stood on the threshold and felt the air move from the vault to the tunnel, a tiny draft that came with the swing of the door. He stepped inside. His shoes scuffed on stone. He took a canvas bag from a hook, filled it with a careful number of coins, books, wand, robes, extras, and returned. Dumbledore did not comment. He did not reach for coins. He did not advise. He watched Harry make the count, then nodded once like the number matched the one in his head. Back in the cart, they rode again, turns sharper this time. The driver stopped at a vault whose door had no number and more locks. Family, he said. Not today, Harry said. The driver snorted, not rude, and sent them back to the platform with a yank that made the cart screech. They climbed out. Griphorn waited. Greengrass, he said. Annex 3 in 40 minutes. We'll be there, Harry said. Do not be late, Griphorn said. They are not patient men. We will not be late, Harry said. They left by a different corridor that opened onto the main hall. The bank's noise rolled back over Themquils, coins, the clack of shoes. Outside, Diagon Alley's light felt hotter after the cool of the stone. Wand first, Dumbledore said. It will make the rest easier. Harry looked down the street. The shop with stacked boxes and a dusty window waited like a test. After, he said. We meet Greengrass first. Dumbledore measured him. Harry, a wand chooses. I will not sit down to a binding without seeing all the knives on the table, Harry said. Wand after. Dumbledore adjusted. Very well. They did not go far. The Gringotts Annex was half a block away. A narrow building with a modest sign and a bell that made a clean tone when Griphornho had moved like he'd always been waiting there. He opened the door. Office 3 was upstairs behind a door with frosted glass. The room beyond held a round table. For chairs, a carafe of water and nothing else. The window looked onto a side street where a cat watched birds from a wall and did not move. Sit, Griphorn said. They will arrive when they decide. They arrived when they decided, which was 9 minutes later by Harry's count. 2 people. A man in his 40s with a lined face set in still lines and eyes that missed nothing, and a girl Harry's age with pale hair pinned back simply and a mouth that did not give away her thoughts. Both wore dark, well-cut robes without ornament. Lord Cyrus Greengrass, the man said. He did not hold out his hand. His gaze went to Dumbledore, then away. "Headmaster, Lord Greengrass," Dumbledore said. "I am a witness only." "Good," Cyrus said. He looked at Harry. "You are a child." "Yes," Harry said. "You have called this meeting." "Yes." Cyrus took a chair. The girl sat at his right, posture straight, hands folded. She watched Harry without flinching. Her eyes were clear and very cold. "My daughter Daphne," Cyrus said. "Heir to House Greengrass." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "Possessor of a contract I did not sign." Daphne's eyebrows moved a fraction. Cyrus's mouth did not. "Show it," Cyrus said. Griphorn placed a sealed scroll on the table. Cyrus broke the seal and read. He passed it to Daphne. She read, eyes moving fast once, then slower. She set the scroll down and folded her hands again. "The contract is valid," Cyrus said. "Signed by your father and mine. It binds houses, not children. Activation triggers upon mutual assent at majority or early emancipation." "Do you intend to activate it?" Harry asked. Cyrus leaned back. "Do you?" Harry held his gaze. "I intend to remove variables that create risk. House alliances reduce risk." Daphne spoke for the first time. Her voice was low and even. "Marriage is not a ledger entry. It is if you treat it as one," Harry said. "It can also be other things, but it must be a ledger entry first." Dumbledore looked at the window and said nothing. Cyrus considered Harry for a long moment. "Why Greengrass?" "Because the contract exists," Harry said. "Because you are neutral and survive. Because you do not pretend to be something you are not. Because your house's reputation is for pragmatism, not theater." Daphne's mouth almost moved. "Almost." "And you, efficient," Harry said. "Honest about it." She looked him over like he was a weapon on a table. "Not afraid." Measuring. Cyrus tapped the scroll with one finger. "If we assent, our houses bind. You cannot withdraw lightly. Neither can we. You will be a target." "I am already a target," Harry said. "This gives me shield and leverage." Daphne tilted her head. "And what do we get?" "Potter," Harry said. "Gold. Name. Public narrative that we choose each other on purpose in a world that wants us to choose sides we do not want. Private promise. I do not lie to those I bind myself to." Silence. "Not awkward. Thick." Cyrus looked at Dumbledore. "Headmaster, you brought him." "I did," Dumbledore said. "My approval is not required. My regret is." Cyrus snorted, not unkindly. He turned back to Harry. "This tone does not come from nowhere. Who stands behind you?" "I do," Harry said. "And Gringotts." Griphorn's mouth bared teeth briefly. Approval or hunger? Hard to tell with goblins. Cyrus looked at Daphne. It wasn't a father's soft look. It was a business partner's question. Daphne held Harry's gaze. "Terms," she said. Harry nodded. "We do not pretend affection we do not feel. We learn each other without performance. We do not humiliate each other in public. We inform each other of moves that affect the house. We are free to say no to any personal request, but we are expected to explain the no with facts. When in doubt, we tell the truth first and handle fallout second." Daphne's shoulders eased a degree. "You expect exclusivity?" "When activated," Harry said. "Before then, we are children learning to be less stupid." Something like a laugh moved through her eyes and didn't make it to her mouth. "Children, he says." Cyrus steepled his fingers. "Protections. Gringotts will enforce," Harry said. "Breach costs blood and gold. If either house fails to protect the other's heir from political assault, the contract declares breach. If either house attempts compulsion charms, blood potions, or coerced oathwork, the contract declares breach. We state it in writing." Cyrus's gaze flicked to Griphorn. Griphorn nodded once. "Enforceable." Cyrus looked back at Harry. "Who taught you to speak like this?" "No one," Harry said. "The house I grew up in taught me that people say one thing and do another. I prefer paper." Dumbledore's jaw tightened. He did not defend himself. He did not explain. Daphne leaned forward, hands still folded. "Why tell us about the binding?" Harry looked at her. "Because you need to know what I am and what I am not," he said. I am not a normal wizard. I am not patient with lies. I am not interested in glory. I am interested in stability. I am also not at full capacity today. The goblins removed 40% of an illegal binding from my core. I am tired. Daphne's eyes cooled. Not from dislike. From calculation switching tracks. So you came to negotiate with my father and me when you were tired? Yes, Harry said. Because it mattered today. Cyrus sat back. The chair creaked. He watched Harry the way a man watches the tide decide which way it will go. We assent to first stage activation, he said at last. Not marriage. Courtship under contract terms. We will meet monthly under Gringotts protection. We will share information when it preserves mutual gains. We will not make public statements until both houses sign off. Harry nodded. Agreed. Daphne reached for the scroll. I will sign for heir. Father signs for house. You sign for Potter as head. Harry looked at Griphorn. I can sign as head? You can if you claim it, Griphorn said. You already did with Ragnarok. This is ink. Prepare the ink, Cyrus said. Griphorn laid out a second parchment shorter, with clean lines and an ink that wasn't black or blue but a dark red-brown that the nose said was iron and something older. It dried fast. It would not wash off. Read, Cyrus said. They read. The clauses matched what they had said. No flourishes. No traps Harry could see. He looked at Daphne. She looked back. Neither of them blinked. Sign, Cyrus said. Daphne signed first. Clean strokes, no loops for someone to copy later. Cyrus signed with a pressure that left an impression through 3 sheets. Harry signed last, careful, letters even. The ink bit into the page. It dried as he watched and did not shine. Griphorn sprinkled a pinch of fine powder over the signatures. It hissed and vanished. Bound, he said. Dumbledore released a breath that sounded like a string cut. He stood. My work here is done, he said. Your work here begins, Cyrus said without heat. You will keep your school in order. I do not want my daughter dodging plots between classes. Dumbledore inclined his head. I will do my job. You will do it better than you have done other jobs, Cyrus said. Dumbledore took the blow. Yes, he said. Better. He turned to Harry. Wand, Harry said. Daphne stood too. We'll be at the annex on the 21st, she said. No press, Harry said. She glanced at Dumbledore. Try to stop them. Dumbledore's mouth quirked. I will try. Cyrus offered Harry a very small nod. Respect, not warmth. Harry returned one the same size. The green grasses left as they had come quietly, with no wasted movement. Griphorn gathered the papers. Back to Ragnarok, he said. Then your wand. Then books. They returned to Ragnarok's office. He listened without interrupting while Griphorn briefed in the flat language of a man who enjoyed correct nouns. Ragnarok looked at the signed clause, touched the edge with his ring, and the parchment flashed once. Enforceable, he said. He pushed a slim folder across to Harry. Managers. 2 candidates. Pick one by the end of the week. Harry scanned the names and the summaries. Their returns last 5 years. Their complaint records, how often they answered letters within 3 days. He pointed to the second. This one. Good, Ragnarok said. He set a date for the next unclamping. He set another for the Peveril ceremony. He wrote both on a card in a neat, blocky hand and slid it to Harry. Do not be late. I won't, Harry said. See that you don't, Ragnarok said and stood. Go buy your wand. Dumbledore picked up his wand from the table where it had waited. He held the door and did not go first. Outside, the alley's light felt thinner, or Harry's eyes were tired. The presence inside him hummed in a way that said the unclamping had changed something in the way air moved through his bones. They reached the wand shop. The bell over the door gave a small metallic note that sounded apologetic. Dust hovered. Boxes lined the walls, each with a label written by a hand that did not hurry. A man appeared from between stacks like a heron unfolding from Reed's pale eyes, hair the color of old straw, measuring look that pretended to be vague. Mr. Potter, he said, and his voice had the lift of someone pleased to see a puzzle walk in under its own power. Ollivander. Harry stood straight. He looked at the man's hands, not his smile. "We will begin," Ollivander said, and boxes started to arrive at the counter without his hands touching them. Dumbledore stepped back. He found a place near the coats and became part of the furniture with complete professionalism. The first wand was long and felt like picking up a tool from someone else's bench. It didn't fit. The second was worse. Harry's palm prickled and he put it down carefully. The third threw a small spark that was more bravado than greeting. Ollivander hummed. "Curious," he said. "Be less curious," Harry said. His hands still tingled. Ollivander's eyes brightened. "No," he said. "More curious." He vanished into the stacks, came back with a box that had dust on it in a pattern that said it had not been moved in a decade. He lifted the lid very gentle. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Supple. Core. His eyes flicked to Harry's scar and then, unexpectedly, tilted as if listening. "No, not what I thought." He placed the wand in Harry's hand. Cold ran up Harry's fingers, not bad cold. Clean. He felt the presence sit still, not push, not resist. Neutral. Try. Harry lifted his hand. The wand felt like it had a weight that adjusted to his wrist. He moved it. The air stirred. A small curl of light twined and untwined like steam from a cup. Ollivander's breath left him in a soft "oh." "Well," he said, "that will do." "What is the core?" Harry asked. Ollivander's mouth made a shape like a smile that had forgotten it was meant to be friendly. "A feather from a bird that does not exist anymore," he said. "Or perhaps one that will exist later. Hard to say. Old stock from a colleague who had odd habits. It is not from the twin that made your scar. That is for the best." Harry set coins on the counter. "Box," he said. Ollivander boxed the wand gently, tied it with string, and handed it over. "Treat it like an instrument," he said. "Not a weapon." "I treat instruments like weapons when necessary," Harry said. Ollivander's eyes warmed at the edges in a way that wasn't approval and wasn't disapproval. "Do not break it," he said. "I won't," Harry said. They left. The light outside felt better on his skin now. The wand box under his arm felt like a straight line. They bought robes that fit and books that didn't lie about their contents. In the bookshop, Harry chose a text on basic arithmancy, one on magical law for minors, and one on the history of Gringotts written by a goblin under a pseudonym that was clearly a goblin name backwards. By late afternoon his rucksack had weight that felt like preparation instead of drag. Dumbledore kept step with him without pushing. "Back," Dumbledore said. When the last list item was crossed and the bag straps sat clean on Harry's shoulders. "Back," Harry said. The squeeze of apparition took his breath and gave it back. They stood again in the hallway at Privet Drive. The house smelled like boiled vegetables that had been left on low too long. Aunt Petunia stood in the kitchen doorway, arms folded, face stiff in case softness tried to take it. "Your room," she said. "Pack." "I am packed," Harry said. She stared at the rucksack. Her mouth tightened. "Fine." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have arranged a room at the Leaky Cauldron until term. Safer. Closer to your needs." "Good," Harry said. He looked at Petunia. "I won't be back." She swallowed. A small line appeared between her eyebrows and smoothed. "Fine," she said again, weaker. Uncle Vernon did not appear. The telly was too loud. Harry walked to the cupboard and opened it one last time. He looked at the mattress, the mark his elbow had made in the thin foam, the scribble he had carved with the dull end of a fork where no one could see. A small line that had meant "I am here" on days when that was the only sentence he could afford. He closed the door. He did not touch the bolt. Dumbledore stood ready. "Shall we?" Harry nodded. The world squeezed and opened. The Leaky Cauldron's back hallway came into focus again. Tom the barman smiled with a mouth missing teeth and handed over a key. "Room 7, he said. "Hot water takes a minute. Breakfast at 7. The sausages are better than they look." "Thank you," Harry said. The room had a clean bed, a small desk, a chair that did not wobble, and a window that opened onto a small square of sky. He put the rucksack on the desk and set the wand box next to it. Dumbledore stood in the doorway with his hands clasped, looking at the window like a man who had learned to be grateful for small air. I will leave you to rest, Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, if you like, we can look at school lists again and see what you missed. I did not miss anything, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth almost smiled. No, he said. You did not. He paused. Harry, thank you for allowing me to come today. I did not do it for you, Harry said. I know, Dumbledore said. That is partly why it mattered. He put his hand on the door frame and then took it away without knocking. Good evening, Harry said. The door closed. The room was quiet. Pub noise of floor below like low water. Harry sat on the bed. The mattress dipped and took his weight without complaint. He took out the card from Ragnarok and set it beside the wand box. He took out the Greengrass Claws copy and read it again, slow. The words sat exactly where he had put them. He did not regret any of them. Output increased, the presence said, satisfied. Resilience improved. We will schedule recovery. Food required. Food, Harry said. The word made his stomach answer. He stood and went downstairs. The pub's light was warm and dim. He ate the sausages. They were better than they looked. The bread was stale but honest. The butter was saltier than he was used to. He finished, paid, and went back up the stairs one step at a time, not because he needed to, but because it set the day into clean sections. In his room, he unboxed the wand and set it on the desk. He ran his finger along the wood. It did not spark. It did not hum. It simply lay there, ready to be picked up when movement needed to be precise. He undressed, folded the clothes he would not wear again if he could help it, and lay down. The pillow smelled faintly of soap. He looked at the ceiling. It had a hairline crack that ran from the light to the corner and stopped as if someone had told it to. He slept without counting. Morning came with a bar of light across the floor and the clatter of plates below. He showered, watching steam fog the mirror in a neat oval. He dressed in clothes that fit. He put the wand in the inner pocket of the new robe and felt the weight settle against his ribs. Felt correct. He went back to Gringotts as the alley opened its doors. The bank's hall was quieter at this hour, fewer customers. More staff. Ragnarok was not visible, he would not be. Griphorn was. Early, Griphorn said. Yes, Harry said. Griphorn led him to a different room, smaller, with a single table and 2 chairs. On the table sat a narrow stack of papers, a small iron seal and 2 keys. Management agreements, Griphorn said. Sign here, here, here. 1 key to trust. 1 to family. Do not lose them. We can replace them for a fee. You will not enjoy the fee. Harry read. The clauses matched the summaries. He signed. Griphorn pressed the iron seal to the papers. They hissed and cooled. Next unclamping in 1 week, Griphorn said. Same room. Do not be late. I won't, Harry said. Griphorn's eyes went to the wand at Harry's side. Good wood, he said, surprising Harry. Unusual core. Yes, Harry said. Do not point it at my tellers, Griphorn said. I won't, Harry said. He stepped back into the hall and let the bank's regular rhythm pass through himquils, coins, keys, voices. Felt like a new kind of quiet. The presence inside him was calm and precise. We have moved 3 levers, it said. Binding, accounts, alliance, next, school, labels, positioning, house, Harry said. Yes, the hat will not enjoy us. Harry's mouth almost moved. He left the bank, crossed the street, and bought a simple breakfast from a Stala roll, a slice of cheese, an apple. He ate standing up, watching the alley go to work with its sleeves rolled, and thought about tables and knives, and which ones he had put down today and which ones he would pick up next. He finished the apple to the core and threw the core into a bin that smelled like dragon dung and lavender. He wiped his hand on his robe and felt the wand against his ribs. Solid. The day fit inside his chest without pressing. He turned toward the bookshop to buy ink that dried fast and did not smear. Behind him, the white steps of Gringotts gleamed, and somewhere beneath them, in stone rooms that hummed with old wards, a ledger wrote his name where it should have been written from the start. Chapter 3: Ice and Logic. The leaky cauldron woke early. Knives on boards. Low talk. A kettle that whistled once and stopped. Harry ate at a corner table 1 egg, toast, to then check the card Ragnarok had written. Unclamping in 7 days, Peveril ceremony in 3 weeks. He folded the card twice and slid it behind the wand box lid. The presence inside him liked small systems. Transit, it said. Crowds. Unknown variables. Maintain observation. He stood, settled the rucksack, and went to the bar. Tom handed over a paper bag without comment. Sandwiches, an apple, 2 wrapped biscuits. Train food, Tom said. Platform 9 3/4. I'll find it, Harry said. Dumbledore was waiting in the alley, plain traveling cloak, hat tucked under one arm. He looked like someone's grandfather between errands. Good morning, he said. Morning, Harry said. They took the Muggle-Waya bus that smelled of old rain. A walk past shop windows, then King's Cross with its high glass and echoing announcements. Dumbledore walked without hurry, letting the station flow around them. How do we get through? Harry asked, studying the brick between platforms 9 and 10. The seam ran clean, bricks in regular courses, mortar not new. Straight at the barrier, Dumbledore said. Not at a run. Like you belong. I don't, Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth tugged at one corner. Belonging is often a matter of walking like you do. He let a family in matching scarves go first. They went through like fish passing a reed. Harry picked a line, felt for timing, and stepped. The brick met him and did not meet him. It was a vertical shrug. He was through. Steam sat in the air like a low cloud. The scarlet engine breathed. Cats turned in baskets. Owls looked unimpressed by everything. Children shouted names. Mothers counted. Dumbledore stopped before the train. This is where I leave you, he said. You will be met at the school. Be cautious. Be yourself. Harry adjusted his rucksack. I am always myself. That, Dumbledore said, is both the comfort and the challenge. He hesitated, then reached into his cloak and handed over a small envelope. My direct office address. If you need me for something that cannot wait for bureaucracy. Harry took it. The paper was thick, the writing precise. He slid it into an inner pocket. All right, good term, Harry, Dumbledore said. He touched 2 fingers to the brim of the hat he wasn't wearing and vanished into the steam. Harry boarded. Compartments filled and emptied like tide pools. He passed a loud group of redhead slaughter, elbows, then a boy with a rat and a nervous mouth, then a girl with big hair sorting her books by size. He chose an empty compartment near the middle, set the rucksack up in the rack, and sat by the window with his back to the corner. He could watch the door and the corridor without moving much. The train lurched and rolled. Platform drifted. London slid away. A minute later the compartment door scraped and a tall, freckled boy stuck his head in, eyes going to the scar, then flicking away fast. Everywhere's filling up. Can I? Yes, Harry said. The boy grinned, awkward and grateful. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry said. Right? Ron said, flushing. Sorry. Stupid. Everyone knows. I mean he. Hi, Harry said. Ron hauled his trunk in, wrestled it onto the rack with a lot of noise and hope, and sat opposite. He fished in his pocket and came up with a slightly squashed sandwich. Mum says to eat proper on the first day, he said, unwrapping. I don't think this one survived the train. Harry took the paper bag Tom had given him and set it on the seat. I have food, he said. If you need more. Ron blinked. You don't have to. I didn't say I had to, Harry said. I said I have it. Ron hesitated for a heartbeat and then smiled. Real this time. Thanks. He took one of the biscuits with a half-apologetic glance, then bit it and rolled his eyes like sugar was a new religion. That's good. The door slid open again. The girl with the book stood there, already half-talking. Have either of you seen a toad? Neville's lost one. Again. He keeps doing it whenever he's nervous, and then it turns out the toad was in his pocket, which really says more about Neville's pockets than anything else. Doesn't it? Oh, hello. Her gaze hit Harry's forehead, paused, then moved to his eyes. I'm Hermione Granger. Harry said. Hermione, Ron said, mouth full. Ron, you're Harry Potter, Hermione said. But she said it like a fact, not a prayer. She stepped in without waiting to be asked and sat beside Ron. Have you practiced spells at all? I've tried a few. Not that you're allowed to, technically, but it's very hard not to try when you've read the theory and you want to see if the theory maps to anything real, which it never quite does it? Not precisely, Harry said. Oh, her eyes lit. You've tried. I've thought, Harry said. Hermione's mouth shaped a delighted O. You're going to be insufferable and I'm going to like you, she said briskly. What do you mean? Not precisely. There are two kinds of magic, Harry said. Ron made a small noise, part laugh, part groan. Here we go. Go on, Hermione said, leaning forward. The kind everyone learns, Harry said. Wand movements, words, rituals that produce expected outputs if variables behave. That's the one the school teaches. Call it magecraft. It depends on belief and trained reflex and rules that work because everyone agrees to pretend they're laws. Hermione blinked. Pretend. The other kind removes the pretending, Harry said. It changes the rule underneath. You don't reproduce a phenomenon. You alter the condition that makes it necessary. Call it true magic. Ron stared. That sounds illegal. It sounds wrong, Hermione said. But she didn't sound sure. She sounded interested. It sounds efficient, Harry said. Hermione's brows drew. If you're talking about things like spontaneous transmutation, that's not people have written about it, but it's always been theoretical and anyway it's dangerous, the energy cost alone. It's only dangerous if you treat it like a charms essay, Harry said. If you respect conservation and don't pretend you can make something from nothing. And if you know what you're changing. Ron chewed slowly. I thought we were going to talk about chocolate frogs. We can talk about frogs, Harry said. And magic. Both fit in a train. Hermione took a breath like she was about to launch an argument and then let it out. All right, she said. What's your wand? Holly, Harry said. Unusual core. Ollivander, Hermione asked. Yes. He gave me vine wood, she said, pleased. Dragon heartstring. I read that dragon cores tend to favor. Oh, sorry, I do that, I go on. It's fine, Harry said. Ron pulled a slightly dented wand from his pocket. Old one of Charlie's, he said. Still works, I think. Mostly. It does this thing where he waved it as if to demonstrate. A spark coughed and died. He flushed. Well, it'll be fine. The presence settled, listening. Ron's heat read as ordinary. Hermione's mind buzzed like a neat engine. Neither looked at him like a miracle. That was useful. They talked. Hermione had read everything and wanted to prove it, but she also wanted to ask. Ron knew the shape of the wizarding world in a way books didn't and was shy about it until he wasn't. Then he told a funny story about his brother turning his teddy into a spider by accident and nearly made himself sick laughing. Harry listened and mapped. He asked questions in short sentences that made Hermione beam and Ron relax. He gave only what he needed to give back. Cart came with sweets. Ron pressed his nose to the glass, then pretended he hadn't. Harry bought a few things anyway, chocolate frogs. Pumpkin pasty sands, set them on the bench without comment. Ron tried to pay him back with a handful of sickles and Harry pushed his hand back toward him. You can pay me by not dying, Harry said. Ron blinked. That is a very strange way to say, you're welcome. Try not to die, Harry said. Payment in full. Hermione snorted and then tried to hide it behind a cough. Don't encourage him, she said. But she was smiling. She took a pumpkin pie with a careful, thank you. The door slid open mid-laugh. 3 boys stood there like they expected a camera flash. Pale hair slicked back on the one in front, 2 broad-shouldered shadows behind. Are you Harry Potter? The one in front asked, as if he was doing Harry a favor by using his voice. Draco Malfoy, Hermione murmured, just audible. Ron rolled his eyes like he'd just stood in something. Harry did not stand. He did not gesture. Yes, he said. Malfoy stepped inside without asking. I thought I'd come and introduce myself, he said. Some wizarding families are better than others. I can help you see which is which. No, Harry said. Draco blinked. You haven't heard my offer. I heard it, Harry said. No. Color rose high and ugly in Draco's cheeks. You'll find out it matters who you. It matters whether you can do what you say, Harry said. It matters whether you can hold your face still when someone says, no. Hermione's head tilted. Ron made a small, satisfied H.N. Draco's jaw worked. You'll regret. Close the door, Harry said. You're letting out the heat. Draco looked like he wanted to burn the compartment down with his pupils. He settled for a contemptuous sniff. Come on, he told his bookends and left. Ron let out a breath like he'd been saving it since birth. That was brilliant. It was efficient, Harry said. He's awful, Hermione said, smoothing her hair like her hands needed a task. His father works for the ministry and acts like he runs it. Useful to know, Harry said. The countryside unrolled. Fields, hedges, a river that cut the light once and was gone. By mid-afternoon, the train grew louder with movement. Students changed into robes. Voices shifted higher or lower depending on the friends they found. Harry stood to change. He took the new robe from the rucksack and shrugged into it. It hung correctly. The inner pocket took the wand and held it close to his ribs. He felt better with its weight against bone. The door slid open again. A girl stepped in without drama. Pale hair pinned back, robe plain and well-fitted, eyes as calm as a winter pond. She looked at Harry. She did not look at his scar. She did not look at Ron or Hermione like they were in her way. She looked at the door, slid it shut, and turned back. Potter, she said. Greengrass, Harry said. Ron straightened. Hermione sat up. Neither spoke. May I sit? Daphne asked. Yes, Harry said, already shifting the bag to make space on the bench beside the window. She sat with neat posture, back straight but not stiff. She folded her hands and looked at Harry as if they were continuing a meeting rather than starting one. My father approves of first-stage activation, she said. He also told me to listen before I speak. Good instruction, Harry said. Are these your friends? Daphne asked, and the way she said friends carried a lot of old politics in a small word. Ron Weasley, Harry said. Hermione Granger. We share a compartment. Daphne nodded to each in turn. We've met, she said to Ron. At functions. To Hermione. I don't think we have. We haven't, Hermione said. Hello. Daphne returned the greeting, then looked back at Harry. I read the clause again last night. I agree with the terms. I have 2 additions. State them, Harry said. 1, Daphne said. If we disagree privately about a public move, we shelf the move 24 hours unless there is physical danger in waiting. 2, we set a review every term to renegotiate what we've learned about each other. Harry thought. The presents liked both clauses. Agreed, he said. I have one. We set a communications channel that does not depend on house elves or school owls. Daphne's mouth almost twitched. You don't trust owls? I don't trust handlers, Harry said. Valid, Daphne said. Gringotts can provide a courier box. Small. Encrypted. We'll keep one each. Do it, Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked between them like they were watching a particularly technical chess game. This is very formal, Hermione said carefully. It is, Daphne said. Informal arrangements fail, do they? Hermione asked. Under pressure, yes, Daphne said, not unkind. You learn to prefer paper when you grow up in rooms where people lie for sport. Hermione's mouth set. She looked at Harry, then back at Daphne. All right, she said. I understand the logic. I still think the human part matters or the paper turns on you when you need it. It does matter, Daphne said. That's why we set reviews. Ron scratched his nose. You two sound like old people, better than sounding like fools, Daphne said dryly. Ron grinned despite himself. Daphne slid her gaze to Harry's wand pocket. Ollivander fitted you? Yes. What did he give you? Holly, Harry said. Core strange. Daphne nodded. Mine is hawthorn. Dragon heartstring. I don't wave it to show off. Her eyes moved to Ron's second-hand wand and paused for the length of a breath without disdain. She turned back to Harry. House position? Neutral, Harry said. Operationally gray. Not dark. Not light. The words don't mean anything. People do. Agreed, Daphne said. Within Slytherin, that makes you prey and prize. I don't do prey, Harry said. I know, Daphne said. Still, people will test lightly first. She glanced at Ron and Hermione, then back. Choose your seat carefully during the feast. Pairing signals more than you say. I expect the hat to make noise, Harry said. Daphne's lips quirked. It has opinions. It also likes categories. She tilted her head. You don't. No, Harry said. I like function. A knock came at the door that wasn't a knock so much as an announcement. Draco Malfoy slid it open without waiting and stepped inside like he had paid for the wood. He stopped when he saw Daphne. The two boys behind him hovered. Greengrass, Draco said. He attempted a smile he didn't mean. Didn't realize you were mingling. Daphne looked at him as if he were a wall. Malfoy, Draco pulled himself taller. Just making sure Potter had the right company. Wouldn't do to start term with the wrong. Leave, Daphne said, voice mild. Excuse me, Draco said. Leave, Daphne repeated, same tone. She turned her head toward Draco's shadows. Take him with you. One of the boys actually blinked, which was the most interesting thing about him so far. Draco colored a blotchy red. You don't tell me. House business, Daphne said. Not yours. Draco opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Harry like the air had changed without his consent, and backed out. The door slid shut. Ron watched the door for a beat in silence, then let out a low wow. He gets louder when he's scared, Daphne said. You can set time by it. Hermione smiled. Useful. Daphne stood. We'll arrive soon, she said to Harry. I'll find you after the boats. If you end up somewhere unexpected, I'll still find you. I won't be lost, Harry said. Good, Daphne said. Don't be late to anything that involves goblins. The corner of her mouth ticked. It almost counted as a smile. Enjoy the view when we come round the last bend. She left as neatly as she'd come. Ron stared at the door, then at Harry. Is that our you? Contract, Harry said. Not marriage. Ron made a complicated face. Right? Only you and a Slytherin, yeah. Labels later, Harry said. People first. Hermione watched him for a long second. You're different, she said. From other people. Yes, Harry said. Do you ever feel things? Or do you just put everything in boxes? I feel, Harry said. I choose what to do with the feelings. Boxes help. Hermione nodded, not satisfied but not unhappy. All right, the train slowed. Fields gave way to trees, then to a glimpse of water, then to a black mirror of a lake that caught the sky and threw it back. The station spilled students onto a platform lit with lamps. A lantern bobbed ahead and a voice like gravel said, Furs years, over here. A giant of a man waved them toward boats. Ron gaped. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry noted mass, stride, the warmth that came off the large man like a stove. Hagrid, Ron whispered. Gamekeeper. Brilliant. They took a boat together, Harry in the bow so he could watch the water. The night air pressed cold and clean against his face. When the boats rounded the last outcrop, the castle rose. Stone on stone. Turrets. Windows lit like small eyes. No metaphors, no poetry, just a building that had been built to stand and had kept its promise. Hermione made a soft sound that might have been a gasp if she'd allowed herself one. Ron didn't allow himself anything. He said, Blimey, and meant it. The boats bumped the dock. Students climbed out, shoes slipping a little on wet wood. Hagrid led them up a path that curled like a rope. The doors loomed. A woman in emerald robes with a mouth that said rules and eyes that said she noticed everything waited for them. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. In a moment you will be sorted into your houses. The house you are sorted into will be your family at school. You will. Her eyes landed on Harry. They didn't flinch. They didn't soften. They simply took one more count of the room and adjusted something quiet behind them. Please wait here. She left. The presence inside him went very quiet in a way that meant it was doing a lot. Structure, it said. Ritual. A hat. Intrusion vector predicted. Countermeasures ready. Do not break it, Harry said softly. We will not break it first. Murmurs rose in the entry hall. Someone whispered about the ceiling. Someone whispered about ghosts. Someone whispered his name like a game. Hermione smoothed her robe. Ron nudged him once and didn't pretend he hadn't. You all right? Ron asked. Yes, Harry said. Good, Ron said, relieved. Because I'm not. McGonagall returned and led them through double doors. Music swelled. Candles floated. The ceiling reflected the sky outside, which mattered to everyone else and didn't matter to Harry beyond the fact that it showed someone had done the charm correctly. For long tables, teachers at the high table, Dumbledore in the center, eyes crinkled, hands folded, a stool, a hat, the hat creased and sang. Harry listened and stored the words and did not clap because the song wasn't a performance to him. It was a file header. Names began. Students walked, sat, wore the hat, were named, hurried to tables that burst into applause on cue. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor to loud cheering and an immediate welcome. She looked back once, startled and pleased and a little scared. Ron went a few names later. He looked like he might faint. He didn't. The hat barely touched him. Gryffindor! It shouted. And Ron ran to his brothers and disappeared under hands. Harry waited. The presents waited. Potter, Harry. The room breathed in. A quill stopped scratching. Someone dropped a fork. The candles did not flicker, which meant the upper wards filtered drafts. He walked to the stool and sat. The wood creaked under an ordinary weight. The hat came down and everything shifted. Not darkness. Not quiet. A space. A mind that had learned how to be a room. Ha! The hat said in his head, not unkind and not kind. Hello there. Well, you're not alone, are you? We are polite if you are, the presence said. The hat paused. I am rarely spoken to from two directions at once. Sort, Harry said. Don't pry. I pry by design. The hat said, not offended. It is my purpose. Let me see. Courage you have in your way, though not the kind they like to sing about. Cleverness, certainly. Ambition, yes. And a hunger for order that would make an archivist weep with joy. And something else. Old. Not mine. We will not harm your threads, the presence said. You are a tool. The hat said. I am a guardian. There is a difference. House, Harry said. I see Slytherin's cool halls and your tidy mind would be content there. The hat said softly. I see Ravenclaw's questions and your answers would be too quick for their taste. Hufflepuff would ask you to slow down and you won't. Gryffindor would try to teach you to sing. You won't. Correct, Harry said. The hat was quiet a heartbeat. You are dangerous, it said without fear. I am useful, Harry said. The hat almost laughed. To whom? Myself, Harry said. And those I choose. Then it comes down to who protects you from being wasted. The hat said, and suddenly it sounded very old. You will make enemies wherever you go. You will need space and someone who understands war without shouting about it. Slytherin, Harry said. The hat didn't move. Interesting that you think that. Can you do it? Harry asked. Or do I need to place myself? The hat made a small, affronted noise. I can do it, it said, and its voice sharpened. Don't tear. Don't push. We will not, the presence said, and actually softened an inch. The hat took a breath only hats can take. And when it shouted, the room jumped. Slytherin. Silence slapped flat. Then the Slytherin table clapped. Some polite, some curious, some sharp. Gryffindor clapped because they were supposed to. Hermione's hands lifted and fell once, eyes wide. Ron slapped the table and stared at his plate as if it had betrayed him. Harry stood. He took the hat off and set it gently back on the stool. He walked to the Slytherin table and sat where there was space that looked like it would stay space, not next to Draco Malfoy, who was applauding too hard with his mouth and not enough with his hands. Across the hall, at the Ravenclaw table, a girl with dark hair and cool eyes watched him with professional interest. At the Slytherin table, two sixth-years straightened like dogs scenting weather. Daphne met his gaze from further down and shifted a place over so there was an empty chair at her left that now existed for him. He sat in it. Snape's eyes at the high table tracked him with the slow precision of someone who had decided not to make any sudden moves. Dumbledore's mouth was soft and his eyes weren't. McGonagall's fingers tightened around a scroll just once. Food appeared, and conversation restarted in careful new shapes. A boy across from Harry with tidy hair and a thin smile leaned in. Not, he said. Theo. Harry, Harry said. Theo's gaze flicked to the wand pocket. Ollivander gave you something strange. Yes, Harry said. I like strange, Theo said. It makes boring people leave early. Draco slid in on Harry's other side without being invited. Well, Draco said lightly. Welcome to the house that matters. You made the right show. Move, Daphne said. Draco turned. Excuse me, you're in my seat, Daphne said. Move. He opened his mouth to object to the concept of chairs belonging to anyone, then closed it when he saw her face. He moved. Daphne sat. The room did not see her take Harry's left-hand side like a statement. The room saw a girl sit down to eat chicken. Good, she said under the noise, the word small and dry and working. Functional, Harry said. Across the hall, Hermione tried to catch his eye. He let her. He lifted his glass a fraction. She lifted hers. Ron didn't look up. Draco leaned in again, voice pitched for them and no one else. You'll want to understand our house rules, he said, trying friendly like a borrowed coat. It's different here then. I have my own rules, Harry said. Draco smiled too many teeth. I can teach you the ones that will keep you efficient, Harry said and turned to Theo. Who runs this table when the prefects aren't looking? Theo's mouth twitched. Depends on the week, he said. And who looks like they'll win? Right now? Not Malfoy. Draco stiffened. Excuse me, you're loud, Theo said. Loud isn't leadership. Loud is advertisement. Daphne sipped water like it was a punctuation mark. A small owl swooped down and landed on the table near Harry's plate. It wore a tiny leather tube on its leg stamped with a discreet Gringotts seal. Daphne's brows lifted a fraction. Harry untied the tube, slid out a slip of parchment, read it, and burned it with a soft breath to ash without using his wand. The ash curled and vanished. Theo stared. Draco forgot to smirk. Daphne let her glass hide the way her eyes narrowed with pleased recognition. You do that again at the table, Theo murmured. And half the house will stop pretending they don't care. I never pretend, Harry said. Good, Theo said. It's messy. Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted. He spoke words about welcome and safety and rules that mattered and ones he said mattered, and the candles hummed. Harry listened to the tone, not the content. Dumbledore's voice held the room the way you hold a bird you don't want to crush. You could tell, if you were listening, that he was tired around the edges and trying not to be. The feast rolled. Plates emptied and filled. Dessert arrived with sighs. Conversations loosened. Names learned names. At the Slytherin table, a thin boy with pale lashes asked Daphne if she wanted treacle tart. She said yes, thank you, and then didn't eat it because she didn't like treacle tart and never had. Harry made a note. Preferences are facts. After, the prefects gathered the first years. A tall boy with a prefect badge and a careful, neutral expression marched them down to the dungeons. The air cooled. Stones sweated. The Slytherin common room opened behind a wall on a password. Greenish light off the lake wavering on the ceiling. Your dormitories are through there, the prefect said, pointing. Boys to the right, girls to the left. Breakfast is at 7. You are not to be late. He gave the rules. No fires after 11. No loud voices in the corridors. No hexes without cause. The house looked at Harry and decided some new rules would write themselves. Daphne caught his sleeve as the group broke. The touch was brief and not public enough to mean anything. Courier box, she said. Tomorrow, Harry said. Gringotts at noon. She nodded. Good night, Potter. Good night, Greengrass. He went down the boys' corridor. The dorm smelled of old stone and soap. For beds. Trunks. A curtain that had seen better days and would see better ones if someone gave it a wash. Theo took the bed by the window as if he always had. A boy with sharp cheekbones and wary eyes claimed the one by the door and nodded once at Harry without smiling. Blaise Zabini, he said. Harry said. Don't snore, Blaise said. Do not touch my books. We'll get along. Agreed, Harry said. Theo flopped onto his bed and folded one arm over his eyes. If anyone pulls my curtains, he said. I hex their fingers blue. Charming, Blaise said. Harry unpacked fast. Robe hung. Spare clothes rolled. wand set on the bedside table where his hand could find it in the dark. He sat on the bed and breathed once. Slow. Position acquired, the presence said. Variables mapped. Noise expected. We will adjust. Tomorrow classes, Harry said softly. And owls. And rumors. And small tests. Let them try, Harry said. Theo's voice drifted from behind his arm. So, Potter, he said, not unkind. Why are you here? Because this is where the knives are, Harry said. Theo grinned into the crook of his elbow. Fair answer. Lights dimmed. The lake's green light smoothed the ceiling, then faded. Footsteps in the corridor thinned to nothing. Harry lay down. The mattress took his weight like it had been expecting him. He set his palm on the sheet and felt the cool weave. He did not count. He did not listen for danger long after his body said there was none. He let his breathing settle and his ribs move in their small, regular way. The presence loosened and did a check of whatever it checked when he slept. It liked the depth of the stone. It liked the water's weight. It marked the door. It marked the windows that weren't windows and the way pressure would change if someone opened anything. Harry closed his eyes. In the dark, on the first night of the first term in the house that would be a family if he let it and a battlefield if he didn't, he slept like someone who had placed things where he wanted them. Tomorrow they would test. He would answer. Chapter 4 The Screaming Silence. The lake pressed quiet against the stone. Harry woke to that weight and a green wash on the ceiling. Theo snored once. Stopped. Blaze turned a page in a book he must have slept on. Pipes ticked. Somewhere water moved behind walls. Stable, the presence said. Depth useful. Fewer windows. Fewer ways in. Harry dressed. Shirt, tie, robe. Wand against ribs. He tied his laces twice. Habit. He checked the card from Ragnarok clamping in 6 days. Nauthan slid it back into the inner pocket with the wand's box ribbon. He washed. The water ran cold, then warm. He liked the honest change. In the common room, the prefect from last night stood with hands behind his back like a soldier who didn't enjoy pretending he wasn't one. House rules, the prefect said, voice even. Be where you say you'll be. Don't embarrass the table. If you hex someone, finish the job or have a funny story. If you're going to break a rule, don't get caught. Attendance is not optional. If you have a problem, tell me before it becomes everyone's problem. I'm Marcus. His eyes tracked the first years like a ledger. Questions. No one spoke. Marcus nodded once. Breakfast. Move. The corridor breathed damp air. The presence liked it. The wall slid aside at the password and let them out into a fresher draft. Up the stairs, past tapestries that watched back, into the hall where candles hung like a ceiling of small fires and voices tried new shapes. Slytherin seats had shifted by a chair here and there. A gap existed where Daphne made sure one existed. Harry took it. Theo sat on his right with a yawn he didn't bother paying for. Blaze took the end and arranged his toast like pieces on a board. Draco arrived late and loud. He sat across without asking and smiled like a knife. Morning, Potter, he said. Sleep well. Yes, Harry said. Good, Draco said, too bright. We have a way we do things here. You'll learn it quickly if you're smart. If you're not, Draco, Daphne said without looking at him. Drink your juice. Draco looked down. He hadn't poured any. He poured. He drank. His cheek twitched. Anyway, he said, house meetings are. Marcus walked by, took Draco's cup, and set it 2 inches to the left. It was a small correction. Draco went quiet like someone had put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed hard once. Calendars are at the front, Marcus said to the table. Pick yours up. If you miss a class, don't. If you're sick, tell me. If you're dead, tell a ghost to tell me. Bread, eggs, porridge. The food warmed the table into normal conversation. Harry ate and watched. Across the hall, Hermione waved like she'd already made 5 friends before breakfast. Ron didn't look up. Owlpost came in a soft rush. Wings, feathers, fluff. A brown school owl dropped a timetable on Harry's plate. A second owl smaller, leather tube stamped with the Gringotts seal landed on the back of his chair, patient as a clerk. Daphne glanced at the seal, then at him. He untied the tube, slid out a slip, read it, and burned it between 2 fingers to ash the size of coffee grounds. Blaze, who missed nothing, watched the ash slide into the butter and nudged the dish away with 2 fingers, neat and bored. "Courier box at noon?" Daphne said quietly. "Yes," Harry said. "Take the covered corridor," she said. "Less traffic." "Understood," Harry said. Draco watched all of that and tried to grow a second pair of ears. Theo buttered his toast and said, "Don't drip." To no one in particular. Schedules went round. "Charms," Theo said. "Then transfiguration. Then potions after lunch. Welcome to day 1. Blaze said. "Trial by Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape." "Excellent." "Fine," Harry said. Dumbledore stood, gave the short morning announcements like a man who had said longer things last night, and sat. McGonagall's eyes crossed the hall and clicked on Harry for half a second. Snape's gaze never left the Slytherin table, but it went colder by a degree when it reached Harry's face. The hall emptied. Slytherin first-years gathered instinctively around Marcus. He took them down one corridor and up another and kept a pace that made them work without breaking anyone. At the Charms classroom door, Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books and beamed at them like he'd won a prize but wasn't sure why. "Welcome," he said, voice light. "Find seats. Wands ready. No swishing yet, Mr. Knott." "I saw that." Theo smirked and put his wand down. Harry took a middle seat. Hermione slid into a desk beside him before Ron could claim it and didn't apologize. "We can share notes," she whispered, already arranging quills by point sharpness. "If you don't mind. I make charts." "I don't mind," Harry said. Flitwick ran through safety. No flammable hair. No Wingardium without permission. He put the chalk down with a tap and drew the first movement slowly, wrist firm, wand angled just so, no wasted flourish. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said. Crisp. A feather rose. It didn't wobble. "Your turn." Feathers sat on each desk. Chairs creaked. Breath held. The room tipped quieter. Hermione's feather lifted 2 inches, wobbled, then steadied when she adjusted her wrist, eyes sharp and pleased. Ron's feather did nothing and then jumped as if caught trying to run. Theo's hovered like it couldn't decide if it liked him. Blaze's didn't move. Draco's went up, and he smiled at it like he'd tamed an animal. Then he looked around to check who was watching. Harry traced the movement exactly as shown. Wand angle. Wrist. Breath out. Nothing. He did it again, precise. Nothing. Ritual expects belief, the presence said. Output is tied to convention. Inefficient. "Again," Harry said softly. He did it again. Nothing. Hermione glanced sideways. "Your wrist," she whispered. "I did the wrist," Harry said. Flitwick hopped down and stood by Harry's desk, eyes bright, not disappointed, curious. "Again, Mr. Potter?" Harry did it again. The feather sat on the desk like a fact. Flitwick hummed. "And again." Harry did it slower. He could feel the attention of the room swing to a point and hang there. Ron tried not to look. Draco did nothing but look. Daphne sat 2 rows back, posture steady, watching his hand like a contract. "Interesting," Flitwick said. He didn't say fail. He didn't make a face. He looked at Harry's wand as if it was a stringed instrument he'd like to tune. "We will return to this later. For now, partners." He paired them. Hermione's hand shot up so fast it was funny. Flitwick paired Hermione with Ron, which was not what Hermione wanted but exactly what Ron needed. He put Harry with Theo. "Mr. Knott, share your angle," Flitwick said. Theo made an attempt at instruction that wasn't terrible. Harry did the movement again. Nothing happened. He did not force anything else under it. He didn't let the presence lean. That belonged to a different room. "Don't worry," Theo said, not unkind. "It's the first day. Half the class can't lift lint." "I'm not worrying," Harry said. "You look like you're filing a complaint with physics," Theo said, amused. "Later," Harry said. The bell dismissed them. Flitwick called after Harry as they packed. "Mr. Potter." A word. Harry waited while the room emptied. Flitwick fixed his spectacles and studied Harry's face like a puzzle he enjoyed, not a threat he feared. Some students take longer with pronunciation, some with movement. You did both correctly. Your focus was clean. It didn't take. Yes, Harry said. May I? Flitwick held out 2 fingers, not reaching. I'd like to see your wand for half a breath. Harry balanced it on his palm so Flitwick could see it without touching. Flitwick leaned close without laying a hand on it. He nodded, satisfied, as if the wand had answered a question he hadn't asked. Good, Flitwick said. We'll work around it. Don't force other methods in my classroom. Do the thing I'm asking the way I'm asking. We'll note the output and adjust. Yes, Harry said. Flitwick smiled. Real. Go on. McGonagall doesn't like late. The Transfiguration classroom smelled like chalk and patience. McGonagall stood at the front with a box of matches on each desk and the look of someone who had lost exactly one argument in the last decade and still thought about it. Transfiguration is precise, she said. It is dangerous when done sloppily. It is not a parlor trick. It is a discipline. She waited to see who would look away first. No one did. Good, she demonstrated. Match to needle. Clean. Do not attempt the full change today, she said. We are learning approach, movement, intent. If you produce anything with points, keep them down. Harry set his wand beside the match and watched the grain of the wood. The slight fray at the tip where it had been cut by a blade that had dulled since it cut the last one. He breathed. He thought about wood and what wood meant and what it wasn't. He lifted the wand. We can alter the origin, the presence said. Alert. Efficient. Small field. Low risk. Not yet, Harry said under breath. He tried the school's way first. Breath. Movement. The match sat. Hermione's match glinted. Ron smoked and then went out as a match, not a needle. Theo's leaned in the wrong direction. Blaze's didn't move. Harry lifted his wand again. Minimal intervention, the presence said. Do not tear. Do not display. Small. Small, Harry said. He did not speak a word. He did not wave. He put the tip of the wand over the center of the match and thought about origin, not surface. He set aside the rule that said wood stayed wood because that was what people agreed to call it. He placed another rule there, neat and quiet. Fisherenowis steel. The air between wand and match changed temperature by a degree. The match darkened from inside out and held still while it did it. Grain vanished. Edges changed. The box did not move. The desk did not creak. He lifted the wand and left a needle where the match had been. It was straight. It was not perfect. It held a faint seam where the wood's old center had been. McGonagall's hand came down on the desk faster than anyone could have thought a hand could move at that angle. The needle did not jump. Harry did not jump. McGonagall looked at the needle, then at his face, then at his wand. Her mouth went thinner. What did you do? She said low, not a question. She knew what a match that isn't a match looks like. She wanted the word. I transfigured it, Harry said. You did not, McGonagall said, very calm. You changed it. Is there a difference? Harry asked. Yes, McGonagall said. She didn't look away. There is a difference between replacing an appearance and rewriting a thing. Harry held her gaze. It's only a match. Today, she said. Silence moved out from the desk in a small circle. Students kept working with their heads down in the way of people who knew noise when they heard it. Do not do that again in my classroom, McGonagall said, still low. Not without me standing next to you. I didn't tear anything, Harry said. I didn't say you tore anything, McGonagall said. I said don't do it again. She tapped the needle with one fingernail and did not touch it with her skin. 5 points to Slytherin for neatness. 10 points from Slytherin for arrogance. She straightened. Carry on. She walked away like nothing had happened. Hermione stared at her own match like it had betrayed her. Ron looked at Harry with a mix of awe and something else. Fear, maybe. Or the start of it. Theo breathed out very quietly. That, he said under his breath, was not what we are doing. No, Harry said. After class, McGonagall stopped him at the door. She didn't take him aside. She simply placed 2 fingers lightly on his sleeve and waited until the room emptied and the noise cleared. You do not get to rewrite the course, she said. You will learn the standard method to competency. You will not skip it because you think you see a faster way. Yes, Harry said. I am not afraid of you, McGonagall said evenly. I am afraid of what you will do if you have never had to follow anyone else's instructions. Harry thought about the cupboard and about a lifetime of pretending obedience while protecting a small private space. I can follow instructions, he said. Good, she said. Prove it. Lunch. The hall buzzed with first day talk. Hermione slid into the seat across from him at the Slytherin table because she did not respect borders that didn't make sense. A sixth-year Slytherin looked offended for half a second. Daphne looked at the sixth year, and the offense folded itself and slid away. What did you do? Hermione asked, stabbing a carrot. I changed it, Harry said. That's not a... She stopped, checked for tone, tried again. You didn't say any words. You didn't do the movement. I did a movement, Harry said. Just not one you could see. Hermione narrowed her eyes. You can't just decide. You can, Harry said. You can decide a lot of things if you're careful, she chewed, thinking. You're going to get in trouble. I already am, Harry said. She looked down the table. With McGonagall? With everyone who wants me to fit the shape they set, Harry said. Daphne sipped water and didn't comment. Ron walked by with Seamus and Dean, glanced over and kept going. His mouth was a line. Hermione watched him go and put her fork down very carefully. Potions waited in the cool undercroft. The dungeon's air had a different weight, like breath learned to slow itself here. Jars lined the walls. Things in them floated like they didn't enjoy the brine. Snape swept in without noise, cloak moving as if the air made space on purpose. Settle, he said. No welcome, no list of rules. He looked them over like a man examining a box of parts. His eyes landed on Harry and did not blink. Potter, he said, voice level. Our newest loss to superstition. Harry said nothing. Snape began with questions. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored it. No, Mr. Potter. A sleeping draught, Harry said. Powerful. Called Draught of Living Death. Snape's mouth tilted a fraction. And where, Mr. Potter, would you look to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, Harry said. Or in a drawer in your office. Someone hissed a laugh and pretended they hadn't. Snape's gaze did not move. Differs from monkshood in what way? Snape asked. It doesn't, Harry said. Same plant. Different name. Wolfsbane is potion. Aconite the plant. Snape said. So you're not stupid. No, Harry said. Then perhaps you can make a simple boil cure without injuring anyone, Snape said. Page 10. Begin. Cauldrons clinked. Fires lit. Blaise partnered with Harry without talking about it and cut his ingredients with the same neatness he used on toast. Harry moved with him. Peel, slice, clockwise stir, clock the simmer. Steam bit his nose sharp and clean. He liked the smell of crushed nettle more than he thought he would. Snape moved like a shadow dropped from a height. He stopped behind Harry. The hair on Harry's arms prickled. Not fear. A draft. Not air. Intrusion, the presence said. Soft. Surface. Not deep. Reject. Harry kept his stir steady. Don't, he said under his breath. Snape's voice brushed his ear. What? Don't push into my head, Harry said without changing rhythm. The space behind his eyes thickened the way it does before a storm. The presence brushed back like a hand closing a door gently, not slamming it. The push vanished. Snape's breath changed once. He took a step back. Clear your mind at night, Snape said softly, not kindly. Or you will spend your days broken. Noted, Harry said. Snape's mouth went thin. He moved on. He deducted 2 points from Seamus for making vinegar in a class that didn't ask for it. He gave Hermione a nod that made her sit up taller. He flicked Ron's flame lower without a word. He came back to Harry at the end and stared into the cauldron. The potion was the right color. It smelled like old medicine. He grunted. Acceptable. The bell let them go. The corridor air felt better. Did he? Theo started. Yes, Harry said. Did you? Yes, Harry said. Blaise looked at him differently after that. Not friend. Not enemy. Something else. They split for a free hour. Harry and Daphne took the covered corridor to the Gringotts annex room kept for courier exchanges. It was small, neat, and smelled faintly of iron. A goblin clerk sat behind a high desk and wrote down nothing they said. "2-box encrypted courier," Daphne said. "Under contract enforcement. Greengrass, Potter." The clerk slid 2 palm-sized cedar boxes from a drawer. Each had a graven Gringotts seal and a slit just large enough for a folded note. "Right. Insert. Close. The other opens. No owl. No intercept." "Cost?" Harry asked. "Monthly," the clerk said, naming a number. Daphne nodded before Harry did. Harry nodded after. They signed. The clerk sprinkled fine powder over the lids. It hissed and settled. "Test," Daphne said. Harry wrote, "Received. Noon." He slid the paper in. The lid clicked. Daphne's lid clicked. She opened hers, read, nodded, and wrote back. "Meetings. Saturdays, library, second table from back. 2 to 3. No one else." He read and tucked the paper away. Agreed. They stepped out into the corridor again. Students moved past in 2s and 3s, loud again after the annex's hush. "Sorting hat," Daphne said without looking at him. "What did it do?" "It looked," Harry said. "It didn't enjoy what it saw." It sorted correctly. She let out a breath. "It screamed." "I heard," Harry said. "I thought it would break," she said. "I told it not to," Harry said. "Tell me when you make decisions like that," she said. "I am telling you now," Harry said. She almost smiled. "Fair." They walked back to the hall for afternoon study. On the way, Draco stepped out of an alcove like a ghost picked the wrong job. "You think you're clever," Draco said. "Yes," Harry said. "You embarrassed me," Draco said. "You embarrassed yourself," Harry said. Draco's jaw clenched. "My father will teach you to count spoons?" Theo said from behind Harry. "Bored." "We're busy." Draco flushed, looked at Daphne for rescue he should have known wouldn't come, and stalked off with his satellites. The presence labeled him noise. Study hour in the library was quieter than breakfast and heavier than dinner. Shelves watched people pretend they didn't run on secrets. Madame Pants hovered like a test you didn't want. Harry and Hermione took the second table from the back because Daphne had said it first and because it made sense. Hermione spread parchment with an arm that didn't tremble. "You really couldn't levitate," she said, not mocking. "No," Harry said. "Why?" she asked. "Because I wouldn't pretend," Harry said. "What if pretending is how it works?" she said. "Then I learned to pretend exactly enough," Harry said. She chewed that like a problem. "That sounds sad." "It sounds accurate," Harry said. Hermione tucked a curl behind her ear. "You're going to break something if you keep pushing like that." "I will try not to break the wrong things," Harry said. They wrote until the light changed in the high windows. Daphne didn't join them. She'd said she wouldn't. Rules mattered. After dinner, Marcus called first years into a corner of the common room. He talked about schedules and curfew and how to get blood out of cuffs without making a mess. He didn't give speeches. He handed out responsibilities like small weights. "Potter," he said at the end, "you'll be the one who speaks when a teacher asks for a Slytherin answer. Not because you're special. Because you don't shake. Don't say anything that costs us points we don't need to lose." "Understood," Harry said. "Greengrass," Marcus said. "If he starts a fire, put it out." "Understood," Daphne said. The room loosened. Someone set up chess. Someone charmed a quill to make rude drawings and got smacked for it. Theo stretched across 2 chairs like a cat and read by the green lake light. Blaise came over, hands in pockets. "He's not wrong," he said. "About you not shaking." "I shake when it matters," Harry said. "When does it matter?" Blaise asked. "When it costs," Harry said. Blaise nodded like he understood or at least respected the answer. "If you're going to make people angry," he said, "do it on purpose." "I do everything on purpose," Harry said. "Good," Blaise said and left it there. Much later, when the common room thinned to study diehards and 2 bodies asleep on books, Harry went back to the dorm. Theo was brushing his teeth like he was timing the strokes. Blaise had set a stack of books on the bedside table like a wall. Harry lay down. The stone breathed with the lake. He shut his eyes. Above them, in an office that smelled of lemon oil and secrets, Dumbledore set the sorting hat on the edge of his desk and poured tea for two even though there was only one cup. "Well?" Dumbledore asked softly. The hat didn't answer at once. When it did, the cloth creased in a way that said tired. "He told me not to pry," it said. "So I didn't." "You always pry," Dumbledore said. "I pry to sort," the hat said. "I don't pry to taste." Dumbledore held the cup but didn't drink. "What did you taste?" "Silence," the hat said. "Old. Not empty. Not friendly." Dumbledore looked at the window, which was dark. "Can we keep him safe?" The hat didn't laugh. "Define safe." "Alive," Dumbledore said. "Himself." "That depends," the hat said, "on whether you insist he be someone else first." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Minerva?" He asked the room without calling her, and she stepped in because she had been waiting outside. "You felt it," he said. "I saw it," McGonagall said. "In my classroom." Dumbledore's hand tightened around the cup. "He changed a match," he said. "Not a question." "He rewrote a definition," McGonagall said. "I told him to stop. He said he didn't tear anything." Dumbledore sat back. "He thinks he's being careful," he said. "He is," McGonagall said. "That's the problem." Down in the dark, closer to the water, Snape sat in his chair and did not drink. He stared at the wall and thought about an 11-year-old who had looked at him without fear and closed a door in his face without moving. He rubbed at the bridge of his nose like a headache would come if he encouraged it. "Arrogant," he said to the empty room. He didn't believe his own word. Morning would bring more classes, more eyes, more tests that weren't on the schedule. Harry would fail the ones built on pretending and pass the ones built on shape. He would eat when there was food and drink when the cup was in his hand and keep the courier box shut unless it clicked. For now, the lake pressed quiet against the stone. The room held its shape. The bed did what beds do. He slept. The first test had been the hat. The second had been silence. Both held. Next came the part with spells. Chapter 5 Magecraft and Malfunction. The second morning started with the lake's weight and a timetable that didn't care about anyone's feelings. Harry dressed. Theo mumbled at his pillow and failed to wake. Blaise woke like he'd never been asleep. The corridor smelled of stone and soap. In the common room, Marcus nodded at the clock and not at them. Message received. Breakfast put the house back into its neat lines. Daphne slid into the chair at Harry's left without making eye contact first. Draco took a seat 2 places down and practiced smiling at people who weren't looking. Owls came and went. A Gringotts tube clicked on Harry's plate. He read the 2 words, unclamp, scheduled, and thumbed them to ash under the lip of the table. "Charms practical first," Theo said, buttering toast like he was calibrating a scale. "He'll push pairs. Then transfiguration," Blaise said. "Professor, don't rewrite the syllabus, McGonagall." "Then potions," Daphne said, glancing at Snape's empty chair. "Don't bleed." Draco cleared his throat, just enough to prove he existed. "House game tonight," he said to the table. "Chess, 7. Bring your dignity. Bring your best move," Theo said. "Leave your speeches." They filed out when the hall turned loud again. Slytherin first-years clumped by instinct around Marcus's pace. Charms smelled faintly of chalk and dust and something sweet from a spell that refused to fade. Professor Flitwick stood on his books and smiled like every failure was a puzzle and every success was a good joke. "Partners," he said, clapping small hands. "Today, refine intent. No shouting. No dramatic wand wagging. Careful voices. Careful wrists." He paired Harry with Hermione before anyone could claim either of them. Ron ended up with Seamus and looked like someone had told him he was about to enjoy vegetables. Hermione put her quill down like she was surrendering it for the length of the exercise. "All right," she said. "Forget big ideas. We're going to pretend the world works the way it says it does. For 10 minutes. "That's a long time," Harry said. "It's what we've got," she said. "Wrist like this. Don't force it. Words matter. Say them like you're telling the feather what to do, not like you're begging it." She modeled once, precise. The feather rose, wobbled, corrected. Harry mirrored movement and tone, saw where belief was supposed to sit in the sentence, and put imitation there instead. The feather trembled. It didn't rise. Hermione didn't groan. She bit her lip, thought, and tapped his wand hand gently with 2 fingers. Don't lock your elbow. You're trying to hold the world down and lift it at the same time. He unlocked. He spoke again. The feather lifted the thickness of a coin and stopped as if it had met a rule it respected more than him. Hermione's eyes flashed. That's something, she said. Don't argue. It is. Again. He repeated the motion and tone until repetition turned into method instead of resistance. The feather rose 2 fingers and hovered like it was waiting for permission. Flitwick hopped down, hands behind his back, watching without interfering. Better, he said, pleased. Mr. Potter, you are not required to love the technique. You are required to do it. Find the quiet part that works. Build there. Harry let the feather down. He didn't enjoy pretending. He did enjoy finding a part he could call a lever and using it. Ron's feather jerked to the ceiling, hit a lantern, and drifted down with the offended dignity of a slow balloon. Ron grinned as if he meant it. Hermione clapped once, softly, in spite of herself. The bell sent them into the corridor with a buzz of voices and the small pride of first wins. Transfiguration calmed that buzz. The room itself required posture. McGonagall put a box of matchsticks on each table and kept her wand in her sleeve. Approach, she said. Precision. Control. I will not repeat myself. Mr. Potter, you will not repeat yesterday. You will follow my instructions exactly. Yes, Harry said. Say it, McGonagall said. I will follow your instructions, Harry said. Good, she said. We begin with the movement and the intent as taught. If you complete the taught method competently, we will discuss controlled demonstration. Hermione's eyes jumped to Harry, then back to her own match. Ron whispered Leviosa out of habit and flushed when he realized where he was. Theo's mouth fought not to smile. Harry executed the standard transfiguration approach, focus on appearance, not ontology. Nothing changed. He did it again, slower, allowing the part of him that hated waste to sit and wait instead of push. The match softened at the tip. It did not become a needle. McGonagall moved to his shoulder and did not loom. I can work with discipline, she said. I cannot work with performance. We will try a controlled variant. Class, eyes on your own desks. She set a splinter the size of a thumbnail on Harry's table. You will alter this only, she said, voice very low. You will not touch the match. You will not move the desk. You will not change the air. If I say stop, you stop. Harry breathed. He kept his wand hand very still. He thought about the splinter, not wood in general. He made the box of it closed. He placed the smallest possible rule inside that box. He changed just that rule. The splinter darkened and sharpened at the edge. It slid towards steel and stopped before it arrived. It looked like a thing in the middle of a decision. Stop, McGonagall said. He stopped. The presence relaxed its fingers and did not push for completion. McGonagall inspected the half-change with a professional's caution. Containment, she said, thoughtful. She flicked her wand and erased the attempt back to splinter. Again. Smaller. They did it again, smaller. He stopped faster. She nodded once exactly. You will not perform this kind of work without me present, she said, pitched for him alone. If you need to do it, you will ask me. We will decide whether you need to do it. Yes, Harry said. 5 points to Slytherin for doing as you were told, McGonagall said aloud. Carry on. Ron watched from 2 rows back with his mouth half open. Hermione copied the standard diagram twice, then wrote a note under it. Local rule, not global contained field. She underlined local hard enough to nearly tear the parchment. Potions cooled the day. The dungeon swallowed sound. Snape took the register as if he was measuring raw material. He set them to brewing a simple antidote and then immediately made it harder. Weasley, Snape said. Partner with Finch Fletchley. Mr. Not, Miss Greengrass. Draco Snape's gaze flicked like a knife. You will work with Mr. Potter. Draco smiled a small, triumphant smile that had nothing to do with brewing. With pleasure, he said. Blaze drifted away without drama. Draco took Blaze's place and put down his ingredients with a little too much noise. "We start with standard base," Draco said, doing the patronizing drawl. "On my count, we start by clearing the bench," Harry said. He wiped. He set knives straight. He built space. Draco looked offended and reluctantly matched the neatness. They brewed. Draco's cuts were showy, not sloppy. His stir counted out loud in the angle of his wrist. He dropped a beetle wing a second early to prove he could. The potion didn't curdle because Harry adjusted the flame by a fraction without comment. At 13 minutes, Draco reached for the porcupine quills. "Not yet," Harry said. Draco froze. "I know what I'm doing. You're going to make soap," Harry said. Snape appeared the way smoke appears. "Problem, Mr. Malfoy? Potter thinks he knows better," Draco said lightly. Snape's eyes slid to the rolling shimmer in their cauldron. He didn't touch anything. "You will wait 30 seconds, he said. "Then add the quills." Draco flushed and looked as if he wanted to argue with his godfather and his professor and the stove. He waited. 30 seconds stretched. He added the quills. The potion settled into the correct amber instead of climbing the sides and humiliating everyone. "Acceptable," Snape said. He looked at Harry. "You don't get points for seeing the obvious." "I didn't ask for points," Harry said. "Good," Snape said softly. "You won't get them. They bottled an antidote that wouldn't kill anyone." Snape didn't praise it. He didn't sneer at it. He moved on like a weather pattern. As they cleaned, Draco leaned in. "You made me look like I needed help." "You needed help," Harry said. "You got it." Draco's mouth did something ugly and then smoothed. "You'll find," he said, very polite, "that people here like to remember who owed them." "I don't owe you," Harry said. Draco's smile showed too many teeth. "We'll see." The corridor after class caught them at a corner where the light didn't reach. One of Draco's lumpish shadows stuck a foot out the way boys have always stuck feet out. Harry didn't trip. He didn't step. He changed his weight a quarter inch just before the foot appeared and planted it on the exact edge of the sole. The shadow yelped, stumbled, and hit the wall. Harry didn't look back. "Minimal," the presence said. "Efficient. No display. Don't reward noise," Harry said. "Potter," Draco called, voice falsely bright. "Careful. Always," Harry said without turning. Lunch tasted like noise. Hermione didn't sit at Slytherin this time. She waved from Gryffindor with her mouth tight. Ron didn't wave at all. Daphne ate quietly, then set her fork down. "Optics," she said. Harry waited. "Rumors already," she said. "We don't chase them. We set them. The easiest way is to give people a story to repeat." "What story?" Harry said. "That we're boring," Daphne said. "We meet at regular times. We exchange dull notes about budgets. We don't shout in corridors. You don't hex people unless they won't stop. I don't smile unless I mean it. We are reliable and not fun." "Fun is loud," Harry said. "Loud is stupid," Daphne said. "We're not stupid." "Agreed," Harry said. "Good," she said. She picked up her fork again, then added without tone. "If we need to show that we are closer than we are, I will take your sleeve. If I take your sleeve without speaking, it means someone is watching and you shouldn't say anything clever." "Noted," Harry said. She didn't touch him. She didn't have to. Afternoon brought a study hour. Harry took the second table from the back. Hermione arrived 3 minutes later with ink on her finger and sat without asking if it was all right. "We're friends," she said, like she just decided and wanted it on the record. "I don't care what house you're in." "Okay," Harry said. "Okay?" she said, half a laugh. "Yes," he said. "We're friends." Her shoulders dropped. "Good," she said briskly, eyes bright. "Because I made notes on charms that might help. It's not about belief, not really. It's about setting intention in a way that lines up with the ritual structure. You can call that lying to yourself, I call it using the tool." "Call it scaffolding," Harry said. "If I think of it that way, I won't kick it on principle." "Fine," she said, amused. "Scaffolding. You and scaffolding. Try the angle we found this morning for anything that's supposed to be gentle. Don't hammer things built for brushing." "Brush, not hammer," Harry said. I can do that. Ron came by with Dean and Seamus. He slowed when he saw them, then sped up again as if speed would make him invisible. Hermione looked after him and then back at her notes with a look that didn't fit on her face yet. You don't have to choose, Harry said. I know, Hermione said, more stubborn than sad. I won't. Good, he said. When the hour was over, he and Daphne ducked into the annex room and tested the courier boxes a second time. Audit. Tuesday came through from Gringotts. Daphne replied budget line items to follow like a person writing about numbers and not power. The clerk ignored them perfectly. On the way back, Draco intercepted them with his smile pasted on straight. Potter, he said. He held out a small, black-edged parcel. The wax seal showed the Malfoy crest. From my father. For you. Daphne looked at the parcel and then at Draco. Why? Because my father is generous, Draco said. Your father doesn't give gifts without a bill, Daphne said. Draco's smile held. He asked me to pass it along. He said you'd appreciate it. Harry took the parcel. It was light, the give of it like paper and something more. He didn't open it. Tell your father thank you, he said. Draco inclined his head a fraction too far, like a bow in a mirror. Enjoy, he said, and left with his shadows carrying the smug that didn't fit in his pockets. Daphne exhaled. Don't open that here. I won't, Harry said. They walked back into the hall. The presence had already changed temperature by 1.5 degrees. It hummed cold against the skin behind Harry's scar like a tuning fork finding a note. In pure memory, it said. Familiar. Fragmented. Food. Later, Harry said. Agreed. Control field. Private. Dinner passed like a rehearsal. Dumbledore's eyes found the parcel when Harry set it on the bench by his leg, and then moved away as if he hadn't seen it. Snape did not look. McGonagall did not look. Daphne didn't look either, which was its own move. After Marcus ran a shorthouse check-in. Assignments, detentions warned about, curfew restated. Chess at 7 declared optional and therefore compulsory if you cared about hierarchy. No one said the word parcel. Chess had its uses. It let people display their thinking without admitting the display. Harry watched Theo force a 7th year into a blunder with a move that wasn't pretty and was very plain. He watched Daphne lose a pawn and gain position. Draco won once and pretended it was a sweep. At 9, Harry stood. Dorm, he said. Don't open it in the common room, Theo murmured. I'm not stupid, Harry said. Good, Theo said. Don't be clever either. The dorm was quiet. Blaze red. Theo snored again. A single note. Harry set the parcel on the desk, lit the lamp, and waited until the presence settled into a shape that could be called ready. Now, he said. He broke the wax with his thumb. Inside lay a slim black diary with blank pages and a smell that wasn't smell so much as a remembered sensation. Cold, the way stone remembers winter. Tucked into the front cover was a card in a clear, elegant hand. For Lord Potter. Some heirlooms are clearer in young hands. Use wisely. Malfoy. Daphne had been correct about bills. Harry didn't touch the diary with his fingers. He let the presence reach first, the way you let a trained animal test a path for weak planks. Matching signature, it said. Corrupted. Sliced. The same flavor as the piece we already consumed. Smaller. Hungry. Containment, Harry said. No display. No mess. Understood, it said. No tearing. Minimal field. We will not damage substrate. He set 2 wards that didn't announce themselves: thin, local, sound dulling. He placed the diary on the bedspread, open to the middle. The page did nothing. He didn't expect ink to spell out a greeting. He expected weight. He put 2 fingers over the paper and did not press down. He built a small box in his head the way McGonagall had required in class and made that box a funnel. He moved nothing in the room. He changed nothing anyone else would call real. He invited. The first brush was light, the way something might taste air before it moves. Then the page cooled, not for flesh but for the part of him that kept the ledger of all the wrong temperatures he'd ever known. There you are, the presence said. Come out. The fragment uncoiled. If Horcruxes had sounds, this one sounded like a song you were supposed to remember but never learned fully. The presence did not sing back. It marked the edges, flipped the box, and ate quietly. The room did not shake. No black smoke. No screaming face. The page yellowed 1 degree. The spine cracked the way cheap bindings crack. The diary sagged. The thing inside it stopped existing. Far away. Something that called itself Lord felt a loss again it didn't understand and hated. He didn't know where to aim the hate. He wanted to tear the world open and couldn't find a seam. He screamed in a room that had no witnesses and called it strategy. Harry closed the diary. He set it aside. He opened the window a thumb's width to relieve a pressure that didn't technically exist and closed it again. He breathed. The presence filed the taste. Riddle processed. Data absorbed. Patterns added. Anything new? Harry asked. Process. Technique. Memory shards. Adolescent lies. Names. Places. Journal habit. He talked to a book when he wanted to be smarter than a room. It worked until it didn't. Harry placed the diary into the bottom of the trunk and locked it. He warded the lock with the smallest rule possible. Open for this hand, no other. He sat back on the bed. Blaise didn't look up from his book. Whatever that was, he said mildly. Keep doing it quietly. Noted, Harry said. Theo rolled over, hair in his eye, and fell back asleep without waking. Harry wrote 1 line on a scrap of paper and fed it to the courier box without thinking about ceremony. Malfoy delivered an artifact. Consumed. No debris. Will brief. The box clicked, swallowed. Somewhere a clerk did his job and didn't care. He lay back. He let his shoulders sink. He looked at the ceiling and at nothing. 1 less, the presence said. Many to go, Harry said. We will accelerate. Not yet, Harry said. We'll hold pace. Noise attracts nets. The presence agreed, which was one definition of relief. Across the castle, in the headmaster's office, the portraits kept their mouths closed for once. Dumbledore held his wand in 2 hands like a man holding a letter from a friend he'd disappointed. He felt the ripple the way fishermen feel weather. Tom? He asked the air. Silence replied, which was worse than laughter. McGonagall stood in his doorway like a question with legs. Albus, she said. He set the wand down. Yes, he said. Something moved, she said. It did, he said. Can we stop it? She asked, not soft. We'll try, he said. In the dungeons, Snape leaned back in his chair and watched the small flame in his grate make the shadows do what he wanted. He felt a tug in the corner of his mind like someone had opened a drawer and closed it again. He poured tea and let it go cold. Potter, he said to the empty air, as if saying the name would make the work clearer. Didn't. Back in Slytherin, Harry closed his eyes. The diary sat under lock. The room held. The lake pressed quiet. He slept. In the morning, there would be whispers and speculation and Draco looking at him with the complicated pride of someone who thinks he delivered a gift and had it properly appreciated. There would be 2 kinds of magic, again, the one he could do the school way if he bent, and the one he could do quietly if pressed. He would bend where it kept the room from breaking. He would press where it mattered. The feather would rise a little higher. The match would stay a match unless asked politely by the right person. Snape would push at the edges of his head and find doors that shut without slamming. Hermione would argue scaffolding versus pretending until she won or he did or both. And somewhere, further out, the rest of Tom Riddle would feel the world go smaller and start to panic like an animal in a good trap. Harry turned on his side. The presence ticked through its checklist. Wards set. Box closed. Diary filed. Allies mapped. Variables named. Proceed, it said. Chapter 6 The First Feast. Morning came with the lake's slow wait and a cleaner quiet than last night. Blaise read. Theo mumbled and went still. Harry lay 1 breath longer, checking the list he kept without paper. Ward set. Box closed. Diary locked. Ash disposed. No residue. Processed, the presence said. Stable. No leak. Patterns integrated. He dressed. Cold water. Tie straight. Wand against ribs. The parcel ribbon Malfoy's crest went into the bin. Not a trophy. A variable removed. Breakfast pulled the house into its usual grid. Marcus counted heads by not counting heads. Daphne sat at Harry's left and didn't look at him until her cup was down. Status? She asked, small voice for a small question. Done, Harry said. No debris. Her shoulders softened a fraction. Any tells? None, he said. I kept it local. Good, she said. She buttered toast like she was writing a neat line. The Malfoy boy is going to try to make himself important. He already has, Harry said. Then he'll want payment, Daphne said. He won't get it. Owls came. One Gringotts tube landed. Audit. Confirmed Tuesday. Harry burned the strip without theater. Daphne watched the smoke vanish and lifted her glass to hide her mouth. Optics. We are boring, she said. Repeat it until they believe it. Boring, Harry said. Painfully, she said, almost smiling. Across the hall, Hermione caught his eye and saluted him with the edge of a timetable like a tiny flag. Ron didn't look up. Charms was first. Hermione planted herself beside him and set her jaw. Scaffolding, she said, as if daring him to disagree. I'll climb it, Harry said. He did. Wrist, breath, tone not pleading, not commanding, informing. The feather rose a hand, steadied, and sat there as if it decided cooperation was efficient. Flitwick clapped small hands, pleased. Yes, he said, bright. Mr. Potter. Thank you for joining us on the ritual side of the river. I'm visiting, Harry said. That counts, Flitwick said, grinning. Transfiguration pressed discipline into the room. McGonagall said nothing to him on entry and everything with the look she gave his table. Do as taught. He did the taught method and produced a match that looked like a match that wanted to be helpful. She gave him one nod like a quiet point and moved on. By lunch the noise around the hall had settled into 2 stories. Malfoy gave Potter something and Potter did something he shouldn't. Both were true enough to spread and wrong enough to be useless. Daphne ate and ignored it like the rumors were wind. Don't chase it, she said. I won't, Harry said. I know, she said. History of Magic after lunch was warm and dull on purpose. Binns droned. The presence tested a boundary at the edge of his skull and relaxed. No threats here. Harry passed Hermione a folded note that said scene. Tonight? Library? Second table, and Hermione nodded without opening it. Classes let them out into the hour before dinner when the castle's corridors feel like roads, moving, full of detours. Harry cut south to the covered passage. Daphne peeled off to make a Slytherin appearance that read, Nothing is happening. Halfway down the corridor he slowed. Not because of any person. Because of weight, memory weight, a pressure behind his scar that was absence more than presence. The diary was gone. The taste wasn't. The part of him that audited processes wanted to check the residue. He took the book out of the trunk mentally, flipped to the place where the fragment had been, and held very still. The corridor cooled by a degree, not for skin, for the ledger. Remaining echo, the presence said, a small file. Harmless. We can archive. Archive, Harry said. He stood in the passage with his hand on the stone and didn't move for 6 seconds. That was when Ron came around the corner at speed, saw Harry, and halted like someone had dragged a rope across his chest. His face went from flushed to pale in one heartbeat. He didn't say hello. He looked at Harry's hand on the wall and at Harry's eyes and then at nothing in the way of someone who has just seen a snake and doesn't want to see it again. What are you doing? Ron said. His voice sounded like a road after rain. Thinking, Harry said. You weren't blinking, Ron said, a little too loud. You were, Merlin. I don't know, like you were. I was holding a process, Harry said. It's finished. Ron swallowed. His Adam's apple jumped. Malfoy gave you a thing. Yes, Harry said. What was it? Ron asked. Not curious. Afraid. A diary, Harry said. Ron stepped back. A dark object. You just say it like you're telling me what the weather is. It is what it is, Harry said. What did you do to it? Ron asked. I made it stop being what it was, Harry said. It's inert. Ron stared. You're not supposed to do that. Who says? Harry asked. Everyone, Ron said, harsh. Everyone with a brain. Everyone whom he dad's got a shed full of muggle stuff he can't even figure out how to make not dangerous, and you just... He gestured like he was shaking something off his hand. You can't keep touching dark things and calling it neat. I didn't call it neat, Harry said. Ron's laugh was quick and ugly. Hermione says you're different. She says it like it's a nice word. It isn't. Different isn't a value, Harry said. It's a descriptor. You talk like a book that hates people, Ron snapped. He took another step back and hit the wall with his shoulder, like he'd forgotten the corridor had limits. He pushed off it. Malfoy's father sent you a cursed diary and you ate it. Harry didn't blink. I removed it. Ron's breath came fast now, like after Quidditch practice. He looked at Harry's face and then away. I don't know what you are, he said. Harry said. Ron flinched. Don't joke. I'm not, Harry said. Are you dark now? Is this what this is? Ron whispered fiercely. Because I can't watch you turn into you-know-who because you think it's logical. I'm not him, Harry said. I'm not you either. I'm me. Ron swallowed again. You're not my friend. Harry held his eyes. He didn't soften his voice. He didn't harden it. I didn't ask you to be. That hit like a bat. Ron's mouth opened, closed. His hands came up and didn't make fists. I came here to warn you. To say don't trust Malfoy. Don't touch things that feel wrong. Don't. He ran out of verbs. You don't even need warning. You already did the thing and you sound proud. I sound finished, Harry said. Ron stepped forward on reflex. Do you want me to say sorry? Harry asked. That I kept a poisonous thing from being used again? Do you want the poison thing back, so we can pretend we didn't know? Ron's face flushed to his ears. Stop doing that. What? Making it sound like the only two choices are your way and stupid, Ron said. He pushed past. Stay away from me. Harry let him go. He stood where he was for one more breath, archived the last thread of echo, and then walked to dinner. The hall felt hotter than usual, like too many candles had been lit. The whisper circles had moved on to other thrills. Ron sat with his brothers, laughing too loud at something that wasn't funny. Hermione stared at her plate and then at Harry and then at her plate again, furrowing the same line in her brow she used when arithmetic problems wanted to be clever for no reason. Daphne ate in clean small bites and said nothing until she set her fork down. He saw something, she said. He saw me hold still, Harry said. Does he matter? Daphne asked. Yes, Harry said. Because he used to. She watched him and then nodded as if that was an answer she understood. Keep your schedule, she said. People who fall away will make noise. Be boring. Boring, Harry said. After dinner, Hermione hunted him down at the second table from the back, sat, and folded her hands like she was making herself do it properly. Ron's angry, she said. I know, Harry said. He's scared, she said, searching for the word that didn't feel like gossip. Of you, of what I can do, Harry said. It's not the same. It feels the same to him, Hermione said, quick. It feels like you're slipping somewhere he can't follow and She stopped, swallowed, set her jaw again. I want to understand it. That doesn't mean I'm not scared too. Good, Harry said. She blinked. Good. Fear is data, Harry said. You'll measure it. He'll run from it. She didn't like that. She didn't argue either. What did Malfoy give you? A diary, Harry said. That's not a real answer, she said. It is, he said. She looked at his face and saw what she wasn't going to get in the library. She switched to what she could. In charms, she said. You were better. Why? I stopped fighting the form, he said. Keep doing that, she said. Even if you hate it. I don't hate it, he said. I hate lies. I can do scaffolding. She smiled, brief. That's progress. Progress counts, he said. They wrote in the quiet that the library keeps for people doing their jobs. She corrected one of his angles without comment. He copied a paragraph of McGonagall's notes in a hand so neat it looked printed. Madame Pants glared at someone in the front and didn't glare at them. It felt like a truce where no one had signed anything. When the hour ended, they packed. Hermione cleared her throat. If Ron says things, I'm not going to pick a side. I'm going to pick the truth. I know, Harry said. Good, she said. She looked at his face one more time, as if committing a map to memory, and left. On the lawn outside, the sky had turned the dark blue that makes windows into mirrors. Harry took the covered corridor back toward the dungeons. He kept the pace that made shadows comfortable with him. Draco stepped out of an alcove like a boy trying to be a portrait. Enjoy the gift? he asked, eyes bright. Yes, Harry said. Draco's smile got sharper. My father wishes to discuss terms. No, Harry said. Draco blinked, recovered too fast, and went to smug again. Perhaps you didn't understand. That sort of heirloom doesn't circulate without. I understood, Harry said. Say thank you to your father for sending me evidence. Tell him I won't pay him to stop making mistakes. Draco's jaw went white at the corners. You think you can. I think I cannot owe you, Harry said. He stepped past. Don't block my corridor. Draco shifted. His hand twitched toward his wand and didn't finish the movement because Daphne's voice came from 3 paces behind Harry, even and cool. Don't, she said. Draco went still like prey that had just learned a new verb. He stepped back. His 2 shadows tried to look like they had planned to step back. Good night, Malfoy, Daphne said. Not unkind. Not kind. He made a noise that wasn't a word and went the other way. Daphne fell in step. Payment refused, she said. Immediate, Harry said. She exhaled. You just told a Malfoy no. I'll tell him again, Harry said. Do it politely, she said. Polite nos bleed less. He almost smiled. Noted. They reached the common room. Marcus stood with a list and a pen that didn't need ink. Curfew in 20, he said. Anyone not in by then is volunteering for Filch. Not volunteering, Theo said from the chess table, bored. Compelled. Better word, Marcus said. He looked at Harry without moving his head. Heard anything we need to correct? No, Harry said. Let them talk. Good, Marcus said. If someone throws a hex at you, don't let it land. Obviously, Harry said. Dorm. Shoes off. Wand on table. The trunk lock held. The diary stayed a book that would never be a diary again. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. The presents sorted new data. Riddle adolescent arrogance, chamber construction details, partial, names, Hepzibah Smith, Borgenbergs, habit of writing to himself as if arguing with a mirror, useful, filed, attached to places on a map that didn't exist in anyone else's head. He felt us, the presence said. Tom, Harry said. Yes. He screamed into a room without doors. He will try to make doors. Let him try, Harry said. He lay back. The ceiling had the same shape as last night. The water pressed. The voice of the house was steady. Far away, where he hadn't rebuilt a body and hadn't learned better. Tom Riddle raged in a borrowed skull and found nothing to throw. The connection he'd used since the night in Godric's Hollow tasted like iron and ash. The tether that had made him sure of permanence had gone thin, then thinner, then it didn't have a word for what came after thinner. It wasn't gone. It was worse. It was being watched by something that didn't blink. He steadied his breathing the way he had taught himself to steady it as a boy in an orphanage that didn't know what it had. He tried to speak into the thin wire of connection. He put out thought and pulled back emptiness. Who are you? He asked the quiet. The quiet didn't bark. It existed. It had time. He stopped speaking. He started planning. Planning is what he had left. Back in the stone and water, Harry slept. He woke once in the night when a door down the corridor banged and the lake changed pressure. He checked the shape of the room in his head for beds. 2 breathing slow, 1 turning over and let go again. Morning would bring schedules and a list Marcus would pretend wasn't a list and Draco practicing a different smile. Hermione would have 3 new notes about how ritual can be used without being believed. Ron would be louder than yesterday to disguise the wobble under his voice. There would be a question in Snape's eyes he wouldn't ask yet. There would be a new Malfoy envelope that didn't arrive because Daphne had already sent a note to the Malfoy elf that said cease in perfect script. There would be whispers that grew quiet on their own because nothing more exciting happened than a boy going to class and eating his bread and setting his cool straight. The first feast was finished. The hunger wasn't. That was fine. He had a schedule. He had a courier box. He had a partner who understood that sometimes the safest thing you can be is dull. He would be dull in public and efficient in private. He would keep fear measured so it didn't decide anything for him. He would not trip over feet stuck out for him. He would not reward noise. He slept like someone who had done one necessary thing and would do another when it was time. Chapter 7 Political Entanglements. Saturday started with the lake's slow pressure and a folded card under Harry's door. Theo nudged it with a toe on his way to the basin. "You're popular," he said through a mouthful of toothpaste. Harry picked it up. Thick stock. Greengrass seal. He broke it with a thumb. Ministry Gala. St. Mungo's Benefit. 7 p.m. Atrium. Formal. Bring nothing you don't want photographed. Cyrus. Optics event, the presence said. Audience. Nets. Boring voice, Harry said. Boring voice. Blaze craned from his pillow. New suit. Old robes, Harry said. New posture. Down in the common room, Marcus stood with a clipboard and the look of someone who liked lists. "Curfew is curfew even if your father owns half the aisle at Madame Malkin's," he told a sixth year. When he saw Harry, he glanced at the card and nodded once. "Don't drink anything you didn't pour. Don't speak to quills with legs. If asked for comment, say, 'We support St. Mungo's' and stop." "Understood," Harry said. "Try not to fight a war in front of the fountain," Marcus added. "Fudge cries." "Noted," Harry said. Daphne was waiting by the exit when he came up from breakfast. Her hair was pinned like a statement. The Greengrass family crest sat at her throat, small enough to be manners, not a threat. "You'll say 3 sentences all night," she said. "Rotate them." "Which 3?" Harry asked. "It's an honor to support St. Mungo's. I'll defer to my solicitor on the details. We look forward to working with all sides for stability," Daphne said. "Smile once." "Not twice." "Once," Harry said. She looked him over like a tailor would. "Robes fit. Tie straight. Don't keep your hands in pockets. If I take your sleeve, don't talk." "Understood," he said. "They flood from the staff fireplace under McGonagall's eye because you didn't take first years to a ministry event without someone who could hex a journalist on reflex." McGonagall said, "No statements," and Daphne said, "Yes, Professor," and Harry said nothing. Green flame, spin, ash taste. They stepped into the ministry atrium and the noise wrapped around them, laughter over marble. Shoe leather on polished floor, water from the fountain falling neat into its bowl. Floating banners read St. Mungo's Healers Fund. The crowd was the same age it always is at these things. Too old for the music, too young to retire. Cyrus Greengrass appeared from a conversation like he had been cut out of it. He kissed Daphne's cheek once, exact. He shook Harry's hand like he was counting bones. "Lord Potter," he said, voice low, "your face is in a paper before you open your mouth. Remember that." "I will," Harry said. "Good," Cyrus said. He inclined his head toward the goblin contingent near the fountain. Ragnarok's deputy. Steel bracelets. Unreadable. "You will not speak treaty. You will not speak rates. You will speak gratitude and leave money to men who count it for a living." His mouth barely moved. "Your courier box tested well. Keep it that way." "Yes," Harry said. A woman in dark green robes moved past with a tray and eyes that counted exits. Amelia Bones. She gave Cyrus a short nod. Her monocle flashed. She took in Harry, took in Daphne, took in the space around them in one breath and carried on. Photographers gathered in a neat semicircle when the 3 of them took 2 steps toward the fountain. Quills clicked. Flash popped. Cyrus shifted his weight a half-inch to block half of Harry's shoulder from the worst angle, and somehow didn't look like he'd moved at all. "Lord Potter, a word?" called a voice with sugar on it. Rita Skeeter. Hair like a wasp. Quick quill already moving. Daphne's hand found Harry's sleeve. He shut his mouth. Cyrus stepped in. "Miss Skeeter," Cyrus said pleasantly, "we appreciate your interest in adolescent schedules. Tonight, St. Mungo's." Of course," Rita cooed, not looking at Cyrus at all. "Lord Potter, sources tell me you've been reacquainted with certain family instruments, accounts, titles, the like. Is it true that Albus Dumbledore, St. Mungo's saved my life more than once?" Harry said, voice level. He gave her one smile like a receipt. "It's an honor to support the Healers Fund." Rita blinked, recalculated, tried another door. "And your alliance with House Greengrass strictly political? Or is there a—" "I defer to my solicitor on details," Harry said. "Which solicitor?" she pressed, pencil bright. "Gringotts," Harry said. "They have names on the letterhead. You can print those." Rita's quill scratched meaner. Cyrus's mouth twitched, which for him was a laugh. Amelia Bones watched like a hawk that wasn't hungry yet. Perfect, Daphne murmured as they moved away. Once more and you can stop talking. They did a lap because that's what you do. Harry shook hands and said the 3 sentences in order. A thin man from International Magical Cooperation pretended to recognize him from somewhere he hadn't been. A short witch with a good brooch told Daphne she looked like her mother and meant, "I see you. I remember." Daphne said, "Thank you," like a promise. At the far side of the fountain, a goblin clerk from the Gringotts legal office lifted his chin by a degree. "Kazreg," he said by way of greeting. "Documents are ready." "Later," Cyrus said. "Private room." Kazreg's eyes flicked to Harry's face for one heartbeat and away. Respect or caution? Possibly both. Albus Dumbledore arrived without fanfare and made the room 10 degrees quieter in 6 steps. Lemon scent. Robes the color of patience. The beard. The eyes that usually twinkled. Not tonight. People shifted to let him through without admitting they had. He stopped before the fountain. He looked at the bronze wizard in the center for one moment and then he looked at Harry. "Harry," he said softly. The undertone asked for privacy and offered nothing in return. Cyrus tipped his head to Daphne. "Take him to the side room," he said. "Not alone." Daphne touched Harry's sleeve and walked. He walked with her. They entered a small anteroom with 2 chairs, a table, and a charmed orchid that tried to look modest. McGonagall stood just inside the door and became part of the wall on purpose. Dumbledore shut the door and said nothing for a breath. Then, "You look well." "I am efficient," Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "Efficiency is not the same as health. Nor is charity the same as care," Harry said. A flicker. Regret. It crossed the old man's face and left no footprint. "I will not pretend we begin this conversation on even ground," Dumbledore said, hands folded. I left you with people who hurt you. I did it because I believed safety would be enough. I was wrong." "You built a theory," Harry said. "The test failed. The subject changed." Dumbledore inhaled as if the air would help. "Harry, you called me a name the night you placed me on a step," Harry said calm. "You said, Harry Potter, and meant project. I am not a project you own." Daphne eased into the chair opposite and crossed one ankle over the other like a metronome settling. She placed a sealed parchment on the table without looking at Dumbledore. Gringotts seal. 2 signatures. Ragnarok. Kazreg. "Gringotts audit interim," she said. "Removal of illegal bindings. Itemization of transfers from Potter accounts without consent. Concealment of hereditary titles from the heir, with notes on instruments used and dates." McGonagall's chin lifted a millimeter. Dumbledore didn't look down. He kept his eyes on Harry the way a man tries to stand very still in a room with a sleeping animal. "In my defense," Dumbledore said quietly, "I believed I did what was necessary at the time." "You believed wrong," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes were tired. "There are wars," he said, not to excuse but to place. "In wars we do things we would never do in the soft light of peace. We try to pay for them later." "You don't get to pay with my ledger," Harry said. He tapped the sealed parchment once with a finger. "This is not a moral debate. This is an account." Dumbledore's gaze fell to the seal at last. He did not reach for it. "And what do you want, Harry?" "Autonomy," Harry said. "Non-interference. You will not place bindings. You will not instruct staff to probe my mind. You will not direct my funds. You will not decide what I am allowed to know about my own house." McGonagall's eyes flicked to Dumbledore's face. Something old and loyal and angry lived in her look. Dumbledore folded his hands tighter until the knuckles went white under liver spots. "And if I say no?" he asked, voice very calm. "Because I believe the risk to the world is too great if I allow a boy walking with an ancient power to go unguarded?" Daphne spoke before Harry did, voice even. "Then the audit moves from interim to public," she said. "And we let the Wisengamot ask why a headmaster who is not family signed documents on a child's account." Silence. The charmed orchid tried to turn its blossom and thought better of it. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall. McGonagall did not look away. He sighed, not dramatic. "You intend to put the school under goblin oversight," he said. Financial compliance, Daphne said. Not curriculum. You intend to move funds, Dumbledore said. Out of discretionary slush into audited line items, Cyrus said from the door. They hadn't heard him open it. He stepped inside with Kazreg at his shoulder and closed it with 2 fingers. Infrastructure. Wards. Pay healers more. Stop pretending the castle runs on goodwill and ghosts. Kazreg placed a folder on the table. Ink shimmered under its surface like oil. Proposed amendment, he said. Education Standards Fund Oversight Addendum, 1991. Gringotts to co-sign any redirection. Quarterly reporting to Board of Governors and DMLE. Penalties for variance. Dumbledore's eyes flickered at DMLE. Bones would have to see. Of course she would. You are trying to govern without the word, Dumbledore said to Harry, almost curious. You are a student. I will be whatever the job requires, Harry said. Dumbledore stared at him a long time. Lily believed, he said almost to himself. In what? Harry asked. In wonder, Dumbledore said. In the idea that there are things we protect because they are messy and human and not efficient at all. Harry did not look away. Lily is dead, he said. The living deserve infrastructure. Something like grief moved through Dumbledore's face and was gone. He looked at McGonagall. Minerva. She opened her mouth. Shut it. Opened it again. If the money stops going missing, she said carefully, I can buy decent brooms without a fight. Dumbledore let out a breath that sounded like a surrender you make to facts, not people. Very well, he said. Bring me a copy I can sign without breaking a treaty. Kazreg tapped the folder. Already vetted. Daphne slid a clean copy across the table with a fountain pen that had a weight to it. Dumbledore read. He found the clause that made his jaw tick. He read again. He signed. Thank you, Daphne said. She meant it like she would thank a banker for wiring a transfer on time. Dumbledore set the pen down and looked at Harry with an expression that had room for regret and stubbornness at once. I cannot make you human by asking, he said. But I will keep trying to keep you a boy while you still are one. Harry held his eyes. Don't try to keep me, he said. Try to keep the others from bleeding. Dumbledore nodded once. He left with McGonagall. The orchid relaxed by a fraction. Cyrus picked up the signed copy and handed it to Kazreg. File, he said. Kazreg bowed by a degree. Filed. Cyrus turned to Harry and Daphne. Now we do the small thing that looks like nothing and costs someone else a night's sleep, he said. Budget subcommittee meets in 20 minutes. They've put healer's stipend at the bottom of the list so they can run out of time. We will help them manage time. How? Harry asked. By being boring, Cyrus said. He smiled without showing teeth. By asking questions about line spacing and font size, and whether the meeting has a working clock. The subcommittee room was too warm and too red. 5 witches and wizards sat around a horseshoe of polished wood with stacks of parchment, and the look of people who had learned to say later like a spell. Cyrus took a chair in the public row with Daphne next to him. He put the signed addendum on the corner of the table where everyone could see it without being told to look. Harry sat behind them and watched faces. Item 8, droned a clerk. Recreation of the Cauldron Replacement Program. Point of order, Cyrus said, pleasant. The clock is crooked. Everyone looked at the clock. It wasn't. People laughed a little. The chair, Madam Hopkirk, tidy, tired sighed. Lord Greengrass, unless you are just thinking about accuracy, Cyrus said. It is important when we talk about brooms that snap and cauldrons that leak. He folded his hands. Item 10 concerns healers' stipends. That can be discussed in the spring session, said a man with bright hair and dim eyes. Today is a St. Mungo's benefit, Cyrus said mildly. Optics. Amelia Bones came in and stood at the back. She looked like a vote without a ballot. The bright-haired man lost a degree of confidence. Very well, Hopkirk said. Item 10 moved to 3. They tried to skip it anyway 2 items later. Cyrus coughed at a bad time. Daphne raised a hand like a student and said, If we delay stipends, the paper will say we smiled for photographs and paid no one. She sounded bored. It sounded like truth. Hopkirk pinched the bridge of her nose and moved item 10 to now. Healers Fund, she said. Proposed increase. Funding source. Reallocation from discretionary slush. From where? Brighthair asked. From nowhere, Daphne said. She slid the addendum forward. From here. Signed. The clerk took it like it might bite. He read. His eyebrows went up. He handed it to Hopkirk. Hopkirk read and nodded once like someone accepting weather. Noted, she said. Carried. Amelia's mouth twitched. That was applause from her. They moved on. Cyrus asked 3 more questions that sounded petty and forced the room to write down a number instead of a word. By the time Harry realized 30 minutes had passed, the healer's stipend was through, the brooms had a line item, and discretionary slush had a dent. That, Cyrus said in the corridor after, is how you pass a law that isn't a law. It was small, Harry said. It was a start, Daphne said. Photographs again. Rita tried a second time and got the same 3 sentences. Dumbledore vanished before anyone could corner him for quotes. Kazreg disappeared as if walls had eaten him. Amelia spoke to Cyrus for exactly 13 seconds and left a sentence behind. If goblins are co-signing, the DMLE will want the same for discipline. Later, Cyrus said. At the fountain, Daphne leaned in and touched Harry's sleeve. Smile, she said, voice low. 1. Now, he did. The flash went off. Rita's quill scratched. Someone said, young love, like a caption. Do you want me to kiss your cheek? Daphne asked without looking at him. Will it help? He asked. For optics, she said. Do it, he said. She kissed his cheek. It was brief and carefully placed so no one could call it anything else. A flash went off like lightning that didn't hit anything. Thank you, he said. You're welcome, she said. Don't read the paper tomorrow. I won't, he said. They left by flew the way they came. McGonagall didn't speak until they stepped out in her office. Then, do not bring any of that into my classroom, she said. Not harsh. Clear. I won't, Harry said. Good, she said. She looked at Daphne. Well navigated. Thank you, Professor, Daphne said. Back in Slytherin, Marcus didn't look up from his list. Did you hex the minister? He asked. No, Harry said. Shame, Theo said from the sofa. Would have livened chess. Blaise took one look at the signed copy of the addendum in Harry's hand and whistled once under his breath. You did something boring, he said, impressed. Yes, Harry said. Excellent, Blaise said. They went to the second table from the back in the library because routines are armor. Hermione arrived 3 minutes later with new ink on her finger and a copy of the Prophet that hadn't been printed yet because she'd borrowed it in the future in her head. How was it? She asked, trying for casual. Loud, Harry said. Did you speak to Dumbledore? She asked. Yes, he said. And I gave him a paper to sign, Harry said. Hermione stared, then sat slowly. You what? Financial oversight, he said. Quarterly reports. She didn't know whether to smile or scold. She compromised by drawing a box on her parchment and writing transparency in it. Good, she said. Also terrifying. I chose good, he said. They studied until the lamps hummed. Hermione corrected his charm's angle with a soft tap. He let her. He didn't correct her transfiguration note even though he could have. Local field, she had written. Contain. Do not generalize. He underlined contain once and left it. On the way back to the common room, they passed the notice board. Someone had pinned a sketch of Harry and Daphne by the fountain with a caption in green ink. Slytherin strategy. Outboring the ministry. Beneath it, someone else had drawn a heart, then crossed it out twice. Daphne saw it, kept walking and said, Good. Why? He asked. Because they're laughing, she said. You want them to be laughing. People who laugh don't hunt. In the dorm, he locked the trunk, checked the courier box, and found one note waiting in its cedar mouth. Audit complete. Tuesday, 10 o'clock. Private. Gringotts. He burned it to clean ash and brushed it into a saucer. He lay back and stared at the ceiling that didn't change shape. One step completed, the present said. Minimal resistance. Variables updated. Dumbledore? Harry asked. Danger. Not enemy. Unreliable. He will adapt. He'll try to keep me a boy, Harry said. You are not a boy, the presence said without tone. You are a vector. I can be both, Harry said. Inefficient. Maybe, Harry said. We'll test. Across the castle, Dumbledore sat in his office and held the copy he'd signed as if it weighed something it didn't. The portraits pretended to sleep. He looked at his hands and at the lemon drops he didn't want and at the place on the desk where the sorting hat sat when it wanted to talk. Minerva, he said when she came without knocking. Albus, she said. I did what was right, he said. But it sounded like a question. You did what was necessary, she said. I will settle for that. In another house, Lucius Malfoy read a brief and went still. He refused payment, he told the room. He thinks he can starve me of leverage. Narcissa Malfoy did not look up from her book. Can he? She asked. Lucius smiled without warmth. He is 11, he said, as if that settled something important. He will make a mistake. Narcissa turned a page. So will you, she said mildly. He didn't answer. Down in the dark, Voldemort found no door. He pressed his mind against emptiness that watched him and learned nothing. He whispered boy, as if it were an address, and received silence that had time. Back under the lake, Harry slept. The addendum would hit the paper in the morning. People would decide it meant new things it did not mean. The healers would see their stipends change by numbers that mattered in kitchens. The broom order would go through without a fight. Rita would write 2 paragraphs about a kiss on the cheek as if it were policy. Draco would practice a new smile. Ron would say something he couldn't take back. Hermione would bring 3 more diagrams and a frown she couldn't file away. Next came bones and vaults and names on rings. Next came the part where boring wasn't enough. Chapter 8 Echoes of the Void. Sunday brought a thinner quiet. No classes. The lake pressed the stone in slow breaths. Blaze read. Theo dreamed with his eyes open. Harry woke with a list in his head and a weight behind his scar that wasn't pain. The diary's taste lingered like a note after a bell stops. Residual patterns, the presence said. Harmless. Useful. He sat up, drank water and let the patterns sort. Names surfaced first. Hepzibah Smith, Borgin Burks, Gaunt Shack, Little Hangleton. Then methods. Not ceremony. Structure. How Tom had tied a split to an object and convinced it to hold. The presence filed each piece like an accountant. Method, violence plus assertion, it said. He forced a state change and told it not to decay. Crude. Effective. Inefficient. Harry dressed. Cold water to clear his head. Wand against ribs. Courier box checked. No note. Good. Daphne waited at the common room arch. Hair pinned neat. Book under one arm. 2 things, she said. Audit Tuesday 10. And don't get caught in the restricted section. I wasn't planning to get caught, Harry said. Good, she said. You're allowed to plan the other part. He nodded. Today, library. Second table from the back. I won't be there, she said. Green grass brunch. I'll send a note if anything moves. Understood. The corridors had weekend airlighter noise. Scattered groups. The library smelled like parchment and polish. Madame Pants watched him the way a cat watches a room. Harry took the second table. He laid out ink, quill, 3 clean sheets, and 1 book he didn't intend to read. He closed his eyes for 6 seconds and let the presence display. No pictures. Just clean labels. Riddle. Orphanage routines. Charms learned by theft. Burke's back room. Smith's hands shaking. Ring set with the old stone. Teeth like old nails. Names of vaults. The habit of writing to himself and believing the page believed him back. Harry wrote headings. Objects, processes, locations, failures. Under objects he wrote. Diary consumed. Ring gaunt line. Locket Smith. Cup Smith. Diadem Castle. Snake living asset. Unknown? He left space under each. Under processes, he wrote in neat blocks. Split anchor equals metastable state. Maintained by belief binding iterative reinforcement. Then, break by removing anchor or removing state rule. Option 2 safer if local. Under locations, he wrote. Little Hangleton. Nocturne, Borgin. Greengrass dinner dates blocked off. He stopped himself from writing chamber. He didn't have consent for that word. Under failures, he wrote, arrogance, pattern repetition, over-reliance on ritual, assumes ignorance in others, assumes fear stops inquiry. He felt Hermione before he saw her. Energy like a pen tapping. She slid into the chair across from him. Breath quick from taking stairs she didn't need to take fast. You're early, she said, like she was accusing him of being responsible. I'm usually early, he said. She set down 3 books with the controlled thump of someone trying not to make noise. Fundamentals of Transfiguration, Modern Magical Theory, and a slim, old volume in gobbledygook with a translation ribbon pasted at the top. Ledgers of Stone. A treatise on binding and debt, partial translation. I asked the clerk at the annex if Gringotts had anything public about binding theory, she said, keeping her voice level. They sent this. It's not friendly reading. Friendly isn't the point, Harry said. She glanced at his headings and then at his face. You're not writing a murder plan. No, he said. I'm writing a repair plan. That's worse, she said honestly. Because it sounds sensible. Sensibility isn't the villain, Harry said. Hermione tapped the goblin book. This talks about binding as a ledger entry. Says magic treats certain vows like debts. If you don't pay, something collects. Accurate, Harry said. Don't be smug, she said. But she smiled quick. Listen, there's a passage translated, so it's messy about void right. It says, when a thing owes the world and will not pay, the stone may claim by void right. The claim must be exact, clean, and local, or the stone rejects it as theft. Local, Harry said. He underlined the word on his page. McGonagall told me to keep fields local. She was talking about not turning the desk into a snake, Hermione said, staring at his headings. But yes, she dropped her voice. You keep using words like origin and state change. I looked them up in Muggle books. She pulled a thin physics primer from her bag. I don't understand all of it yet, but the idea that you can change how a thing is by changing the rule you wrote for ITI, get that? Harry looked at her. You're not afraid to say you don't understand. I'm terrified, she said, not embarrassed. But I'm not going to stop. If you're going to do this, someone has to be in the room who can say stop and know why. Good, Harry said. You can be that. She swallowed. What did you see? In the diary. He didn't make it dramatic. Names, methods, places. He wrote to himself like a mirror. He thinks the page is smarter if it has his handwriting. That's sad, Hermione said, which he hadn't expected. Why? Because he didn't trust people, she said. Only reflections. Harry let that sit. The lamps hummed. Pants glared at someone 3 rows up who breathed too loud. Hermione pointed at processes. You wrote remove state rule. Yes, Harry said. How? She asked. Local field, he said. Contain. Identify the bit the world agreed to pretend. End the agreement. Don't tear the fabric. Change the clause. She rubbed her forehead. Say it like I'm 10. Make a small box around the wrongness, he said. Tell the box it's over. Don't let it leak. That I understand, she said. She took a breath. Is that what you did to the diary? Yes, he said. Did it hurt? She asked. No, he said. It stopped existing. There was nothing left to hurt. She looked at his face as if checking for something missing. You're very calm. I planned, he said. That's not the same as calm, she said. I know, he said. They worked through the morning. Hermione read Goblin translation aloud in low voice. Harry wrote shorter words under the long ones. He drew a box so small it looked like a dot and labeled it field. He drew a larger box around it and wrote room. Under that, castle. Under that, world. He drew a line between the first and second boxes and wrote contain again. At noon, the courier box clicked. Harry slid out a card with Gringotts seal. Tuesday, 10 o'clock. Private. Kesreg. He burned it to clean ash. Hermione watched the ash go and didn't ask. That was new. At 1, Hermione shut the goblin book and flexed her hand. I'm going to get lunch. Come. In 10, he said. She hesitated. He's being Ron, she said. He thinks I'm choosing sides. You're choosing facts, Harry said. I told him that, she said. He didn't like it. She stood. Eat. Don't read yourself into a corner. I won't, he said. He didn't read. He closed his eyes again and let the presence play back one memory he hadn't looked at yet. A small room in the gaunt shack, a boy's fingers on a ring that felt like a problem to solve, not a history. He filed Gaunt Shack. East of Hangleton, near a tree with iron nails. He wrote it without flourish. A shadow fell across the table. No footsteps before it. The smell of dried plants and clean grease. Potions. Miss Granger leaves the carcass and the carrion crows arrive, Snape said softly. Harry opened his eyes. Professor, library rules, Snape said. No eating. No shouting. No amateur surgery on the structure of the universe during open hours. His gaze slid to the goblin book and back. What, precisely, do you think you're doing? Reading, Harry said. Snape's mouth tilted. Do not be droll. It doesn't fit. Harry met his eyes. He didn't push. He didn't open. He just waited. Snape set 2 fingers on the back of the chair across from him and did not sit. You consume something that should not be consumed. You're asking questions you already answered, Harry said. I am measuring whether you know what you are, Snape said. Harry considered the honest version. Efficient, he said. Snape's eyes cooled a degree. Do you think Lily Evans would call you that? There it was. The test he'd expected. The name making the room narrower. Harry didn't blink. You say the name like it should bend me, he said. It doesn't. She died so you could stand there and speak to me as if blood is paperwork, Snape said, voice very quiet. Do you at least pretend to care? Harry kept his tone level. Pretending is for rituals. I don't need it. Snape leaned a little. You took a piece of Tom Riddle into your hands and unmade it. Do you understand that some lines exist because crossing them changes you? Yes, Harry said. I crossed it on purpose. Why? Because leaving it changes other people, Harry said, just as soft. Snape stared at him a long moment. You sound like Dumbledore when he's tired, he said. Not when he's right. We signed a paper yesterday, Harry said. He's adapting. And you, Snape said. What are you adapting to? Noise, Harry said. Dead weight. Things that pretend they're necessary because they're old. Snape's eyes flicked to the goblin book, to Harry's headings, to his face. You think you are the only one who's ever wanted to cut a rope, he said. It does not make you original. I'm not trying to be original, Harry said. I'm trying to be accurate. Snape's jaw worked once. He straightened. You will clear your mind, he said, as if picking a different argument. Or someone else will clear it for you and leave handprints. I know, Harry said. Do you? Snape said. He looked at the second table, at the view of the stacks, at the place where the restricted section door was visible if you chose your chair well. His voice dropped. If you go where I know you want to go, do not do it on a Sunday afternoon when every portrait is bored. There are hours for sins. Advice, Harry said. A warning, Snape said. He didn't look away. You are not special to me, he added, perfectly flat. Which is why I am telling you this. He turned and left with no sound but robe and air. Harry watched him disappear between shelves and sat very still for 4 breaths. He knows, the presence said. He knows enough, Harry said. He will not report immediately. He hoards information. Good, Harry said. He packed the goblin book and his notes and went for lunch. The hall felt thinner today. Gossip had eaten itself and gone to nap. Ron sat with Seamus and Dean and told a story with his hands that made him look bigger. When his eyes found Harry, they skittered. He was rehearsing a choice he wasn't ready to admit he'd made. Hermione ate fast, wiped her mouth, and met Harry's eyes. Later, she mouthed. He nodded. After lunch, he walked the corridor by the annex. The clerk bowed by a degree and slid a thin folder across the desk before Harry could ask. Translation supplement, the clerk said. Ledger of Stones, Appendix C. On unmaking. Don't smudge page 12. Harry took it. Thank you. Gringotts thanks you, the clerk said, which from a goblin meant we are watching with interest. He returned to his ledger with neat lines. Harry brought the folder back to the second table, sat, and read the marked page. The translation was terse. To unmake is not to destroy. Destruction is waste. Unmaking is return. The stone permits unmaking when Sadface won. The binding was theft wink with a frown 2. The anchor is outside its rightful ledger wink with a frown 3. The act is contained. Do not widen the field. Do not generalize the rule. Do not pretend to hold more than you can pay for. He wrote pay next to contain. He understood the first 2 clauses. The third one he felt in his bones. Hermione came with ink on her thumb and a line in her brow she kept pressing smooth. Snape talked to you, she said. Yes, Harry said. What did he say? That I'm not special to him, Harry said. She snorted. So you're very special to him. He warned me about Sundays, Harry said. She understood that instantly and looked toward the rope chain and the restricted sign. Don't, she said. Today, Harry said. No, good, she said, surprised he'd agreed so fast. Monday, after curfew? Those are the hours, he said. She pinched the bridge of her nose. I hate that I'm going to say this, she said. But if you're going to do it, I'll come. No, he said. Why not? Because if I get caught, one of us still needs clean access to the library in daylight, he said. She stared, then groaned. You're insufferable, she said. I'm correct, he said. She didn't argue. She stared at his pay and contain. Do you, she started, then stopped. Do you ever think about what this is doing to you? Yes, he said. And? She said. I measure, he said. That's not an answer, she said. It's the only way I have, he said. She shut the goblin book with a careful hand. I miss when the most dangerous thing about you was that you didn't like talking to people. I still don't, he said. She laughed once, short and real. Good. Don't change everything. They worked till the light changed. At dinner, Daphne slid into her seat and handed him a plain card under the table. Greengrass brunch. Boring. Malfoy sent nothing. Audit holds. We're Black Tuesday. He burned it to ash and brushed the ash into the water glass. Daphne watched and drank without making a face. After dinner, when the hall emptied into clubs and games and corridors, Harry did not go to the restricted section. He went to the second table and copied his objects list again, cleaner, into a smaller notebook. He wrote ring and then drew a circle the size of a canute and put a dot in it. Anchor. Old. Family. Layered protections. Likely in gaunt ruin or with caretaker who thinks he holds a piece of a story, the presence said. Caretaker, someone who sells objects and believes in them. Someone who likes secrets that stay in drawers. Borgin, Harry said. Yes. Footsteps approached, then stopped. Not Hermione. Not Daphne. Not Blaise. Ron. He stood at the end of the aisle, hands in pockets like a boy trying to look casual near a cliff. He looked at Harry's notebook. He looked at Harry's face. He looked at the door to the restricted section and then away too fast. He had bags under his eyes he would deny. What are you doing? Ron asked. Writing, Harry said. About what? Ron said. Things that hurt people if you leave them lying around, Harry said. Ron's mouth flattened. You think you're the only one who cares, he said. No, Harry said. You act like it, Ron said. I act like I'm responsible for what I touch, Harry said. Ron took a step closer. Are you going to tell anyone what you're planning? He said. Or just do it and call it efficient? I'm telling the people who can help me not break it, Harry said. People like Greengrass, Ron said, clipped. People like Hermione, Harry said. Ron flinched. She says you're careful, he said. She says you think before you do anything. I don't believe you can think enough to make this okay. You don't have to believe it, Harry said. Ron stared at him a long time. Dumbledore asked me to tell him if you did anything strange, he said. I told him he didn't need me for that. What did he say? Harry asked. Nothing, Ron said. He looked old. His voice wavered. He shoved his hands deeper in his pockets. If you get us all killed, I'm going to haunt you, he said too loud and stomped off like he'd made a good point. Harry watched him go. He is a vector for other people's fear, the presence said. He will carry it where he thinks it will matter. I know, Harry said. Prepare for betrayal. Preparing, Harry said. He closed the notebook. He walked the long way back to Slytherin with his hands out of his pockets like Daphne had told him. In the corridor near the armor gallery, He saw Dumbledore speaking to McGonagall in low tones. They broke off when they saw him, not pretending. Dumbledore's eyes had lost their light again. McGonagall's mouth was a line. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she said. "Evening, Professor," he said. Dumbledore's gaze dipped to the notebook and back. "Sleep," he said. "I will," Harry said. "You do not have to do everything in 1 year," Dumbledore said. Harry didn't answer that. Back under the lake, the common room hummed with chess and gossip. Marcus checked curfew without looking busy. Blaise raised 2 fingers in a lazy salute. Theo had 3 books open and the same line between his brows Hermione wore when she did numbers. Daphne joined Harry near the fire where the heat never quite got past the first row of chairs. "He's going to talk to someone," she said. "Ron," Harry said. "Yes," she said. "Let him," Harry said. "Optics," she said. "If it leaks that you're in the restricted section, make sure the story is you were reading Hogwarts. A history." "I was," Harry said. She almost smiled. "Good." He checked the courier box before bed. A single card slid out. Casreg. Appendix C delivered. Tuesday confirmed. Ragnarok. A sharp rune Harry didn't know Stonewright acknowledged for prior act. Do not widen field. He touched the rune with his thumb and felt a pressure like a hand. Not a promise. A notice. He burned both slips and brushed the ash into the saucer. He lay back. The presents arranged the day into neat piles. Data absorbed. Boundaries reinforced. Ally briefed. Observer warned. Teacher tested. Enemy felt. Risk marked. Next step, it said. "Ring," Harry said. "Ring." He closed his eyes. Monday had a shape. Classes again. People again. Rules you can choose to follow. Charms began with review. Harry lifted a feather 2 hands high and set it down smooth. Flitwick beamed like a sunrise in miniature. "Scaffolding," Hermione whispered. "See, I see," he said. Transfiguration brought a box of small stones today. McGonagall had them practice changing shape within a material, not changing the material. Harry did the taught method and did not reach for the other. McGonagall didn't look at him, which was her way of saying good. In potions, Snape assigned partners at random and still put Draco with someone else. Harry worked with Daphne. Their antidote came out the correct color and smell. Snape looked into their cauldron and said, "Acceptable," like he'd decided that word was a kind of truce. At lunch, Ron laughed too loud again. Hermione rubbed a mark on her thumb till it went red. Daphne leaned closer and spoke without moving her mouth. "Tonight," she said. "If you're going to do it when Filch changes patrols." "Noted," Harry said. "Do not get caught," she said. "If you do, say you were lost." "I don't get lost," he said. "Lie anyway," she said. The day moved. Classes ended. Study hour came and went. Curfew approached. The castle changed tone the way it does when most doors get shut and the portraits settle into their frames. Harry waited till the clock in the common room ticked 10 and then 5 and then 8. He went out alone. The corridors at night had different air. Colder. Less breath, more stone. His shoes made soft sounds he measured and then forgot. He cut one corner, past the statue that pretended not to watch and came to the rope chain. "Restricted," the sign said, as if that settled anything. He listened. No footsteps. No Filch. No wheezing cat. He lifted the chain and stepped through. Inside, the air held dust and oil and old intent. Books sat with their spines turned in as if sulking. Silence here wasn't just absence. It was policy. Local field, the presence said. Hands off unless necessary. No loud work. "Agreed," Harry said. He didn't reach for the screaming books. He walked past the ones that felt like teeth behind leather. He chose a shelf marked Archaics Bindings Revocation. He slid out a slim black volume whose cover refused to keep a name. Inside, a neat hand had written on the revocation of unwilled states and then crossed it out and written unbinding. He read fast. The author spoke in tidy lines. When a binding has been placed without rightful consent, the world allows unbinding if A. The agent has standing. B. The field is contained. C. The payment is accounted. Examples were ugly and useful. A farmer unbinding a land tether set by a lord. A midwife unbinding a grief curse. A goblin unbinding a theft binding on a vault. Payment returned. Not gold. Strain. Fatigue. Something that remembered. Harry closed the book gently. He took 3 notes, no more. Standing mattered. He had standing for himself. He could argue standing for things that had been taken from the dead. Footsteps. Soft. Measured. Not filch. Snape could walk that quiet. Dumbledore could. McGonagall when she wanted. Harry slid the book back, turned, and had his hands at his sides when the rope chain lifted and Dumbledore ducked under it without touching it. The old man looked at the books like they were children asleep in a room he used to live in. "Hello, Harry," he said, as if this were a hallway at noon. "Headmaster," Harry said. Dumbledore's gaze went to the shelf where the black book sat and then to Harry's face. "Curiosity," he said, not unkind. "It is a good trait. Dangerous when paired with ability and urgency. People bleed while we wait for the right age," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. He didn't argue. "Will you hear me even if you think you will not follow my advice?" "Yes," Harry said. "Do not widen your field," Dumbledore said. "If you begin to change rules at scale, rules will change you back. You will not like how." "I know," Harry said. "Do you?" Dumbledore asked, almost gentle. "You are very young. You have learned to sound like a minister when you wish and a goblin when you need to. There is a third tongue you must learn." "What?" Harry said. "Silence," Dumbledore said. "The kind that means you chose not to act." Harry thought of a cupboard and a boy who had learned to survive by not making noise. "I already learned that," he said. Dumbledore's eyes tightened at the corners. "Not that kind," he said. "The kind where you can act and do not, because the world is not your ledger." Harry held his gaze. "Whose is it?" "No one's," Dumbledore said quietly. "And that is why we share it." They stood in the quiet a moment, the old and the new, with books pretending to sleep. "I will not tell you to stop," Dumbledore said. "You will not listen." He reached into his robe and set a small folded note on a table. "Opening hours change on Tuesdays," he said. "The librarian naps at 10 past. Filch limps on his left. When it rains he favors the right. If you are going to break a rule, at least know its habits." Harry didn't touch the note. "Why?" "Because," Dumbledore said, "if I cannot teach you to love wonder, I will at least teach you how to avoid tripping into a net made for lesser creatures." He paused. "And because Lily Evans would have tried to keep you from being lonely while you broke all the rules worth breaking." He left. The chain fell. The air settled. Harry waited 1 breath more, then 1 more after that, then slid the black book out again and copied a final line. "Do not pretend to hold more than you can pay for." He put the book back. He left without being seen. He made it to the common room between patrols. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Harry nodded once. That was the check. In bed, the ceiling kept its shape. The lake pressed. The presents sorted, neat and calm. "Next ring," it said. "Gaunt Shack. Hangleton. Requires exit from grounds." "After Tuesday," Harry said. "After audit. After I know what I owe." "Agreed," it said. Across the castle, Hermione lay awake with a book open on her chest and a pencil tucked behind her ear. She had written local field, contain, pay on the inside cover and circled pay until the page almost tore. She whispered to the dark, "Don't widen it," and tried to believe that would be enough. In another dorm, Ron stared at the canopy and made an old decision new. When you think you're about to be left behind, grab an adult and shout. He rehearsed the speech he'd give in Dumbledore's office and winced at how his voice shook in the middle. He told himself it wouldn't. Under a different roof, Lucius Malfoy lifted a glass and looked through it at the way light bent. "Borgin," he said to no one, "dust the shelves. We will have company." In the deep dark, where a body had not yet been stitched and a plan had not yet landed, Tom Riddle leaned into nothing and felt it lean back. He spoke a name that used to be a mirror. The void did not answer. He planned anyway. Tuesday would bring an audit, a closed door, numbers that mattered, and signatures that meant someone would check where gold went. After that, stone and weeds and a ring. For now, boxes small, rules local, and a boy who kept his hands at his sides when he needed to, and not when he didn't. Chapter 9: The Fault Line. Tuesday moved like a list. Harry woke. Water. 1. Courier box. The lake pressed slow against stone. Audit at 10, the presence said. Boring voice. No display. Boring voice, Harry said. Daphne waited at the arch in black robes that said serious without shouting. We say thank you. We sign nothing we haven't already read. We don't smile twice. Once, Harry said. Once, she said, and they went. Audit. Gringotts' annex room was wood and iron and not a place for speeches. Kazreg waited with 2 clerks and a tray of pens that looked like weapons. Ragnok did not attend. His seal did. Kazreg slid a ledger across. Interim complete, he said. Bindings removed. Trespass recorded. Transfers enumerated. He tapped a column. Restitution schedule proposed. We do not pursue criminal charges at this time. At this time, Daphne repeated. Gringotts is patient, Kazreg said. Harry read numbers. Old debits. New credits. Dates. Names that were not family. He felt nothing and everything at once and filed both. Education addendum registered, Kazreg added. Oversight accepted per headmaster's signature. He placed a separate sheet in front of Harry. Acknowledge receipt. Harry signed. Daphne initialed. The clerks watched like stone. House Greengrass will hold copies, Daphne said. Filed, Kazreg said. Courier schedule remains secure. Your box passed tests. Good, Harry said. Kazreg's eyes flicked up. You have standing for yourself, he said, voice flatter. Do not assume it for others. The stone does not accept arrogance as currency. I know, Harry said. Do you? Kazreg asked, not unkind. He closed the ledger. This part is done. They left through a door that didn't look used. In the corridor, Daphne exhaled once. Good. Quiet. No drama. Lunch. In a minute, Harry said. She took his sleeve for 2 steps and let go. We do not widen the field, she said. Say it back. We do not widen the field, he said. She nodded and peeled off toward Slytherin. He turned toward the library, second table from the back, and the thread of work that kept his hands from shaking. The boy with a decision. Ron had not slept. He told himself he had, and then remembered that lying to himself never worked more than once. He watched Harry pass at breakfast and felt the old ache the gap where a joke used to slide in and make the room easier. He saw Hermione's ink-stained thumb and wanted to ask what she was reading, and instead said nothing. At 10, when the castle's clocks whispered the hour, Ron stood outside the gargoyle and rehearsed 3 sentences that sounded brave in his head and petty in his mouth. He knocked. The stone moved. The staircase turned. Dumbledore looked older in daylight. Less glow. More bone. Mr. Weasley, he said, very mild. Tea. No, Ron said, and then remembered manners. Sorry. No, thank you. Very well, Dumbledore said. Ron didn't sit. He didn't know if he was allowed. He stood on the wrong side of brave and said, Harry's doing things he shouldn't. Dumbledore did not smile. Tell me what you think you know, he said. Ron swallowed. Malfoy gave him a diary. He did something to it. He said it was inert. He didn't panic. He does that, sir. He says scary things like they're weather. Dumbledore's eyes went far for a second and then came back. I see. He freezes, Ron blurted. He stares at nothing like he's listening to someone I can't hear. He makes people say yes without shouting. Hermione's helping him. She says it's scaffolding like charms. I don't understand half of it. Do you think Harry means harm? Dumbledore asked. Ron wanted to say yes because it would make everything tidy. He couldn't. I think he thinks he doesn't, he said. I think he thinks he's saving everyone from their own stupidity. I think he swallowed, throat tight. I think I don't know him. Dumbledore looked at his hands, then at the window, then at Ron again. Thank you, he said softly. I asked you to come to me if you were worried. You have done so. That is courage. It feels like grassing, Ron muttered. It feels like care, Dumbledore said. But care is not always right. He stood. I will not move against him with chains and threats. I gave my word. I will, however, try to arrange supervision he cannot resent. What do I do? Ron asked. Stay away if you are afraid, Dumbledore said. Fear makes poor witnesses and worse friends. Ron nodded, stung. Yes, sir. And Mr. Weasley? Dumbledore added. Sir, if you speak to him, do not make yourself large to feel brave. Dumbledore said, not unkind. Ask a small question and listen to the answer. Ron flushed. Yes, sir. He left with his ears hot and his chest hollow. Outside, Hermione leaned on the corridor wall with a book open and her jaw tight. You told, she said. I asked for help, Ron said. You told, she repeated. He asked me to, Ron snapped, and then hated how it sounded. Hermione, she ate a diary. Inert, Hermione said sharply. He contained it. He's not playing with cursed toys because it's fun. He shouldn't be playing with them at all, Ron said. Then who should? Hermione shot back. You? Me? Dumbledore? Who left him with people who starved him because love wins. Don't, Ron said. That's not fair. None of this is fair, Hermione said. She closed the book like a verdict. I'm going to make sure he doesn't blow a hole in the castle because he gets bored. You can go write your mum if you want. He flinched like she'd slapped him. That's low. It's accurate, she said, and walked away because if she stayed she'd say worse. Ron stood alone in a corridor that smelled like wax and old air. The gargoyle watched and did nothing. He hated it for that. Library, 3 people and a wall. Harry was at the second table with neat columns. Ring, locket, cup. Hermione sat, didn't bother with hello, and put down a note from the Annex Appendix D. Standing and consent and a clean sheet of her own. Contains/pay/stand at the top. Dumbledore will try to supervise, she said. I know, Harry said. He asked Ron to come to him, she said. I know, Harry said. Do you? She said, frustrated. He asked and Ron obeyed. Predictable, Harry said. He carries other people's fear until it feels like his own. Then he hands it to the nearest adult. Don't be cruel, Hermione said. I'm being accurate, Harry said. Try being kind, Hermione said. He looked at her. Kindness isn't a method. It can be, she said. It can be a way to get to the truth without burning bridges. Bridges you want to keep, he said. Yes, she said. He nodded once. I will try, she breathed out. Thank you. They read. They wrote. They did the work that kept the world from being just noise. Ron's shadow hit the table before his voice did. He stood at the end of the aisle with his hands in his pockets like he'd remembered and then forgotten the advice he'd just been given. Can we talk? He asked. Came out like fight. Hermione glanced at Harry. Harry closed the book. Yes, he said. Small question. Ron blinked. What? Ask a small question, Harry said. Ron stared, then laughed once, angry. Fine, he said. Who are you? Harry, Harry said. Don't, Ron said too loud. Don't play it clever. You're Notary, not him. I am, Harry said. You don't like who he is. I don't like what he is, Ron said, words tripping over each other. You stand there and you talk about boxes and fields like you're ordering furniture and you look at us like we're variables. I told Dumbledore because I thought someone had to do something before you. He dragged a breath. Before you stop pretending you're doing this for us. Harry did not raise his voice. I haven't pretended, he said. You're worse than Malfoy, Ron said. At least when he sneers you know he hates you. You look at me like I'm a sum you can round down. Hermione flinched. Harry didn't. You betrayed me, Harry said calm. You carried your fear to an authority and asked him to make it stop. That is a rational move for someone who can't measure his own fear. Ron went red to the ears. You're calling me a coward. I'm naming behavior, Harry said. Name this, Ron said, stepping closer. You don't get to decide what's safe for all of us. You don't get to eat dark things and then lecture me about fear. You're 11. So are you, Harry said. I'm not trying to rewrite how the world works, Ron said. I am, Harry said. Where it is wrong. Who gave you the right? Ron whispered. No one, Harry said. I took responsibility. That's not the same, Ron said. It is to me, Harry said. Then I'm done, Ron said. His voice broke on done like he'd walked too far on a bad ankle. I'm not going to watch you turn into something that looks at me and sees a margin of error. Then don't, Harry said. Silence held. Hermione's breath sounded too loud in the gap between them. Ron looked at her. Pick, he said. Came out ugly. He winced at his own word and said softer, please. Hermione's eyes were bright and angry and wet. No, she said. I pick the truth. I pick the work. I'm going to keep him from breaking things he can't fix. I'm going to keep you from throwing him to wolves because you're scared. I won't pick a person. I will pick a task. Ron made a noise that wasn't a word. You always pick homework, he said, and tried to laugh and couldn't. He backed away one step, then another. You two deserve each other, he said, and left before he said anything worse. He walked until the corridor bent. He kept walking. He didn't know where he was going until he found himself in front of a door he didn't like. The one with the gargoyle. He didn't knock. Containment plan. Amelia Bones stood in Dumbledore's office with her hands behind her back and her monocle catching light. You want the DMLE to co-sign school discipline, she said. Not a question. A read. I want transparency, Dumbledore said. And witnesses who do not love me. Bones made a small approving noise. Good, she said. You don't get to be a saint and a judge. What's the immediate problem? Dumbledore looked at the window. A boy with old power and neat handwriting, he said. He is not wicked. He is dangerous. He is learning very quickly. He does not trust me. He has reason not to. Can you stop him? Bones asked. No, Dumbledore said. I can only make sure the net he falls into is not made of knives. Minerva, Bones said. Already watching, Dumbledore said. Snape, Bones said. Hoards information, Dumbledore said. He will warn the boy of nets so he can feel superior to both of us. Bones almost smiled. Use him anyway. I am, Dumbledore said. Bones looked at the lemon drops and didn't take one. If the boy breaks the law, I will do my job, she said. I expect you to, Dumbledore said. She nodded and left. The door shut. The portraits pretended sleep. Dumbledore sat and rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. Lily, he said to the room that wasn't listening. I am trying. The break. Dinner buzzed around the edges. Whispers. A sketch pinned to the board of Harry and Daphne by a fountain with a heart crossed out twice. Draco practicing a new smile and wearing it badly. Theo watching like a mathematician evaluating a bad proof. Harry ate. Daphne did too. She put her fork down. News. Ron, Harry said. Betrayed? She asked. Reported, he said. Then asked me who I am. Good question, she said. Bad timing. He asked Hermione to pick, Harry said. And she picked the work, he said. Good, Daphne said. Work doesn't sulk. He chewed, swallowed, drank. This is where we lose something we don't get back. Yes, she said. He went to the second table because routines are armor. Hermione was there first, eyes red but dry, shoulders up like she was holding a room on them. You're not allowed to say anything clever, she said. I wasn't going to, he said. Good, she said. She wiped her nose with a clean handkerchief like a person who had remembered her mother once insisted on them. He thinks we chose against him. We didn't. We chose not to be stupid. I know, he said. And you, she said, sharp again. You will not punish him for being scared. I won't, he said. You already did, she said. With words. He thought about that. Yes, he said. I did. Don't, she said. I'll try, he said. She nodded once and pushed the goblin appendix across. Standing, she said. Read. He read. She watched his eyes move. They worked for an hour without speaking. At the end of it she said, very quiet, I'm afraid. Good, he said. She gave him a look. It means you're awake, he said. It means you measure. She let out a breath. Sometimes I hate your words. I know, he said. The corridor and the cut. Ron didn't go to chess. He didn't go to the common room. He walked to a corridor that didn't get used unless you were hiding or kissing or both. He sat on the floor with his back to the wall and his knees up and tried to think of a thing to do that wasn't stupid. He could write his mum. He could punch Malfoy and get detention and feel better for 10 minutes. He could stand outside the library and say sorry and mean it and not know what he was apologizing for. He sat there until the castle blinked and the lamps dimmed and Filch's cat went by without seeing him and the clock in his head rang curfew. He stood up. He went back to Gryffindor. The room looked the same and wasn't. Seamus said something and laughed. Dean waved a chess piece and yelled across the table. Percy looked over his glasses and decided not to care. Ginny sat on the rug and plaited the fringe with small, neat fingers. Ron climbed the stairs. He lay on his back and looked at the canopy and didn't blink for a minute. Then he did, and his eyes hurt, and he hated that too. After, under the lake, Marcus read a list and didn't look up. Curfew, he said. People obeyed because it was easier than not. Blaise slid into the chair opposite Harry in the common room and set down a pawn like it was a coin. We're down a Gryffindor, he said lightly. We were never up one, Theo said without looking. Daphne played a move that took nothing and closed a line. No noise, she said. Minimum, Harry said. Always, she said. He checked the courier box before bed. 1 card. Gringotts. Audit filed. Restitution begins 1st of month. Stone right acknowledged for prior act. Do not widen field. He burned it to clean ash. He brushed the ash into the saucer. He lay back. The ceiling kept its shape. The presents ticked through the day. Audit complete. Ron reported. Dumbledore arranged witnesses. Hermione aligned to method. Variable severed. Proceed, it said. Tomorrow, Harry said. We go to Hangleton. Ring, the presence said. Local field. Contain. Pay. Stand, Harry said. Stand, it agreed. Across the castle. Hermione fell asleep with contain/pay/stand written on her wrist in tiny letters only she would see. Ron lay awake and made bargains with himself that had the word tomorrow in them and felt false. Dumbledore sat with a cup of tea gone cold and a quill that hadn't moved and made a list of nets that weren't made of knives. Bones wrote "Seosign Discipline" on a file and underlined it once. Lucius Malfoy told his elf to polish the counterglass at Borgin Burke's and to watch for a boy who didn't look like he thought much of mirrors. In the dark where nothing breathes. Tom Riddle pressed his attention against a thin place and felt it hold. The trio was not a trio anymore. It was a line and a point that had stepped away. Morning would ask for travel and field small enough not to tear, and the kind of courage that doesn't look like shouting. Chapter 10 Predation and the Prey. He woke before the lake finished its slow push against the stone. Water. Wand. Courier box. No notes. Ring first, the presence said. Local field. Contain. Pay. Stand. Ring, Harry said. Daphne was waiting at the arch. Hair pinned tight. Black robes. Steady eyes. We go quiet, she said. We come back quiet. Quiet, he said. Hermione caught them at the stair. Breath quick from taking 2 steps at a time. She held up a folded card. Contain/pay/stand written in small neat letters. Put it in your pocket, she said. So you don't get clever at the wrong time. He tucked it next to his wand. Thank you, she hesitated. Then leaned in and pressed her forehead to his for 1 second. Don't widen the field, she whispered. I won't, he said. Daphne took his sleeve. Time. They used a door that wasn't a door. Down the corridor past the annex clerk who didn't blink. Kazreg waited in a storeroom with no smell. 2 goblins in travel leather stood behind him short, heavy, eyes like nails. Stone recognized Voidright for prior act, Kazreg said. Paths are open. You will not touch anything outside the marked circle. Understood, Harry said. Kazreg opened a box the size of a loaf of bread. Inside, a flat stone showed a map that wasn't a map. He touched a point with the tip of a metal tool. The air went heavy. The floor tilted and did not move. Local, Kazreg said. Contained. Good, Harry said. Daphne squeezed Harry's sleeve and let go. In and out, she said. In and out, he said. They stepped. Gaunt shack the ring, cold air. Bird noise thin as wire. Weeds up to knees. The shack leaned and kept leaning but didn't fall. Harry felt the pull like a low note. He didn't need to look. He could have found the ring blind. Anchor old, the presence said. Family. Layers. Rot. efficient to unbind. Risk, curse. Local field, Harry said. He lifted his hand. He didn't wave his wand. He set a box the size of a wardrobe around the table and the ring. The air inside the box went still like a held breath. Stand back, he said. Daphne took 2 steps back without looking like she was retreating. The goblins stood where they were, eyes on the ring and not on Harry. The ring sat on a cracked box lid, gold dull, stone like ash with a line through it. It wanted to tell a story. He didn't let it. Anchor identified, he said. Claws. This object holds a false life. Revoke, the presence said. He did not rip. He did not blast. He pinched the rule at one corner and told it over. The pressure hit like a sudden dive. Pop in the ears. A cold rush up his spine. The ring trembled once, a soft tick against wood, and went dead. No scream. No smoke. The wrongness folded and lay flat. Payment came after. A thin trickle of blood from his nose. He wiped it. Handshake. He pressed thumb to forefinger and held it still. Contained, he said, voice level. Daphne's breath let out slow. Good, she said. Kazreg nodded once. Stone witnessed. Void right satisfied. Do not keep the artifact. Understood, Harry said. He pushed the ring into a lead-lined box the goblin opened. The lid shut with a dull clack. The curse? Daphne asked. Kazreg's nostrils flared. Gone, he said. No triumph. Fact. Harry swayed once, small, like a tree in no wind. Daphne's hand came up and steadied his elbow. Warm skin, quick pressure. He didn't shake her off. Next, he said. Kazreg touched a different point on the stone. Air bent. The world slid. The cave, the locket. Sea air punched his face. Cold. Salt. The cave mouth waited like a throat. Gray water slapped stone. Push smack hiss. Daphne wrapped her cloak tighter and kept her hair back with one hand. How do we get across? She asked. Kazreg handed Harry a small iron disc. Pathmaker, he said. Step. Fix. Step. Harry stepped onto the water. The disc kissed the surface and held. A second disc appeared just ahead. He didn't think about how. He walked. Daphne followed, light and sure. The goblins stood on the shore and watched with flat eyes. The sea took none of them. At the island rock, the inner cave tasted like sickness. Harry found the bowl without looking. The green in it wasn't light. It was refusal. Do not drink it, Daphne said. I will hex you. I'm not thirsty, he said. He bent. Local box. Smaller than in the shack. Tight as a hand around a wrist. Claws. This liquid must be consumed for access, he said. He pinched the claws. No, he said. The green went dull. The bowl was just a bowl. Beyond it, the locket lay on a stone like a coin set aside. He felt the soul echo inside it like a fly caught under glass. Local, the presence said. Contain. Do not poison the sea. Harry set a second box around the locket. Smaller again. He touched the clasp. Fought like a rat. He didn't pry. He changed the rule. Close to open. It opened. The fragment pressed outward in a useless bad faith surge. He did not let it spread. He held it inside his box and told the world over. The fragment unstuck and went blank. The locket became a locket. Payment hit harder this time. Cold raced up his arms into his teeth. His fingers shook. His breath went shallow. He sat down fast to stop the floor coming up. Daphne crouched. Look at me, she said. Breathe. He breathed. In numbers clean. The shiver passed the way a wave passes when it runs out of shore. Infree? She asked, scanning the black water. Not triggered, he said. We didn't pull on the wrong rope. Good, she said. The sea hissed and hit the cave mouth and kept being water. No hands reached up. They walked back. The discs floated where he needed them. He didn't look down much. The wind cut through robes and took sweat with it. He didn't let his knees shake. On the shore, Kazreg took the locket with iron tongs, dropped it into a box already lined, and shut it. 2, he said. 3 left, Daphne said, quiet. Cup, Harry said. Then diadem. The snake later. Kazreg's eyes cooled a degree. Gringotts will not open a Lestrange vault for a child. Then open it for the stone, Harry said. Kazreg said nothing. He tapped the stone. Gringotts the cup. They did not walk through the lobby. The path ended in a small iron room with no door. A lock clicked without help. A wall moved sideways and pretended it had always been anywhere else. The cart wasn't a cart. It was an iron cradle that didn't bump. The goblin driver didn't speak. The air scraped past in a dry rush.
Vad klackvia?
Lestrange, Kazreg said. The cradle stopped. The vault door sat like a closed eye. Runes crawled and froze when they saw goblin metal. Do not touch anything but what you came for, Kazreg said. It will try to multiply. It will try to burn. Do not run. Understood, Harry said. The door opened on a room full of gold that wanted to be more gold. Bella's laugh lived in the walls without sound. The cup sat where it was meant to be found. Excess love display. Local box, the presence said. Smaller. Smaller. Do not generalize. He set a field the size of a hat around the cup and his hand. He stepped into the vault on the balls of his feet. Daphne did not follow. She watched the threshold like a line drawn. He reached. The first curse woke. A plate to his left became 10 plates. They became hot. Scrackle. He did not pull his hand back. He didn't grab the cup. He changed its rule. Belongs to vault to belongs to my hand. Came up light. The multiplying curse spat heat at his sleeve. He smelled cinch. He did not widen his field. Contain, he said through his teeth. The curse fizzled against the edge of his box like rain against glass. He stepped back. A coin rolled and became a dozen and then a pile and then hot needles. He did not run. He walked. The needles didn't touch him. Outside the threshold, he let out the breath he hadn't counted. He set the cup on a clean square of iron. He opened it. The fragment pressed like a heartbeat and tried to push out. No, he said. He kept the box tight, pinched the claws and told it over. This payment was heat. His palm went numb. His forearm cramped. He bit the inside of his cheek and tasted iron. He waited till the pain stopped pretending to be useful. Kazreg dropped the cup into a line box. 3, he said. Harry sat on the cold stone and held his right hand with his left until feeling came back in a wave that made him sweat. Daphne crouched. You're white, she said. I am efficient, he said and tried to smile. It didn't work. She took a cloth from her sleeve, damp, and wiped a soot line off his jaw. Practical. Unfussy. Don't be brave, she said. Be exact. I'm trying, he said. Kazreg watched without commentary and then touched the stone again. Hogwarts the diadem. The room didn't open for goblins. It opened for need. Daphne stood guard at the end of the 7th floor corridor. Posture casual. Eyes not casual at all. 3 circuits, she murmured. Filch right now. Mrs. Norris later. I'll cough if I see anyone. Harry walked past the blank wall 3 times and asked for the place where the thing that thinks it belongs to no one hides. The door appeared with a soft click like a secret drawing breath. Inside, the air smelled like dust that had learned to keep quiet. Stuff. Piles. Forgotten things that wanted a story. Attunement, the presence said. He didn't look with his eyes first. He felt for the wrongness. It sang like a small, constant mistake. He followed it through towers of chairs and boxes and 1,000 lost plans. There. On a bust. Diadem. Pretty. Mean. It made the air move wrong around it. Local, he said. His hand shook once. He set a box small enough to fit in his palm. He lifted the diadem free. The wards hissed and tried to make the ceiling lower, the floor higher, the room crowded with copies. He didn't allow it. Box stayed box. Field stayed local. He opened the diadem like a man opening a watch. The fragment inside was sly, not loud. It slid against his box like oil. Tried to convince. You need me. I will make you better. You are small and I am not. I am enough, he said. Revoke, the presence said. He pinched the claws and told it over. The world didn't pop this time. Aside. The pressure in his head dropped 2 notches. Payment hit like standing too fast. Black at the edges of his vision. Knees soft. He crouched before he fell. Breath short. Skin cold then hot. hands numb then pins. He put the diadem down gently like it might still bite out of habit. Didn't. Daphne was there faster than she should have been able to be. Talk, she said. Box held, he said. Contained. Over. She put his hand on her shoulder and made it look like nothing. He stood. He kept standing. He breathed. Out, she said. Now. They moved. Door. Corridor. Closed again. She didn't let go of his hand until his fingers stopped arguing with gravity. Water, she said. He drank. Tasted like the lake. They didn't get 3 steps before the corridor cooled and the lights sharpened. Coral stepped from an alcove like a ghost in purple. Eyes wrong. Skin too smooth. Scent like snakes. He smiled without moving his mouth right. Harry Potter, he said, voice calm in the wrong places. Curious. Busy. A prodigy. Harry didn't look at the turban. He didn't look at the back of a head he could feel like a rotting draft. He watched the wand hand. Step behind me, Daphne murmured. No, he said. Coral's wand flicked. Confringo. Harry moved Daphne without touching her. Local pressure at her hip. 2 inches right. The blast hit stone. Crack shards dist. Polite, Harry said. But loud. Coral laughed wrong. You have eaten what was not for you, he said. No stutter. No act. You do not understand what you carry. I do, Harry said. Do you understand consequence? The other voice said. Not Coral's. Thin as hunger. Old as a bad habit. Voldemort. Harry kept his face still. The presence leaned without moving. Not contained. Do not make a big box. Use small forces. Break the hand, not the house. Coral slashed. Sectum. Harry made the air heavy around the wand hand. The spell choked. The wand dipped. He squeezed the pressure till joints complained. Pop. Coral hissed and dropped the wand. You are a child, Voldemort said through a borrowed tongue. I am correction, Harry said. Coral's other hand came up with a knife because some habits don't die when the wand drops. Daphne's curse hit the knife. Tinkspin, it shattered clean. You brought a girl, Voldemort said. Do you think she will save you when your arrogance eats you? She will stop me widening the field, Harry said. Daphne didn't look at him. I will, she said. Her wand didn't shake. Coral tried a wandless shove. Harry let it hit his shoulder and then gave it back scaled down inside a small box around Coral's chest. The air knocked Coral into the wall hard enough to say thud, and not hard enough to break anything that would make paperwork. Voldemort laughed again. Thin. It wavered. You do not know me, he said. You cannot unmake what I am. You are a failed equation, Harry said. Coral moved his mouth and didn't catch up to the words. Boy, Harry pinched at different claws. He didn't touch Coral. He touched the space where the possession sat like a rotten knot. He made a box small as a fist and told it no. Not banishment. Not light. Just over. The scream didn't happen in the corridor. It happened in the connection. The thin thing that had been a bridge since a crib night turned to ash and then to nothing and then to something colder than nothing. Coral clawed at his turban. He tore it off. The skin where a face had been once was raw and clean and wrong. The air smelled like cold iron. Leave, Harry said, or I will learn how to make a smaller box. Silence that had time. Then a hiss like a kettle when you take it off the heat. The pressure eased. Not gone. Retreat. The corridor warmed by a degree. Coral slumped. He blinked like a man waking after a fever. He looked at his hands and then at the broken wand and then at the students and made no sense of any of it. Run, Daphne told him. Now, he ran. Not graceful. Not in control. Away. Harry leaned on the wall for 2 breaths. The stone was cool. Sweat made his shirt stick. His hands shook. He put them flat against the rock until they listened. Daphne watched the corridor and didn't lower her wand. What did you do? She asked. Pinched a tether, he said. Local, she said. Very, he said. She looked at his face. Payment. Later, he said. I'll pay when no one can see me fall. Arrogant, she said. True, he said. She exhaled and put her free hand against his chest. Heartbeat. Present, he said. Good, she said. He straightened. He didn't like the way his knees felt. He ignored it. Hide the diadem, she said. Already inert, he said. Hide it anyway, she said. Optics. They went to the room again and shoved the now ordinary crown deep in a broken trunk under a pile of bad decisions. He closed the lid. Stayed a lid. They returned to Slytherin by the long route. No one stopped them. Marcus glanced up from his list and then down again. Blaise looked at Harry's face and didn't say something witty, which for Blaise was a sign. In the dorm, Harry locked the trunk, checked the courier box, and shut the curtains. The payment came on time. Tremor. Cold. Then heat. He sat on the floor with his back to the bed and let his hands shake in the dark. He did not make a big box to stop it. He did not cheat. He paid. Daphne slipped through the curtain without rustle and sat next to him without asking. She handed him water. He drank. He put the empty glass on the floor so it didn't shake out of his hand. You don't have to watch this, he said. I am not watching, she said. I am counting. Counting what? He asked. How long it takes for your hands to stop, she said. They're stopping, he said. They are, she said. She took his hand, warm, steady, and held it. You did 3, 4, he said. Ring, locket, cup, diadem. She squeezed his fingers. 4, she said, correcting her own count. She leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his temple. No ceremony. Ground, not fireworks. Good, he exhaled. The tremor eased to a small buzz. The presence set the day in clean lines. Ring over, locket over, cup over, diadem over. Tether pinched. Risk map updated. Variables changed. Voldemort's pieces fewer. Voldemort's shape thinner. Snake remains, the presence said. Body. Followers. Headmaster variables. Ron variable. Goblin patience. DMLE witness. Later, Harry said. Later, it agreed. He lay back. The ceiling held its shape. The lake pressed and let go. Across the castle, Hermione sat at the second table and wrote contain/pay/stand again at the top of a new page and added small box underneath and underlined small twice. She bit her lip. She rubbed ink off her thumb. She waited. In Gryffindor, Ron told himself he would not be the one who always ran to an adult. He said it twice. He nearly believed it once. In his office, Dumbledore looked at a shelf where a pensieve used to be and reminded himself not to widen his own field. Small nets, he said to the room. Soft rope. In a house with too much marble, Lucius Malfoy listened to Borgin lie with respect. No, Borgin said, smooth. Nothing was disturbed. Lucius smiled and scheduled an inventory by a man who didn't lie to him. In a body that was mostly will and not enough bone, Tom Riddle screamed into a space that didn't echo and tasted void. He pulled back. He laughed in panic and called it rage. Under the lake, Harry slept. Morning would bring a headline that got everything wrong, a headmaster who chose not to hunt, a goblin who moved 3 ledgers into a different safe, and a plan for a snake. The board had fewer pieces. The game got louder when it gets smaller. He would not widen his field. He would keep his boxes small. He would stand. Chapter 11 The Unmaking of Law. The prophet got the sounds wrong. Explosion in dungeons. The top line shouted. Boy WHO lived at center of chaos? The ink smelled fresh and cheap. The moving photo showed smoke where there hadn't been any. Blaise folded the paper once and made it smaller. They always choose the loudest lie, he said. Harry drank water. Cold. Clean. We choose the smallest truth. Daphne tapped the courier box with one finger. Kazreg says now. Harry stood. 1. Ledger copy. The card Hermione had written contain/pay/stand in his inside pocket. Paper soft from handling. Hermione caught them at the arch. Bones is in the building, she said, voice low. Dumbledore too. Don't lecture. Answer. Measured, Harry said. And no magic, she added, eyes hard. Not unless someone bleeds. Local if necessary, he said. Small. She nodded once and stepped aside. They went by the annex door. The clerk already had it open. Kazreg waited in iron and wood with 2 goblins in travel leather and a satchel that looked like a weapon. Writs filed, Kazreg said. Restitution plan delivered. Lines of credit cut. Vault liens notified. Witnesses. Daphne asked. DMLE, Kazreg said. 2 oars. Bones herself. Good, Harry said. Kazreg's eyes moved over Harry's face, then down to the pocket where the small card lived. Do not widen the field, he said, as if it were a greeting. I won't, Harry said. They stepped through a door that didn't need hinges. Atrium. The ministry smelled like polish and stale smoke. The fountain hissed. Gold pretended to be generous. Witches and wizards in good robes slowed when they saw goblins walking like they owned the floor. Bones stood under the clock with her hands behind her back, monocle catching light, 2 oars at her shoulders. She looked at Kazreg first, which was respect, then at Harry, which was work. Gringotts, she said. DMLE, Kazreg said. Lord Potter, Bones said. Director Bones, Harry said. Dumbledore came down the stairs with a small quiet around him, as if the building made space when he walked. No smile. Eyes old. He pressed a hand to Bones's elbow in a way that said, I will not interfere, and also I am here. The minister arrived late and puffing, entourage in a half-circle. What is the meaning of he began? Bones lifted a palm and cut the sound to a human size. You will listen, she said. Then you will answer. She nodded once to Kazreg. Proceed. Kazreg opened the satchel and removed 3 iron-backed ledgers and 4 folded writs. He set them on a table a clerk dragged into place because that's what clerks do when chairs stop being enough. Gringotts acknowledges theft bindings on accounts held in trust for House Potter, Kazreg said, voice flat as stone. Gringotts acknowledges unauthorized diversions of ministry funds routed through private foundations over 6 fiscal years. He tapped a column. Numbers, dates, names. Stone does not accuse. Stone records. The minister tried to laugh and found no sound. You can't, he started. We can, Kazreg said without heat. Per charter older than your office. Bones took the top writ, skimmed, and handed it to the orar on her left. Serve the minister, she said. The orar moved. Paper changed hands with a dry rasp. Dumbledore looked at the figures, at Harry, at Daphne. You're very young, he said softly. Harry didn't look away. Facts aren't old. Bones cleared her throat. Remedies. Daphne stepped forward. Minimal jewelry. Black robes. Voice steady. Immediate. Freeze non-essential disbursements. Transfer payroll to a monitored escrow under Goblin Audit and DMLE Witness. Suspend discretionary slush funds pending review. She slid a single page across to Bones. Interim governance order. Co-signed by 10 houses. It creates a narrow commission to handle budget and procurement until the audit closes. The minister went red. This is a coup. It's a lock on a leaking door, Daphne said. Commission composition? Bones asked. 3 DMLE appointees, Daphne said. 3 Gringotts auditors. 3 Wisengamot neutrals. Tiebreak by public vote on the floor. Term. 90 days. Renewable once with cause. And who chairs? Bones asked. Daphne didn't blink. You do, she said. Bones's mouth twitched. Flattery is a bad tool, Miss Greengrass. It's not flattery, Daphne said. It's optics. You are the only person in this building the public trusts to sit in a small chair and not turn it into a throne. Small silence. Then Bones nodded. Put it in writing. She looked at Harry. Your part, Lord Potter? Harry put 1 copy of the Gringotts restitution plan on the table. I accept the schedule, he said. I do not pursue charges at this time, conditioned on adoption of the commission and full unbinding of the illegal constraints on my education and access. He tapped the line. Signatures here, here, here. The minister blustered. You think you can hold this government hostage with goblin tricks and a schoolboy's tantrum? Minister, Bones said, voice like a door closing. You will read before you speak. The hall had gone very quiet. A witch in a purple hat took off the hat and held it like a clutch. 2 wizards in dragonhide whispered audit like a hex. Dumbledore stepped closer to Harry. Not between. Beside. I will sign away what I bound, he said, so only Harry could hear. It was wrong. I will not pretend it wasn't. Harry watched his face and saw the cost of that sentence. Thank you, he said. The minister lowered onto the chair the clerk had found as if the chair had made a good argument. Bones read the order again. She underlined scope with her nail. Narrow, she said. Good. Local field, Harry said, almost to himself. Bones heard. Her eyes flicked to him. Keep it local, she said. Daphne slid a pen across. Signatures, she said. Then we stop paying for waste. The minister looked at Dumbledore for help and found none. He looked at Bones and found a wall. He looked at the crowd and found witnesses. He signed. Hands shook. Ink shivered. Bones signed. Clean stroke. No flourish. Kazreg stamped with a seal that made the table thump. Stone acknowledges, he said. The oar on Bones's left exhaled. Quiet. Real. A witch from procurement spoke up, voice too high. What about contracts? What about Meyer? Essential functions continue, Bones said. Non-essential stop. The public will see the books. You'll ruin the ministry, the minister said, small. No, Daphne said. We will keep it standing by taking weight off rotting beams. He glared. And who made you steward, girl? Your donors when they stole from you, she said. A murmur moved. Somewhere, a quill scratched in a notebook that would turn into a column that got most of it wrong and one line right. Bones stacked the pages. Commission convenes in 2 hours, she said. We will meet in the small chamber. No press. If this leaks, I will assume it was you. She didn't point at the minister. She didn't have to. The crowd began to move like a school of fish, remembering it had a direction. Noise rose. The fountain hissed. An owl dropped a note and missed its target. The building breathed again. Dumbledore touched Harry's sleeve. Light. Walk, he said. Harry walked with him to the side corridor where the portraits pretended to nap. The stone here smelled less like polish, more like dust. I told myself a story about you, Dumbledore said. It was tidy. It had a lesson at the end. It did not survive contact with you. Tidy lies don't, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded once. You are unbinding what was bound without consent, he said. That is right. But you are also building something that has no softness in it. He looked at Harry's face. You think softness is waste. I think softness is dangerous when it pretends to be a method, Harry said. Sometimes it is, Dumbledore said. Often it is not. You cannot make a government out of ledgers and law alone. You will need forgiveness, patience, the habit of letting people be foolish and kind and wrong without taking their toys away. Harry kept his tone even. Toys that burn other people get taken. Dumbledore smiled. Said, yes, but not every toy is fire. He folded his hands. You removed most of his anchors. I can feel it like weather changing. The last is alive. He will come for you because he does not know how not to. He breathed in. When he does, do not think only in boxes. Think in hands. Yours. Hers. The ones who chose you. Let them hold you up. Harry didn't answer that. He looked at Dumbledore's hands. Old. Scarred. Steady. I signed, Dumbledore said. I will honor the commission. I will not try to run it from behind a tapestry. I will argue loudly and often. I will not sabotage. Good, Harry said. Harry, Dumbledore added softer. You are building a world you will have to live in. Make sure you can breathe in it. He left him with that because he knew how to win an argument without winning it. Harry stood a second longer. He checked the card in his pocket with his fingers. Contain/pay/stand. Paper soft. Ink bled a little at the corners. Daphne joined him with a stack of signed receipts and a look that said the first fight was over and the second had begun. Small chamber, she said. 2 hours. I want you to eat before we tell old men their budgets are imaginary. Food, he agreed. They ate at a table tucked behind a pillar while the ministry flowed around them. Bread, cheese, apples. He chewed and swallowed and drank and let his hands stop buzzing. Bones asked me if you'd behave, Daphne said. What did you say? He asked. That you don't perform, she said. You execute. He nodded once. Accurate. She watched his face. Payment from yesterday? Mostly done, he said. Hands steady now. She reached under the table and pressed 2 fingers to the inside of his wrist. His pulse tapped back. Regular. She let go. Good. Hermione arrived at a speed that said she'd run till the last corner and then walked. She set down a thin folder. Commission draft with margin notes. I added a clause on public minutes. And I underlined scope 5 times. She lowered her voice. Ron's staying out of the way. For now, Harry said. He's hurt, she said. I know, he said. Don't fix it like a ledger, she said. I'll try, he said. She nodded once, satisfied with the attempt if not the outcome, and slid into a chair with her sandwich. We need a name the public can say without spitting, she said. Not commission. People hate commissions. Oversight board, Daphne said. Audit and procurement board, Hermione said. Interim board of magical oversight, procurement and payroll, Harry said. Hermione made a face. Too long. Long names sound temporary, Daphne said. That helps. Fine, Hermione said, chewing. As long as the minutes are public. They will be, Daphne said. Unless they're not. Hermione glared. Daphne didn't flinch. Harry drank water and let the heat in his head settle. Small chamber. The room had no portraits. Good. It had bad chairs and good light. Bones sat at the head of a plain table with a stack of folders on her left and an empty space on her right. Kazreg took the far side with one clerk. 3 neutrals from the Wisengamot arrived in grim robes and careful faces. 2 DMLE officers stood by the door like bookends that would shoot you. Record, Bones said. A quill in a glass jar woke and waited. Daphne spoke first. Scope, she said. Payroll. Procurement. Emergency budgets. Nothing else. We are not a second government. Term, Bones said. 90 days. Renewable once with cause. Public minutes, Hermione said. Except personnel matters and active investigations. Then summaries. Vote rules, a neutral said. Simple majority? Majority with 1 cross-block vote, Bones said. At least 1 from each group in favor. No one steamrolls anyone. Kazreg slid a page forward. Gringotts requires single signature authority for disbursements. Bones. We will not release funds on a committee vote alone. Agreed, Bones said. She looked at the neutrals. You don't want the headline that says goblins run the ministry. We don't want any headline, one said. You'll get several, Bones said. They moved through line items. It was boring and real. You could feel the building not falling. Dumbledore came in halfway through and sat in the back and kept his hands in his sleeves. He didn't speak. He listened. It was the bravest thing he'd done all day. When the last page slid back to the top of the stack, Bones sat back. Good, she said. We will be hated. That means it's working. Harry didn't say anything. He was very aware of how small his chair was and how little his voice should fill this room. He liked that. A clerk popped his head in. Minister requests. No, Bones said without looking. The clerk withdrew. Hermione wrote an O in the margin of her copy and underlined it with satisfaction. Next, Bones said. Schools. Dumbledore lifted his head. Madam Bones, he said. Hogwarts is not under ministry control. No, she said. It is under public expectation. She tapped a list. Safety drills. Procurement transparency. Banned items list with enforcement that isn't a rumor. I will not tell you how to teach charms. I will tell you we will publish what you spend on brooms. Dumbledore inclined his head. Acceptable. Hogwarts will also put an adult in the library after dark who is not a cat, Hermione said. Bones looked at her. Miss Granger, she said. You are not on this board. Hermione flushed. I know, she said. I apologize. I just was correct, Bones said. Headmaster, I can arrange a rota, Dumbledore said. He smiled a little real this time. Perhaps not Filch. Perhaps not, Bones said. Daphne looked at the clock. We're done, she said. On time. Kazreg sealed the stack with a rune that warmed the room a degree. Stone acknowledges, he said. We will pay Oros on Friday. Thank you, Bones said. She stood. The board stood with her because gravity changed when she did. Go home, she told the neutrals. Tell your cousins we didn't set anything on fire. Yet, they filed out. The quill stopped writing and fell asleep in its jar. Bones looked at Harry. "You did not grandstand," she said. "I choose rooms where I don't need to," he said. "Good," she said. "Don't get used to it. The next room will be loud." He nodded. She stepped closer, voice low. "When he comes, and he will not try to be a board. Be a boy. Let your people do their jobs." "I know," he said. "Do you?" she asked. "I'm trying," he said. She accepted that and left. Dumbledore stayed. He waited until the door shut and the light shifted. "You kept it small," he said. "Local field," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. "You like that phrase. It keeps me from doing something stupid," Harry said. "Good," Dumbledore said. "Keep it." They walked out together. In the atrium, a reporter shouted a question and Bones looked at him and the question died. The fountain hissed. People hurried like weather. Casreg stopped them by the annex door. "A note," he said. "Lestrange retainers will test the vault tomorrow. They will not like what they don't find." "Let them not like it," Daphne said. Casreg's mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile. "We enjoy other people's audits," he said. He inclined his head to Daphne, then to Harry. "Do not widen the field." "We won't," Harry said. They stepped back into the world that had stairs and students and dinner. Quiet victory. Slytherin felt the same because good rooms don't celebrate for you. The lake pressed the stone and let go. People read. People played. Blaze held up a pawn like a toast. Theo moved a knight and didn't look up. Marcus ticked names on a list and did not stop his quill at Potter. That meant respect. Daphne and Harry took the chairs by the low fire. Heat reached knees and stopped. "Good boundary. Tell me the part you hated," she said. "The chairs," he said. "That's not what I meant," she said, mouth quirking. "The part where he was right," Harry said. "Dumbledore?" she asked. "He said I'm building a room I have to breathe in," Harry said. "He's right. And?" she said. "I don't want to live in a room with slush funds and men who love the sound of their names," he said. "I also don't want to live in a room that smells like disinfectant." "Then open a window," she said. "We'll learn how without dropping the walls." He looked at her. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't," she said. "That's why we do it together." He let himself lean back. The heat on his shins made him heavy. Exhaustion climbed up his bones like a slow thing that wasn't the presence. He let it climb. "Payment?" she asked. "Not magic," he said. "Just tired." "Good," she said. She shifted closer until her shoulder touched his. "Small celebration? What kind?" he asked. She tilted her head. He understood. He leaned in. The kiss was quiet and clean. No fireworks. Grounding. He felt her breathe out against his mouth like a yes that didn't need a speech. "Good," she said, a little unsteady, and sat back. "Don't get cocky." "I won't," he said. Hermione slid into the next chair with a cup of tea she'd bullied from a fifth year. "Public minutes are posted," she said. "The prophet will misquote them tomorrow." "Of course," Daphne said. Hermione stared into her tea. "Ron sent me a note," she said. "He said he's not the enemy. He also said he's not your pet project." "He isn't," Harry said. "He thinks you think he is," Hermione said. Harry rubbed his thumb over the edge of the small card in his pocket. "I'll speak to him," he said. "Kindly," Hermione said. "I'll try," he said. "Try harder," she said, and drank. The courier box clicked. Harry slid out a plain strip of vellum. "Tomorrow, inventory at Borgin Burke's. Lestrange retainers agitated. Casreg." He burned it and brushed the ash into the saucer. "Snake soon," Daphne said. "Yes," Harry said. He slept because exhaustion is also a kind of payment. He dreamed nothing he could hold. Morning after, the prophet chose new sounds. Ministry forms interim board. In secret deal with goblins. Boy who lived demands payroll power. Bones says public minutes. Is this the end of Wizarding Britain? Blaze snorted. "They'll sell more papers if they say you ate a broom." "Don't," Theo said. "He'll do it to prove a point." "I don't prove points with wood," Harry said. Daphne took the paper and folded it to the announcement box. "Public minutes available, small chamber. Noon. Good, she said. Let them read. Hermione walked into breakfast with ink on her cheek and a look that said she'd slept in the library. Lestrange goons in Nocturne, she said. Borgin pretends he doesn't know them. The Aurors assigned are not the ones you'd want. Not Shacklebolt, Daphne said. No, Hermione said. Two men who like their boots very clean. Harry finished his tea. We go local, he said. Small team, Daphne said. Me, Harry said. You. One goblin if Casreg insists. Hermione stays. Bones gets a note with times and names. Hermione pressed her lips together and didn't argue. Small box, she said. If it turns into a mob, you leave. Understood, he said. They met Casreg in the annex. He had changed satchels but not expression. One observer, he said, nodding to the goblin who carried a short iron rod. No fighting in the shop. Understood, Harry said. Casreg set his seal on a folded slip and handed it to Harry. Writ for the proprietor, he said. He will pretend not to read. He will read. They stepped. Borgin Burke's. The bell over the door made a small wrong ting. The shop smelled like metal that remembered hands, and oil and old rain. Glass cases held things that pretended to sleep. Borgin smiled like a man who knows how to count but not how to care. Welcome, he said. We are closed for. Harry set the writ on the counter. Inventory, he said. Borgin's eyes flicked to the seal and widened a fraction. Of course, he murmured. A joy to serve the public. Daphne stood at Harry's right. The goblin observer stood behind them with the patience of stone and the readiness of a sprung trap. Three men lounged by the wall with the lazy balance of people who carried wands for a living and thought that was a personality. Lestrange retainers. One with a scar. One with a ring too large. One who smiled at Daphne and died in her ledger right then. We're here for nothing, Harry said. The scarred one spat. Then leave. Borgin clucked his tongue. Gentlemen, let us all be civil. The board requests an... He peered at the writ. Audit. Cup is gone, the ringman said. We know it. Then why are you here? Daphne said, bored. Because someone will pay, ringman said. Not us, the goblin said for the first time. Voice like cut iron. Harry felt the wrong thing in the back room. Not a Horcrux. A ledger that lied. He looked at Borgin. Accounts, he said. Borgin opened his hands. I am but a humble. Open them, Harry said. Borgin opened a drawer and took out a book that had someone else's name on the spine and his handwriting inside. Daphne flipped pages with clean clicks, stopped, and tapped a column. Here, she said. To the goblin. Stone. Stone acknowledges, the goblin said. He stamped it with a small seal that left no wax and still marked the paper. The scarred man drifted closer. Boy, he said. Harry didn't look at him. Leave, or what? The man asked. Daphne looked at his hands. Or you will have a very bad day, he snorted. What, you'll hex me? In a shop? With a goblin watching? I won't, Daphne said. He will. She tipped her chin at Bones, who wasn't here, and that made him laugh. Then she tipped her chin at the goblin, who was, and he stopped. The man stepped again. Small. Dangerous. He reached for Harry's shoulder like he owned space. Harry didn't break the room. He made the air dents in a box around the man's wrist, 2 inches wide. Pressure. Pop. The man yelped and grabbed his own arm. Local, Harry said softly. Ringman went for his wand. Daphne's curse hit the wand and turned it into a stick with no idea of being more. Tink oops, she said. Not sorry. The third man looked at the goblin and made a calculation that ended with him backing toward the door. Borgin held up both hands, a ring of sweat at his hairline. Please, he said. Inventory only. No need for drama. The goblin stamped the last page. Stone acknowledges, he said again. False entries removed. Fines levied. Receipt, Daphne said. Borgin produced one from under the counter like a man coughing up a coin he'd been sucking on. They left with nothing. That was the point. Outside, the alley did its usual press of wet stone and bad decisions. Harry let out a breath he hadn't counted. His right hand trembled once. He tucked it in his sleeve. Daphne saw anyway. She did not comment. Good. Snake, she said. Soon, he said. Kazreg nodded, satisfied like a craftsman after a clean cut. You kept it small, he said. Practice, Harry said. The quiet confrontation. Bones met them back at the annex, read the stamped pages in 3 blinks, and grunted. Good, she said. No bodies. No headlines I can't manage. Minister? Daphne asked. Sulking, Bones said. He will recover or resign. Either way, the checks will cash. Dumbledore arrived half a minute later like he'd chosen the time to look accidental. He took in the 3 of them, the goblin, the Slytherin girl, the boy with neat hair and tired eyes, and sighed like a man looking at a puzzle that had lost a piece and still showed the picture. Harry, he said. Headmaster, Harry said. Do you know what comes next? Dumbledore asked. Harry thought of skin and scales and a mouth that spoke in the present tense. Yes, he said. The living anchor. Dumbledore nodded. It will not be in a shop or a vault, he said. It will be in a place that thinks it is safe. Then we won't widen the field there either, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled without joy. Please try, he said. He turned to leave, then paused. You were kind to a clerk today, he said, as if it mattered more than a vote. I saw it. Harry didn't remember being kind to a clerk. He let that sit. Thank you, he said, unsure for what. When Dumbledore walked away, Bones watched him go with a look that wasn't unkind and wasn't trust. If he survives you, she said to Harry, he will be better for it. If I survive him, Harry said, I will be better for it. Good, Bones said. That's how it should be. Evening terms of a new order. They posted the minutes. They signed the receipts. They didn't celebrate. They ate stew that was too salty and bread that was too dense and called it dinner. In the common room, Blaise pretended not to watch the way Harry's hands sat easy on his knees now. Theo wrote a line and blotted it carefully. Marcus called curfew on time. Daphne and Harry took the narrow bench near the cold part of the hearth. She tucked one leg under. He didn't slouch. You have to say it out loud, she said. What? He asked. What we are building, she said. Not in the chamber. Not in front of Bones. Here, he tasted the words first. He didn't like speeches. He liked lists. A world where ledgers match what they say, he said finally. Where payroll happens. Where children in a school don't get used to pay for a man's story. Where goblins aren't side characters. Where Oris can buy boots without bribing a cousin. And, she said. He looked at her. Where I can breathe, he said. And so can you. Good, she said softer. That one first. He nodded. Terms, he said, because it helped. Transparency, oversight, narrow mandates, short terms, public minutes, small boxes, and forgiveness, she said. He didn't answer for a second. I'll put it on the list, he said. You'll do more than that, she said. When Ron stops being angry enough to hear you, you'll forgive him. He betrayed me, Harry said without heat. He reported you, she said, because he was afraid. He didn't sell you. He didn't curse you. He put it in an adult's hands because that's how he was raised to feel safe. She touched his sleeve. You will forgive that. He stared at the fire that wasn't quite hot enough. I will try, he said. You will do, she said. He breathed. I will do, he said. She nodded and leaned against him and closed her eyes for 5 seconds, which for her was a surrender. He counted to 5 with her. The courier box clicked. He didn't move. Daphne opened it and slid the note into his hand without making it look like care. Tomorrow noon. Greenhouse 2. Hermione. He burned it and brushed the ash into the saucer. Snake? She asked. Snake, he said. They went to bed early because morning would need steadiness. The lake pressed the stone and the stone held. Hook. He woke at dawn with the taste of damp in his mouth and the memory of a hiss that wasn't a sound. He drank water. Cold. Clean. He checked the card in his pocket contain, /pay/esta and added a pencil line understand. Hermione waited by the door in a jumper too big for her and a look that said don't make me regret this. The greenhouses? He asked. She nodded. The snake's handler likes plants, she said. And secrets. Local, he said. Local, she echoed. Daphne stepped out of the arch in black robes and a pin the size of a lentil. She looked at them both and saw that they were already in agreement. Small team, she said. Small, he said. They walked. The castle watched and said nothing. The day smelled like wet dirt and new paper. The law would keep turning because they'd wedged a stick in the right wheel. It would squeal. It would throw a belt. They would fix it again. That was work. The last anchor was a living thing. He would not widen the field. He would use a small box. He would pay. He would stand. Chapter 12 The Failed Equation. Morning smelled like wet dirt and paper. Hermione waited by the door in a jumper too big for her and ink on her thumb. Greenhouse 2, she said. Now. Don't be clever. Local, Harry said. Local, she echoed. Daphne matched pace at the arch. Black robes. Hair pinned. Eyes steady. Small team, she said. Small, he said. They used the annex door because it knew how to open quietly. Kazreg met them with a travel case and a goblin observer who looked like a statue that could cut. Writ of authorization for the grounds, Kazreg said. Director Bones co-signed. He didn't smile. Do not widen the field. I won't, Harry said. Greenhouse 2 The living anchor. Sprout stood among the pots like a wall made of mud and kindness. No fire, she said. No shouting. My plants don't like either. No fire, Daphne promised. The case on the bench moved a little, soft that. Something alive shifting its coils. Hermione's mouth went thin. Delivered from Nocturne at dawn, she said. Borgin swore it was a specimen for educational display. Of course he did. Sprout held out thick gloves. You sure you want to? No handling, Harry said. No touching at all. He listened. Not with ears. With the place inside that had learned the shape of wrong. The pull was there. Faint. Sly. A sliver of a man hiding in a creature that didn't deserve a passenger. Living host, the presence said. Do not unmake life. Revoke clause only. Small box. Local field, Harry said. He set a box that was more idea than air around the case. Tight as a ring on a finger. He didn't grandstand. He didn't reach. He spoke to the rule itself where it was written without ink. Clause. This creature houses a foreign soul splinter, he said. Hermione gripped the bench. Daphne watched his hands. Sprout didn't breathe. Revoke, Harry said, soft. Pressure built like altitude. Ear pop. Teeth ache. The case went still. The wrongness inside wriggled like a bad thought trying to stay. He pinched smaller. Breath shallow. Hands cold. Over, he said. It let go. No light. No scream. Just a flitting nothing. A failure to hold. A rule going flat. The snake inside the case flicked its tongue once. Surprised. Then settled into being only a snake. Payment came sharp. Black at the edges of vision. Knees soft. He caught the bench. Daphne's hand hit his elbow. Warm. Real. Talk, she said. Clause revoked, he said. Host intact. Sprout sagged. Then laughed like someone who had expected to cry. Good lad, she said, and wiped her face with the back of a glove. I don't fancy killing a beast for a man's sins. The goblin stamped the writ with the small iron seal. Stone acknowledges, he said. Hermione's face crumpled a notch and then steadied. Last one, she whispered. That was the last one. Daphne didn't look away from Harry. And now he comes, she said. He nodded. The room knew it, the way air knows a storm is about to make its first decision. Bones arrived at a walk that said she had run until the last corner. She took the scene in with one sweep. Case. Goblin seal. Professor. 3 students who looked like they hadn't slept and were trying not to show it. Good, she said. She did not congratulate. She did not scold. Atrium at midnight. Public space. Witnesses, not a crowd. Dumbledore stepped in behind her like the echo of a bell. I will clear it, he said quietly. And I will not try to stop you. Small nets. Bones reminded him. Soft rope, he said. Harry drank water. Cold. His hands shook once. He tucked them into his sleeves. Anchors 0, the presence said. Structure. Failing. Response. Attack. Midnight, Harry said. Don't go alone, Hermione said. I won't, he said. Atrium equation, unsolved. The ministry at midnight smelled like old polish and someone's forgotten lunch. The fountain hissed to itself. Lights hummed. No crowd. Bones stood under the clock with 2 oars and the kind of patience that doesn't blink. Casreg waited near the annex door with no visible weapon and the air of a ledger that could bite. Dumbledore sat on a bench out of the light, hands folded, eyes open. Daphne stood at Harry's shoulder. Black pin small, mouth set. No speeches, she said. No speeches, he agreed. He stepped into the center of the atrium because that was the point you chose if you wanted a circle to make sense. He didn't call. He didn't raise his voice. Voldemort came anyway. He unfolded out of a shadow that wasn't dark enough to hide him. Robe the wrong black, skin like wax that had decided to be bone. The air went thin by a degree. No stutter now. No mask. Tom Riddle wearing what was left of himself. Child, he said. Quiet carried. Thief. Harry didn't step back. Correction, he said. Voldemort's lip curled. You think you understand what you are. You think you can do what wands cannot. You think rules are yours to move. I know what I am, Harry said. I know what you are. I know which rules bend when you stop pretending they're gods. Voldemort lifted his wand. The green gathered like a breath held mean. Bones did not move. The Auror's fingers twitched and then stayed. Dumbledore didn't stand. Daphne's hand found Harry's sleeve and didn't pull. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort said. The green left the wand. It looked like always. Sounded like shoo and then no. Harry didn't raise a shield. He didn't duck. He didn't widen the field. He reached into the rule that made that particular color mean die and pinched. Claws. This color kills on contact, he said. Time did not stop. It just fit better. Over, he said. The green turned to ash midair. It sifted down in a slow gray fall and made a tiny soft sound when it touched stone. FSS. Voldemort stared at the dust like a man watching his name mispronounced. Impossible, he said. You've been saying that word for years, Harry said. It hasn't helped you. He kept his box small. He did not reach for breath or blood. He looked at the other rule, the ugly one that had been holding Tom together since a graveyard. This composite body stands because magic says so. He pinched that clause. Smaller, smaller. His fingers shook. His teeth rang. Over, he said, and paid for every letter. Nothing dramatic happened. No explosion. No scream. No tidal wave of light. Tom Riddle's body blinked out along the seams like a misprinted page. First the edges, then the center, then the idea. The wand hit stone and didn't bounce. TCK. Silence held like glass. Harry swayed. Daphne's hand moved from sleeve to wrist. Bones breathed out once, almost a laugh and almost a sob. A gold figure in the fountain hiccuped and went still. Dumbledore stood, slow as respect. He did not clap. He did not speak. Casreg crossed to the wand, looked at it, and did nothing. Stone acknowledges, he said softly. Harry let himself sit because standing had turned into a performance. The stone was cool. Sweat ran down his spine and settled at his belt. His hands shook. He did not stop them. Payment is payment. Talk? Daphne said, kneeling, not caring about stone dust on her robes. Claws revoked, he said. Composite gone. Alive? Bones asked. Not hopeful. Not cruel. No, Harry said. There was nothing left to be alive. Bones nodded once like a judge pronouncing a sentence that the world had already carried out. So be it, she said. She looked at the oars. Log the time. No body. No body. One repeated, shaken. How do we? You right ceased, Bones said. And you go home. Dumbledore came to them like the tide decides to touch your shoes. He looked at the ash, then at Harry, then at the hand Daphne had on his wrist. You kept it small, he said. Local field, Harry said, and managed a thin smile. Dumbledore's mouth creased. You will have trouble with those who prefer statues to truth, he said. But the truth will hold. Harry breathed. The buzzing in his hands slowed. The presence reduced the night to clean lines. Curse over, anchor over, composite over. Variables changed. Tom Riddle ceased. Pay, the presence said, gentler than usual. I'm paying, he whispered. Daphne heard anyway. He's done paying for tonight, she told the air, and took his hand in both of hers, warm and certain. He's going home. Bones offered a hand. He took it. She pulled him up like he weighed the right amount. Public statement? She asked. Minutes, Harry said. Not speeches. Good, she said. I'll write the kind that doesn't sell papers and saves lives. You 2-inch, she flicked eyes between Harry and Daphne. Use a back door. Dumbledore's eyes were old and very human. You are building a room you can breathe in? He asked, and for once the question had no trap. Yes, Harry said. Good, Dumbledore said. Make sure there are chairs for people who talk too much. Hermione jogged in at last with hair half loose, breath short, eyes bright with fear. She refused to let be panic. She saw the ash and the lack and swallowed hard. Did you? Over, Harry said. She closed her eyes for a second, then opened them and nodded like a promise fulfilled. Okay, she said. Okay, home, Daphne said, and they did. Epilogue: the room we can breathe in. Spring learned how to be spring again. The interim board of magical oversight, procurement and payroll became just the board because people prefer words that fit in their mouths. Minutes went public. Columns ran angry, then bored, then practical. Paydays landed on Fridays. Boots arrived without a cousin's cousin. Procurement forms got shorter by 1 page and then 2. No statues were torn down. Some plaques changed. Gringotts audited and stamped and got paid, and Kazreg moved 3 ledgers into a different safe and never said why. Bones chaired without theatrics. She swore twice per session and exactly twice, and every Auror in London started wearing that number on a coin in a pocket they pretended not to have. Dumbledore argued for books and tea and time. He lost half the votes and won half of the important ones. He put an adult in the library after dark who wasn't a cat. Filch complained. Nobody listened. Hogwarts added a class that wasn't called physics because that word made people twitch. It was called Transfiguration Foundations, and it taught conservation and why you didn't turn a plate into a pig unless you wanted to pay a bill that came due in someone's nightmare. McGonagall taught it with dry humor and a new chalk that didn't squeak. Hermione wrote the draft syllabus and pretended she hadn't. Slytherin didn't clap. It didn't need to. Marcus called curfew. Blaise made 3 fewer jokes and 3 better ones. Theo stopped writing funerals in his notebook and wrote blueprints instead. The lake pressed and let go. Ron came to the second table with his hands empty and his jaw set. He stood there too long. Hermione didn't rescue him. Daphne didn't leave. I was wrong, he said. Came out like he'd bitten the word to see if it bled. I was scared. I told the wrong person at the wrong time. He looked at Harry. I'm sorry. Harry's first instinct was to sort the apology into boxes. Accurate. Late. Useful. He put that instinct down. He stood. Not a performance. Just standing to make the moment the same height as them both. I was cruel, he said. With words. I'm sorry. Ron blinked, then huffed a laugh that was half a sob. We're idiots, he said. Frequently, Hermione said, and started crying at last, which made everyone feel better in a terrible human way. Ron didn't hug. Harry didn't either. They were 11. They sat. It was enough. Daphne watched like a sentry and like a girl, both. Later, on the bench by the cold part of the hearth, she rested her head on Harry's shoulder for 5 seconds and then 5 more. You forgave, she said. I did, he said. Good, she said. Put it on the list. It is the list, he said. She smiled, small, and kissed him. Quiet, clean, no fireworks. Ground. Summer came fast because the year had been long. Exams were taken without trolls or cursed journals. People complained about how boring it was. That was victory. They stood on the astronomy tower the last night before the train. The air smelled like stone cooling and grass thinking about dew. Below, the lake breathed. Above, the sky did what it always had. Say it, Daphne said. What we built, he asked. What we learned, she said. He looked out at a school that had tried to be 2 things at once and had settled for being real. Small boxes, he said. Local fields. Don't widen because you're scared. Pay what it costs. Stand anyway, and? She asked. He thought of Bones's stack of minutes. Kazreg's clean stamp. Dumbledore's quiet, keep it small. Sprout's hands and a snake that lived. Hermione's ink. Ron's apology. Daphne's hand on his wrist in the atrium. And softness isn't a method, he said. But it helps you breathe. Good, she said. He let himself feel tired and hungry and young. He let himself be held up by hands that were not his. He let the presence say proceed and answered, not with a plan, but with the simplest truth he owned. Later, he said. Later, it agreed. Hogwarts would keep teaching the kind of magic that didn't lie. The ministry would keep paying the right people on the right day. Goblins would keep stamping. Papers would keep shouting the wrong thing in the big letters and the right thing somewhere no one read. People would be foolish. People would be kind. People would be both on the same afternoon. There would be no statue of a boy in the atrium. There would be a clean floor where dust had settled and been swept away. Ready? Daphne asked. Yes, he said. They went down together, feet finding steps they had already counted, into a castle that had learned slowly, painfully, properly how not to be a story someone else was telling. He didn't widen the field.